All right, let's get the ping out on the Discord. We got to roll. We're live. That's right, one and all. Starting early today. I hope you're all parked in, ready for some epic action. Uh-oh, I've got a Freya. Yeah, Freya, no, not bats and balls in here, outside. Oh, they look very cool, Don. You go play them in the garden. She's not using those in here. But, no, it's a good day of action. We got probably about 5 series going to be casting ahead of us. In fact, we're getting ready to get into game number 2 of the first series, which is Marinelord versus Demu. Turns out Demu must have had some reason he needed to shift the schedule, so his game started earlier. And we are going to be hopping in momentarily for G number 2. I might actually cast back game number 1 because I caught glimpses of it, and it's a really, really interesting game. Let's get my Red Bull, and let's get ready to roll. Ugh! I knew I was going to forget something. Like, I literally just got back because I went to see my mum. And I saw this, and I was like, wait, what? What's going on? I got to catch some of that. So, hold on a sec. Let me update score. Let's get ready to get underway. Also, oh, wait, before we go, what the hell happened with the camera? Camera? Did I swear? I mean, it's kind of my own fault because I've got the door open, but it's because otherwise it's going to get hot. So let me just... Wait, it's fine now. What? I don't understand. That was so weird. The green screen for like 2 seconds at least went crazy. Okay, but we're good now, right? We are. All right. Let's go. One and all, we've got something special and an absolute shocker here. I just tuned in and noticed what was occurring. Demu versus Marinelord, an absolute classic, but an unexpected beginning. Demu has the lead. We're in game number 2 here in this S-tier tournament group stage. Demu has beaten Sengoku rather, using Abbasids, and now looks to double up on the Arabic ways because we've got Ayabids in the purple in the hands of Benjamin himself, going up against General Mates Marinelord in the pink, playing Order of the Dragon. Map is going to be, I just call it Pants. I always forget his actual name. It's Lakeside. Dude, I can't, like, it escaped me for a second. I was like, wait a second. I always call this map Pants because if you just actually rotate it 90 degrees, it looks like a pair of pants. But anything but Pants so far has delivered some quite fun games. Ayabids versus Order of the Dragon was kind of a classic. 2 very highly coveted civs here. For those that haven't seen this, you do get 1 deep water fish, typically played towards it, which is on 2x speed because we're about a minute away from live. But this is interesting. Demu goes for something that's been a little bit dead recently, actually. He goes for the Culture Wing advancement. I know we're in a water map, but we had Ayabids the other day, and the player there, I believe, just ignored advancement and went for Culture Wing. Didn't care that they were late to tech. But here, he values it highly. In response, Marinelord, he did have 6, now down to 4 on Arhan. Ah, that's a smart pivot. Do you guys see what he done there? So he had gone for the mirrored timing, expecting to get tier first. But when he realized he had lost the tech raise, he pulled back a little bit on the timing to get more resources. I think that's quite smart because your anticipation is your opponent's going to be going for an archer ship opening. So you're probably going to have to save up for the more expensive bow and go for a springald ship instead. So pretty cool little pivot there. Oh, weirdly enough, he actually goes archer ship as well. I think it's because he's worried he's being baited, right? Like, maybe, I think if you're, like, maybe 10, 20 seconds behind, you'd probably go spring ship and go archer. But he was it 30? I want to say 30 plus. So there's probably concern your opponent not only has 1 boat, but 2 by the time you have yours. Did Demu change his name to Demu? Alright, this Jason guy is cringe. Let me just get rid of him. Dude, this guy is like next level weirdo. I woke up this morning with harassment pings on one of the videos. What a weirdo. We got the pronunciation police. So double archership versus 1. Although he has got healing on his side. YouTube's going great. Dude, he's such an oddball, honestly. I was like tempted to debate him when he was like saying things on the YouTube videos. I think the guy just needs to fix his headphones because clearly his audio is not very good. Oh, fishing boats. Nice snipe there. Oh, he tries to pull away instead of going for a second, though, which is surprising. Because, like, you're always dead here, right? There's no escaping this. So Demu's going to end up losing both. I think my favorite part about that comment is I think he's taking issue with me saying Demu over Demu. Even though everyone calls him Demu and he used to be called Demuslim. Not Demuslim. Demo? Nice connect. Nice find there. Honestly, Marinelord bouncing back really fast here on the water side. There shouldn't really be any land aggro, right? Like, if anyone was going to land aggro, I'd expect it to be Demu. Because he can build the cheaper units, right? Whereas Marinelord has to spend a lot to get anything. Yeah, like double price for any unit type is pretty rough. If he can actually afford it, though, one Gilded Horseman rocks pretty hard here. Now counterattack. Archer ship's going to force the harassment. We have got a new spring coming out. And Knights just pins the demo, so that's going to be a freebie. So minus explosive ship here. Will target fire onto the galley. Now, Marinelord isn't pulling away. No. He's baiting him for a setup. He gets the detonation, brings it low, but he needs to finish off that fishing boat. Doesn't hang around with the galley, ends up losing it. That's going to cost him dearly because now the counterattack might clear him up here. Able to retreat. Nicely played there. But the problem is, Man the Sails has ran out here. Wait, he formation shuffled! Oh, no! Oh, that was disastrous. So when Marinelord pulled back, what happened there, guys, is he had one of these boats using the Man the Sails ability that lets you temporarily go faster, and the other one wasn't. So remember, when you formation units, they move at the slowest unit speed. A little bit unfortunate for him there. We have got additional docks. Wow. Okay. Yeah, Demu, he set up pretty deep here. Now we are going to get a mirrored response. Obviously, a lot cheaper for Demu to do this. So, you know, this is one of the popular plays for Ironbids, is they can go double dock substantially quicker than other civs can. Because they only spend 75 wood to set that up. So, pretty cozy. I wonder, actually, what does Ben look to do with this? Because I don't know if you want to... Do you want to counter press? Or do you now say, okay, there's a tech opening here? Because you don't have advancement anymore. So you wouldn't have Dervish. So like a fast castle now, you don't get relics as easily. You could go for Desert Raiders to poke your opponent in and then set up a mosque anyway. Trade Wing Bazaar, if we're feeling a bit wacky, we actually have seen that once already in this tournament, courtesy of the wonderful Wham. With a pretty crafty strategy, it's got to be said, actually. Oh, I like this. Demu. Is he hiding the double demo? No, it's coming across, actually. No, don't detonate. Just follow. Just... Ah, there was a missed opportunity there. Demo on demo. Baglers are a little bit pinned. Marinelord does have the boat advantage here, folks. Yeah, and although you take a heavy hit, like, you're actually happy with this. You sack your opponent's demo, you almost lose your Hulk, but now you send it home to heal. Kind of the best situation, really. Just means you continue to scale and your opponent doesn't. No signs of a tech up just yet. I mean, this is a bit of a weirder game, isn't it? I feel like quite often we see one player concede water by now and then take the tech advantage. Not happening at all in this game, actually. No, this is probably the most stacked waterside fight we've had on Lakeside so far. Because, like, usually the way this works is that one player gets a 1 to 2 boat advantage and the other one doesn't deem it worth fighting back for. And instead, what they'll try to do is bait you to overinvest in securing the water while you go for a tech play. The Marinelord, he's winning water and going for a tech play. Not really what I was expecting to say in this game. Usually you have to choose one, not both. Demu does get a strike back opportunity at this rate with the amount of baglers and demos he's got, but going to come at the price of a very slow castle age play. Cheeky git. He was actually looming on the very edge there. Wow, heavy investment. He's going for Teak Mask. That's the increased health for your boats. That's cool, Frey. You good play? All right, you go show Mummy it. I don't know what that is. That's a collar. Yeah, go show. It's a collar. For a cat. Like, we don't have a collar. Anyway. It's like someone ate the cat and left the collar. A moment's away. Could you Regnitz in this game is what I'm wondering. This could potentially be like a good Regnitz game because your opponent's nowhere near ready to block you. It's very, very greedy, but I actually, for once, kind of dig it on Order of the Dragon. Burgrave is the standard. Like, most people go Burgrave because it's a lot easier to finesse. If he's scouting in and seeing no competition at all, it's got to be tempting. It's even out on the deer. Okay. So inflation coming in here, push coming in. Demu up to almost 6 demos. Now the counter demo's coming through. Nice dodge there, but oh, the pin, the archer ships. The fishing boats even get a bit of body blockage in there. So one ship goes down. Fishing might be harassed now. Demo does get detonated before it can get deep. And he's going Burgrave, so he's not going to be going ultra greedy here. Marinelord definitely looking a bit pinned right now. Still got double archer ships. That's good news. It means Demo shouldn't be able to shut him down. Although, hold on a second. Demu is trying the multi-angle approach here. Getting close. Gets denied, though. Does trim under one. Hulk goes down. Final Demo ship getting body blocked by his own teammates there, so that'll also get denied. Another backstab Demo! Marinelord with the sinker. Teak Mask going the mile here. Bagler stays alive a little bit longer. What a hit. Demu, though, still secures water nonetheless. Fishing boats gone. Military gone. Demu has got some catching up to do in the other departments, but he at least has got water suppressed. Bloody hell. Burgrave now coming in. A men-at-arms rush with gilded MAA. And Demu yet to start the tech up. More villagers moving out. I mean, this is pretty brazen for Marinelord, but he needs it. He just sacked water entirely. He doesn't have fishing anymore. Think Demu is dead? It's like... I think it's a tricky situation, but not impossible. Because the unit that you have that can do okay against Gilded Men-at-Arms is Desert Raiders. Albeit he needs a lot of them, right? These guys are beefcakes. And Desert Raiders take a long time to produce. Okay, but he's going to go Military Wing Reinforcement. I think this is the correct call. It's just going to give you that extra burst to front line. Because remember, the Desert Raiders have 5 melee armor and a decent attack speed. Like, the thing that keeps Demu in this game is access to the fishing. Right? That's actually what will help him a lot here. So he's got, what, only 4 fishing boats? Might be worth adding in more here. Just being a bit more greedy, potentially. And then moving them over later on to the other side. Gold gathering on the backside. Villagers, are you kidding me? That's a bit of a gamble. If he goes deer, he's going deer. He doesn't go berries. Guys, this is a bit scary because you're probably going to shoot 2 to 3 deer straight away. If your opponent sees that, he will steer south and that'll be food gone. I think what Demu is gambling on a little here is that his opponent can't split because he'll have Desert Raiders. So you have to address that with full force. The Gilded Men-at-Arms in. Ranged armor is now on the way. Second one already at the back, hitting the tree line. Huge amount of idle achieved here. And it does reveal the Desert Raiders. Now notice he's not going into melee mode yet. Yeah, even though he technically outnumbers him, he's just spending the time kiting. 35 seconds out on that tech up for Demu. 2 more Desert Raiders are queued. Dive underneath the town center now. DR's just dodging, avoiding the fights always. More idle time though. Like, this is getting a bit worrisome, folks. We also have relics now getting picked up by Marinelord. Movement back. That Gilded Men-at-Arms almost dead. Almost. Still takes a while. This village idle time is getting ridiculous. He's going to end up losing more. With 3 more coming. Okay, let's just not touch gold. Oh, no. 15 workers kind of stuck here. He does switch aggro over the Desert Raiders. And Marinelord is now pivoting into spears to address that threat. Second wave coming in on this side. He still doesn't know about the deer. That's really good for Demu. And the Desert Raider count is getting pretty high. Quite threatening, actually. Yeah, Veteran Z also on the way. They don't hit that hard, 8 damage, but it's still penetrating, right? It's still 3 damage per unit, and this guy's not going to hit you back. It just takes a millennia to get a kill. Second wave video. Oh my god, it's just shuffling villages constantly for Demu. And we haven't got any transport ship play yet, so he hasn't tried to play for the dock on the other side at all. And, oh no, he noticed! Marinelord, look at that mini-map! They're all moving south. He got suspicious. Deer area is about to get shut down. It feels like Demu, there's a taxation here of between 10 and 15 villages are never allowed to work. Unbelievable. Desert Raiders are looking to intercept. Can't hang too close, though. Yeah, the melee armor allows you to take a few walls, but still, it does sting. And crossbow switch up is interesting. So spears would have been good enough to deal with the Desert Raider plus the Cam Lancers. You'd think maybe he'd go Gilded Archers to protect against enemy archers and the Desert Raiders, but crossbows are just a lot safer for Order of the Dragon. It's their bread and butter. How many relics now are we talking? 4th relic on the way back. Yeah, Marinelord hit the absolute jackpot. And that's, I think, what also supports a Gilded Crossbow switch over a Gilded Archer switch, is you now have all that surplus gold. So this puts it to better use. Poke damage. It doesn't feel like it's clearing quick enough anymore, does it? No, -1. Could have been 2 there, actually. Crossbows target differently. They switch targets now. You're probably wondering, why don't the Desert Raiders just attack the Gilded Crossbows? Because they have 140 HP and 15 damage. 15 damage is pretty lofty in this situation. You take 10 hits, you die. Meanwhile, you shoot for, what, 11 bow damage? So it's taking you 13 shots to get a kill in this point. Doesn't feel fair when you put it that way. Damn. I think Marinelord took that game #1 personally. This is very clean OOTT. What I love is we've reached the point in Age of Empires 4 where people can lose water to win the game. It's kind of what happened here, right? It's like Demu had to invest so much for so long to get that big dub. And then Marinelord just said, fine, water doesn't matter anymore. Intercepting the reinforcements here. Getting the snipage in on the spearmen. Spears which are going to be able to clear up the Cam Lancers. And, well, I mean, it looks like a good trade for Demu until you realize these crossbowmen are here. Yeah, they're going to start disintegrating. He also doesn't realize, pulls away late there. Body's hitting the floor. He's too busy being distracted by this. He tries for an archery transition to go mass crossbows. This doesn't work if your opponent is sitting on top of it. Yeah, you're going to spawn 3 and lose 2 is like the outcome here, right? Unless, is Marinelord just... Oh, he's ignoring it. Okay, so he says I could camp the production or I could shut down the back line. Interception coming from the forces of the camels. I don't know what you're meant to do here at this stage, guys. Like, whenever you're in a game and Order of the Dragon has more physical units than you do, you're in trouble. So let me put it another way. Marinelord almost has 3 times more physical existing land units than Demu does. That should never be happening. That is crazy. And shut down the town center now. Just camping. This is the beautiful thing. Gilded Crossbows feels so bulky. He's even got the healer boy here. And the armor that comes from that. The fact that there's only 4 people garrisoned inside. Yeesh. He's moving in. He's taking the deer away now. Crossbows also found their way to the backside. Demu doesn't have textiles, and this is so painful to kill. Guys, it's just one crossbowman. Just stab him, lol. just get him. How hard could it be? Very hard is the answer. And no, he baits him all the way back to the main army. Well, Ben does kind of look like a bit of a glutton for punishment at this point. I mean, I'm impressed he hasn't lost more workers. But I think that's about to change. Straggler trees get found. Back deep woodline gets found. The retreat points for Demu are gone. This game is over. He's still camping the town center. Yeah, valiant effort from Demu, but a classic example of being forced to overinvest into the water side. Cheeky by Marinelord. Demu's like, it's fine. I'm playing a bastards, guys. Oh, wait, no, this is Iabis this game. I can't replace those. Whoops. 95% of games, first play the castle wins on this map, which is why I usually seem super good. Then we got baited in the water. Yeah, like, I feel like I've been seeing people not do so much advancement wing on this map anymore. So that's why I was quite surprised when he began that way. And it looked like Marinelord was pivoting. Like, he started 6 villages, then slowed down to 4 after you hear a tech up. That's unusual, right? Usually it's the other way around. You hear a tech up and put more workers. But I think it just shows how comfortable he was with the game state going that way. But Demu, like... I mean, I don't know what we're expecting here. The later the hours go, I think the tireder Demu gets and the more awake Marinelord gets. So he does finally call it. GG comes in. M-Lord evens us up 1-1. And yes, Demu won game number 1. I actually might catch that one because I think it was a very intriguing one. I was watching bits of it while I was out. He got a victory with a Bastards over Sengoku. Okay, there's the green screen again. It's being very weird. And now it's gone again. What? That makes no sense. Yes, darling? What are you doing? Oh, you got love hearts. Yum, yum. I got your love the way she always talks to you as she's walking away. On Lipany? No, on Gorge. Dude, it's back again. What's going on with the green screen? There. That was a very aggressive lapse on the green screen. Alright, let's get ready for the next game. Now we're getting Lipany. Nice Templar. If I'm Demu and I lose this game, I blame Corvinus. Oh, wait, did MSN win 3-2? I forgot to check that scoreline because I was going to catch up on it and then I realized this series is happening. Yo, MSN. Big dog. GG's on the 3-2, man. That's impressive. Especially with B, because, like, I mean, if you're trying to prep to, like, crack into the top, right? B's a weird opponent because he is top, as he's proven recently. But I think he's also very polarizing strategically, right? It's like, it's going to sound weird. In some ways, it's like, I don't say you prefer Marinelord, but you get what I mean, where that's the meta setter, whereas B always throws these curveballs that very talented players constantly say makes no sense. But he makes it make sense. So very big congrats on that, mate. I think we might... Actually, I listed some series we're going to check. I might review. I think I was looking at either Beasty Numidan or you against Lucifron. I haven't decided which one I'm going to watch today. 3 out of 5 games he loves spears. You noticed that too, right? Like, I've been seeing that recently in his games. He zergs spears so much. He even did it last year a lot. Like, I remember when he was playing Delhi Roos and he destroyed Roos just by building non-stop spears. And no one else was thinking to do it at the time. All right. The memes are wearing off on him. One and all, we've got Demu in an S-tier tournament picking Knights Templar on land. This man was just playing a 2v2 tournament with Corvinus on his team that's obsessed with Knights Templar. Apparently, it's rubbing off. We're 1-1 in this best of 5, and Gentlemates Marinelord in the blue chooses Marlians to oppose this. I think this will be a quite interesting game. We're playing on Lipany, a map that I think usually you get away with 2TC builds a bit easier than maps like Dry Arabia, especially with spawns like that. But what's interesting is historically, 2TC was fairly good against Mali, right? And 2TC has been buffed again. The question mark is, does the new way of Marlians, the Farimba way, counterplay 2TC? What are we going to get in this game? Because we're already starting off with some Dark Age aggro. Love to see that. Something that's started to take root is the fact that actually Knights Templar are kind of okay at the Dark Age. It's almost like we forgot it, but with the extra efficiency around wood gathering, it's pretty nice to play that opening, especially when you're against Mali. But what? Okay, now, you know, like, he is going for the outpost. So Marinelord, It's kind of an Emerald spawn, but let me explain why it's not fully. Like, look at the gold placement there. Because you get it diagonal, it sometimes spawns a bit looser, right? Compared to if it's horizontal vertical, from what I've seen. So he definitely needs to build an outpost here. He can't just build, like, you know, pit mine and 2 houses and get away with it a bit. But he is going for the Poppy 4 strat. So we've already got the sheep being dropped off here. The way this works, guys, is that you build a mill, and then you club the sheep, and you leave the villager here, so that if you get dove, you can garrison. Demu's going quite heavy-handed here, actually, up to 3 spears already. I hope he stops now, because with the outposts coming in to secure, it should make it tricky to get value, right? Unless you want to go for, like, an outpost rush of your own. I don't think you often outpost rush this, though, right? And, yeah, he agrees. There you go. He cancels the 4th spear. So Demu will be looking for a tech up. Do we get Hospitaller? Or does he go the Antioch way? I'm assuming Hospitaller. Hospitaller just kind of seems like the given, right? Why not outpost on the other side to cover gold as well? Because his timing would have been slightly later there, right? So if you think about the timing he completed that outpost, if you walk out here much further, distance to go. And also, if your opponent hard commits later on, now you've just got this outpost really out of position to defend you, right? So, like, the problem you run into, I think it's kind of multifaceted, is like he maybe doesn't want to have to hang here for long. And if you have to walk back, that means the outpost doesn't protect you. You're not going to be able to garrison it. Like, there's a bunch of layering to the cake. Like, I get the thought of why you want the outpost here. But, you know, I would put it as simple as, you know when we watch Byzantines and they get 2 berries next to each other, like this, and you go, well, why don't you just build the Grand Winery there? Like, you get both of them. And you know why. You know it's just a little bit too greedy. Yeah, this way, he'll still secure the initial pit mine. And the whole idea is when you get feudal, this idea of protecting both pit mines shouldn't matter because you should be strong enough to protect it anyway. You shouldn't need an outpost to do all the heavy lifting. So nice Hospitaller coming through. To be expected, and he's moving on to the stone. Demu is a 2 TC boy. I mean, I can't say I'm surprised. Wait, is he? Oh, no. My apologies, Benjamin. He is not a 2 CC boy. They just had their pickaxes out and were baiting me. He's going deer, so we're getting 1 town center. What's the advantages of this for Mali Knights Templar matchup? Because I would have assumed that it's just very natural to go 2 TC against Mali, so that you scale your work account to compete with Fulani. Spear's still trying to be a little bit of a nuisance, but until that sheep is fully eaten, very difficult to get value here. So tech up complete. Safe passages is on the way. Spear upgrade as well. Presumably, we're going to be getting archery follow-up here. I mean, what else could you do with feudal? So, like, the possibilities are what? Probably archers or some sort of fast castle build. There we go. Archery coming in. Because I don't think you get too much out of FCing this matchup, right? Like, you get to castle, and you'd be very slow to push out your Templar bros. Your opponent could already be scaling so far. There's a lot of details there. Wait, is this guy made... Is this a meme account? Has he literally just made another fresh account because he got banned? What's up, bro? Oh, yeah, you go watch that elsewhere, yeah? Go watch that. Okay, so first Pilgrim's coming through. Oh, dude, that's funny. Love to see at least 1 heal off the spears. It is pretty nice. Freya, what? You're a bit loud, darling. Yeah, you do, I know. And you're very loud because you got headphones on. Okay, so Archer coming out from Marinelord. That's not too bad because you know your opponent's probably going Archers, so you can just use Archer range for Javelins too. So it just clears up the threat in the meantime.
I gotta say, I'm kind of like scratching my head on this.
Have we seen many successful 1 TC Knights Templar games recently? I don't think so, right? Like, it definitely feels a bit different. I don't know. It might be that I've just been watching way too many Corvinus games, so I've gotten way too used to WeLikeVillagers.com. It's also had to be so hard to resist the temptation. Like this right here was Demu being Schmeagle, and this was the ring. Like double deer on top of each other like this is just begging for a town center drop. And you know, you might be like, well, KP he couldn't because he's against Warrior Scouts, and Warrior Scouts are gonna block him. Yeah, but he already had spears, so that threat is a little bit lower, right? You could have pulled the spears back, defended this area, and got the town center up. I think the crazy part to me is that he's just flat out trying to do mass archers against Marley elusive. Marley that can just switch javelins, right? So possible he's looking for the bait and switch where you're like, haha, you've gone jabs, I can go horseman. Because I don't really see the value in your Knight's Hospitaller here. Right? Is if your opponent's building Archer Sofa, that's like the two best units to beat Knight's Hospitaller. Because Sofa are heavy cav for bonus damage against infantry. And the Knight's Hospitaller have less ranged armor than melee armor. And that was cheeky. He pulls the board to get the extra damage to kill. That was really smart because if he just went and poked with a lower base damage, what will end up happening is that the villager, or rather the pilgrim, will run and they move faster when they're running like that. So cheeky little play there makes the difference. Marinelord hasn't, whoopsie, a little bit of a misclick there. Needs the garrison, the cow. Has got the wolves coming up though, and he's already on deer as well. Yeah, I love the way he's exploiting the spawn instead of just being lazy. Like, it was very easy as a Marleyan player to get lazy and say, I have cow, I don't care. But I think this is a much smarter approach. It just allows you to kind of compete directly with the gathering rate your opponent's achieving. I wonder if he'll switch to jabs. Demu recently lost 3 TC Templar versus Marley. Did he rush 3 TC though? I feel like, isn't 2 TC good enough? I wonder what the thought process was for 3. Because if you rush 2 TC, then when your opponent tries to rush Fulani, you end up with, what, usually 12 to 15 villagers by the time they're getting the Fulani with full cow. Marinelord spawns ain't funny anymore. Dude, it's just it's so cute. It's so cushy, isn't it? Also, the flexy tree lines, like you harass him on the right, he goes to the left. He hasn't walked the little backside is the danger point. So for the meantime, trying to dive through. Looks like Demu is starting to stockpile resources. Yeah, because the danger here is if you keep building raw army only, I think you have to go sooner rather than later. Because the danger is when Marlians are allowed to scale Sofa like this in second age, it's not just that they can fight you in the second age, it's that they can very easily convert to the third age and have a full armor. So Demu looks to get moving, isn't just going to chill pill. Does mean that his economy is a little bit vulnerable, but that's why he built double outpost. He's got the steel arrow coming through too. Hospitaller, he's actually queuing the boys up. Okay, is he going to get min-maxi here and like pull back every injured unit to heal? Wolf says this matchup is 70% winning for KT, but he always goes 2 CC. Yeah. Yeah, no, I agree with that. Like, I mean, heavy spears can be a bit dicey. I think that win percentage is going to pivot a bit because of the Farimba builds, maybe. But if this is like Fulani versus 2TC, I think there's a lot of sense in like Knights Templar coming out ahead like that. Marinelord. Forced to react here, but nice cut on reinforcements. Honestly, his army is bigger on the front, though. It's tight between them. Like, quality matters, though. It's 6 Sofa to 8 spears. And there's enough archers to eliminate the spears almost straight away, right? Like, one hit, one hit, one hit. And he will begin. First one brought down. More Sofas arriving. And there's the missing troops, guys. Demu. It's going to be a bit of a pickle. Gets baited forward again. Ooh, doesn't quite get the finishing touch on that spear. A lot of low HP ones, but now there's the trickle damage. This is really dangerous for spears. Has to turn around. That's going to be a burn of all of them. And the Sofa immediately bypassed without hesitation. Okay, this is the problem. He's only got 3 spearmen behind this. So Sofa going to get a great trade. Marinelord rushing forward with the archers too. And guys, this is when Marinelord doesn't have the advantage. He's behind on blacksmith decks. Yeah, his DPS on his archers are lower, but still. Nicely done there. Scares Demu away. Behind this, Marinelord hasn't added in more cow, but he's about to start. This is such a... I knew to check it as well. This is such a classic Marinelord type moment. He took a good trade, and he's always been this min-maxer of like, okay, I think if I just get one small, a petit advantage, I can turn it into a big advantage. And in fairness to him, I'd call that anything but petite. You know, being twice the size in terms of destroyed value, a big deal here. Demu's committed again. Yeah, so I guess he added in the Hospitalaires to bog down the Archer Fire. You don't have that much armor, but you do have a lot more health, and obviously you don't take bonus damage. So the idea is kind of cool. And the Sofa, oh god. The idea was cool. Yeah, guys, the idea was cool, not is. They don't exist anymore. Hospitalaire dead. Sofa freaky tanky too. And remember, these guys, they hit for almost 20 damage. Archers are caught up fully. You just can't get away from this now. This is headlock territory. Looks like Demu was starting to scale resources for maybe a tech up, but the problem with this is like Marlians used to be the civ that needed castle with this type of comp. Now, ever since they buffed Sofas last year, you can snowball a win off of this. So really, you know, choice is his. He can keep massing feudal army or thinking about castle. But with archers this close to the base, come on. There's no reality Marinelord dropped this game. What, you mean other than the fact he dropped one game in the series already and like there was multiple strategies Knights Templar could have done here? I don't know, I would be curious to the thought process from Demu on why he didn't want a 2TC. Because like there must have been something he practiced, something that like gave him this notion of like this worked well against Mali. But it feels definitely curious because we do see so many 2 town center builds from Knights Templar. Maybe he's had like some bad experiences against Farimba rushes. But looks like the bad experience of Mali in this game is about to come through. Yeah, dive on in now. Burn damage good enough. That's going to be minus 10 workers. And if you were 2 TC, you could afford that. 1 TC, you definitely can't. He's thinking about Castellades, but my concern is without the deer here, does he have much sheep? He's got 5 sheep underneath the town center. He doesn't really have the food to do much with Castellage. Mali's super good, and Marinelord had a very good spawn. Yeah. I mean, in fairness, Demu had a really good spawn too. He got double deer right on top of each other. That's really good. But I don't know. I don't know if that attack that he was attempting works any better if it's 4 golds from Marinelord. I guess a little bit better, but like enough to make the difference. I'm not entirely sure. Angevin Spears are coming in 30 seconds, guys. But remember, Angevin Spears is expensive. The heavy spears are not cheap. And we just mentioned he doesn't have good food access. Oh, hold on a sec. Did he sneak the ball? Okay, that's kind of crafty. Yeah, he actually snuck out and full secured the ball. Still, Marinelord, not to be outdone. He's going castle too. Honestly, Fulani or Farimba works here really nicely with this type of lead. Like, Fulani kind of seems greedy, but you're already winning so much, you can just do it. Farimba could have been sick as well, because if your opponent is stuck relying on heavy spears to protect him, like, you can just go Javelineers to shut down the archers, and then follow up by unlocking Mansa Musafati. Like, this is interesting with Malians now. Like, they have a lot of the answers to Knights Templar through Farimba, and the ways they change that. Fulani. Because Sofa has been winning this game, so why not win more? Towards the tree line here. Demu's going to hear that check up momentarily, and it'll only take 30 seconds for the archers to get upgraded. It's kind of depressing. Like, you teched first, and you're going to have a 15-second window with your archers. There you go. 28 seconds, 14. Well, it all began so hopeful for Demu, didn't it? I don't know, I'm a bit deflated on this. Like, I got always like, oh man, dude, we absolutely have to see the rest of this series. Ben's leading. Marinelord's a game down. But since then, it's just been surgical by the Frenchman. Veterancy's now in. Poison Arrow's coming up behind this. Sofa can be cute too, because he's got Fulani, he'll be able to afford it. Poison Arrows melts the heavy spears. It does indeed. But like, I'm saying Farimba as an alternative, like why Farimba's really good against Knights Templar now, is like if they mass archers, you go Javelineers. And then if they just cheese you with heavy spears, you cheese them with Mansa Musafati. So I think you have a lot more flexibility now with Mali. Maybe stream early? Yeah, you get more content. What's the problem? What was the problem? You got more stuff. Hey. Sofas can be cute. I prefer to say they can be vicious. I think Warrior Scouts can be adorable. Like, have you ever seen Warrior Scouts trying to beat archers? It's adorable. In Feudal Age. Poison arrows. Going to be stacking up damage now. Sends in one sofa to bait all of them to braze. That's very interesting. Yeah, because they're not chasing you at that point, and then you're stacking more poison. These guys are on a coffee break. I don't blame them. If I was looking forward and seeing people charge into the breach dying, I too would be like, oh, hold on a sec. I just got to tie my shoelace. But you can sit there, you can wait for it, but it's going to come nonetheless. Marinelord now with clear archer advantage. And Demu, he has got back on the deer, but we're not seeing a switch up. We're just seeing a GG. 2-1. Marinelord, 1 game away from a more expected outcome when these two match up. Alrighty then. Bit of a rough one for Benjamin. Even though he whipped out the ultra game strat of like making Marinelord play earlier than he's used to playing, it still doesn't seem to be working. Actually, it did. Game 1 worked because it was early enough that Marinelord wasn't awake yet. But now we head into Dry Arabia. House of Lancaster versus French. I didn't quite catch what their draft was on this, but what I can do is check what the snipes were. Yeah, so Shushi gets denied from Demu, and Marinelord's Macedonians get denied. It's an interesting matchup. Yeah, isn't it kind of a depressing matchup for Lancaster if they tried to fight? I don't know. I don't like this if you fight, right? Yeah, let's get Gambas up. Thank you very much. I think this matchup might, like, weirdly enough, I don't want to say it's going to be 2TC because the Knights Templar one wasn't 2TC, you know? So yeah, a little bit of a weird one with that. Sorry, checking messages behind the scenes. And then after this, our goal would be to do... Probably, I think we do Corvinus B. Could be an entertaining one. That'll be memology. Although, I think last time they met, didn't be Frio Corv, right? Like, I think it was just very fast. 2-1 Demu? No, 2-1 Marinelord. It's just set up that way because you're coin flipping on whether they're on the left or right side when you get in. And Demu and Voldemar already played. Voldemar versus Demu, the outcome was 3-1 in favor of Demu. Voldemar won with Shushi up against Sengoku. The only one that he won. Well, my instincts were wrong. Let me flip that. So, 1 for Demu. I mean, honestly, it is a coin flip when you get in with who spawns where. I flipped it around based on the loading screen so many times just for it to be wrong. This is it. This is the time. Ben needs to dig deep and rise high like he did in game number 1 this series. It's Lancaster French time. And we've got the best Frenchman and one of the best French players on the French in the blue. It's Jailmates Marinelord. Demu opts for something, a slice of home. The Brit boy returns to the good old days of Lancaster, and he's going to be going for a Dark Age rush to kick off this Dry Arabia game number 4. Now, I'm still curious about where he's going to go with this, because we just had a Knights Templar game where I thought Ben would go for 2TC, and he neglected it entirely. He didn't bother. He went 1TC. It didn't work out. But this matchup, do you have any option but 2 Town Center? Because just digest it. Think about what I'm saying here, right? Like, the alternative is you build Spearmen to combat Knights, and your opponent builds Archers. What do you then build as Lancaster? You're probably thinking Hobbler, but they're nerfed. Like, they're actually quite expensive to scale now. They're not as disposable as they were. So that leaves the Yeomen, which are a premium archer unit. And your economy is a lot weaker in the early game now as Lancaster than it used to be. So that's why I've been leaning the idea of 2TC. I think ever since I saw B do the 2-town center mass outpost defense strat, I'm kind of sold on it as a bread and butter reliable way of playing. But it might be that since we saw that, players are now countering it. Because I could see Fast Castle counterplaying Total Mode Lancaster. But we'll see. For now, obviously goes on the gold. He did stop at just the 3 Spearmen. And V for Victory walls are already up, so Marinelord will be cozy getting resources. If he does want to go for the stone and start going for 2TC, ooh, it would be pretty hard, right? Like, this town center option feels very far away. The alternative is Ford as well. Yeah, this might be tricky. So the alternative is what? Just Aviv Kings, you spam spears until your opponent builds archers. It should be a chill to build Chamber of Commerce. Yeah, sorry, won't be Chamber of Commerce, rather be School of Cavalry. What I was going to say is you're not going to get Chamber of Commerce on this map because of the trade post placement. If it was corner, maybe. Like, actually, I think, isn't Lancaster in some ways a really good civ to trade against? Because they don't have premium cavalry options early on, so that it's very hard for them to shut down trade. Abbey of Kings with 5. Wait, how's the predictions going? Look at that. We've got some Ben believers. There's a chance, guys. He beat the overpowered Sengoku with Abbasids, which I do think is an Abbasids favored matchup, but I don't think it's like a guaranteed stomp matchup, you know? Like, there are more egregious, lopsided face-offs than Abbasid Sengoku. Look at the spawn actually from Marinelord. In fairness, he didn't get an ML spawn this game. Yeah, there's nothing insane about it. Like, he did get back gold, sure, but he was always going to V for Victory walls. I don't think that changes much there. The deer is fairly far out, close to the boar, sure, but like actually Demu's boar deer spawn is better. And his deer is just as exposed as Demu, so he got an outrageous spawn with Malians, but this one's a bit more chill. Wrong color, punished by God. What do you mean? He was true to the blue. It should be illegal to pick French and pick anything but blue. Sorry, but it's just true. Amber King's almost complete. It's 2TC. Ooh, this is gonna be a spicier meatball, because is he gonna have to place the town center defensively? Because like we said, the options aren't great here, right? The boar and deer is pretty far out. This deer is forward, and you don't have wheelbarrow. That's a pretty big deal, guys. Marinelord, he has got that first knight already on the way. Just 15 seconds out. Yeah, and then it takes him about another, what, 20 to cover? You won't have a town center up by then. 3 spears could defend you against 1 knight. You just have to make sure that you're on point with positioning and micro. Marinelord. He's checking south side. He's actually suspicious about the greedy drop, which is the deer and the boar. Demu, good discipline there. Adding in more spearmen instead of just rushing it. He has got the mana down as well. That's going to generate more wood, more food. Albeit not too much, right? Because a lot of his economy is over here. So, yeah, he bum rushes the stone to pull back afterwards. That's quite smart. Because remember, this calculates based on time spent under. So you want to burst this and then get back underneath the mana as quickly as possible to get more resources. First night. Ooh. Marinelord's being a bit cheeky there. Yeah. I like the waypointing. Like, he was heading up to the very edge of TC range to see if there's anyone there. And he even yoinks a sheep. Okay, so 13 sheep versus 8. But that means they must have got even Stevens, right? No. Oh, yeah, sorry. Yeah, they did. 19 to 15 is even because Lancaster gets 4 more sheep. If you're wondering why, you've clearly never been up to Lancaster on the weekend after 9 p.m. Love their kebabs. Whereas I've never heard a Frenchman speak about kebabs, so I assume they have a disdain. And what's up, XD? Appreciate the sub, mate. Welcome to Swarm. Okay, so Archer's transitioned into straight away. That creates the space now, and it's going to be a defensive 2 TC. So, there's food problems, guys. Like, you know, he's probably going to have a little bit of the spaghetti and the pasta sauce, but no meatball. Yeah, because I think Demu may actually need to set up farms very early here. Spears. Yeah, we're trying to be cheeky. They almost get a night kill there, but good micro Marinelord pulls away. Yeah, destroyed value is not looking too good for Demu. Not able to snatch anything. Loses the initial spearman. Movement out now to Deer. Marinelord, of course, just going to play 1 TC escalation into push. We have seen a lot more French players just going for semi-fast castle when they see this type of play, though. So that is also in the back of your mind, is like, huh, could Marinelord just FC? French knights are very good in feudal. Yes. And the sky is blue and the grass is green. I'm sorry, but yeah, it's like French knights are considered to be the best feudal age unit in the game. Right, like, is there anything better than them? When you go back to, like, release of AoE4, I think Longbows was up there. They competed. But now it's just French knights as goats. We need a goat knight. Sipahi? You think Sipahi are better than French knights? That's a ballsy statement. I don't know if I can back that. It's tough as well, because when you see French versus Ottomans, they're not just going to build Sipahi, right? So, like, yeah. You can't even mirror it by the way they compete, because, like, an Ottoman player is going to add in spears and probably be thinking about Janissaries. Raider elephants are cool. I still prefer French knights, though. I think it's a lot easier to get a kill with a French knight. Because they're quicker, they have that charge. Like, what makes the Raider elephants threatening is the trample, but the trample really gives you away. Okay, now you're adding in heal elephants. Like, dude, this is like going... Yeah. Like, I can be... You know what? I reckon I could take... Easily could take down the world heavyweight boxer if you give me boxing gloves. Okay, that sounds unbelievable, KP. With knives attached to them. Okay, a little bit more believable. And I get a shotgun. Okay, yeah, you could beat him at that point. Yeah, I think you got a good shot at that point. It's like when someone says, well, I can beat French with Ottomans easily once I have 16 Great Bombards and 50 Janissaries. Like, well, hold up. This is like when my child says, I'm going to be an astronaut. And they're like, okay, but we got to talk about, like, it's adorable when you're a kid, but when you grow up, we got to talk about which college you're going to, your graduation grades, courses. Is this a 10-year, 15-year plan? Like, what we do? This is interesting from Demu, though, because I mentioned the whole, like, Hobbler are really weak right now. He goes for them. But he's on 2 TC, right? So, like, you can eventually afford this, but right now, is this not quite straining? I mean, I guess Hobblars are still pretty cheap. Right, 75 food. His focus seems to be on raiding. He's moving around now, but Marinelord, the wall timing is gonna save him there. There is an opening over here, and I don't think he glimpsed it. No, so Hobblar, they get in. Knight's gonna react. They have got the gate. So they can leave. And the other walls are up. Mostly. Yeah, so Hobblars don't have an easy exit now. Ooh. Uh-oh. Walls going up. Marinelord walks 4 up there to guarantee it. So the Hobblar wave is now stuck. Marinelord's like, boys, we're going to be here a while. Let's just get chopping. Knights will be able to cut down a few, do a bit more damage. He's got a second wave coming, so Demu's trying to distract and raid. Hold on. Marinelord does see this early. He's got the outpost. French Knight, ladies and gentlemen. That's 6 versus 1. Because the scout is just a coffee cup holder at this point. If I had every superpower imaginable, I could so totally take on Superman, right? Like, if my mom had wheels and handles, she'd be a bike. Archers now just poking away at this. He does already have the ranged armor, but still Dara evens it out. Great strike point there. So practically all Hobbler are dead. Can you split the damage? Gets the shot. This is expensive so far for Demu. He has snuck out onto 4 deer, but my concern now is like losing what, 5-6 Hobbler already? Like you're setting up for a counter-attack point. Nice dive in towards the gold though. But night reaction is going to be swift. So no kills to be attained. And that's without textiles. Like this is just the nature of Hobbler and why they can be a bit weird sometimes. They're very annoying. But it's like death by 1,000 gnats, right? Like death by 1,000 flies. What do you think their strengths and weaknesses are? I think Demu has insanity on his side. I think Demu's very polar. Sometimes he'll play the most meta-y things, and then other times he'll take you off the beaten road. Like, as the game goes later, I quite like Demu's wackiness. But the problem is, I think what a big weakness for him is when he matches up against Marinelord is not just that Marinelord's one hell of a player, it's the way Marinelord plays. Marinelord is extract small value, escalate very fast off of it. And that kind of counteracts the idea of I'm crazy in late game, watch out for me in late game. Goes back to that idea, you know, if I have 40 hand cannons, of course I'm going to win the fight. How do you get them? How do you catch a break here? The villagers! No! No wheelbarrow! He's got textiles, but not wheelbarrow? Okay. Well, rip villager advantage entirely. That's gone. The slowest escape ever. Oh my god. We call Demu old. His villagers look like they need Zimmer frames, walking sticks, and maybe assisted movement with wheelchairs. God damn. And they're still walking. Wait, what? Okay, Demu's been scrimming with me and Micah. Like, what am I watching right now? I know we're British, but, like, seriously, we don't take queuing to this degree. It's not a competitive sport for us. But apparently, it's in our blood. 40 villagers with a slow walk. He just completed wheelbarrow. Hey, at least we're going to be faster now. Meanwhile, in the center, Knights are having a field day. Now, Marinelord, he lost most of his archers. But actually, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 Knights going down. Demu, wait, what? He got a much better trade than I ever would have expected. When I'm watching 40 villagers walk away, I assume the game is over. But no. Ben may be behind by 6 workers, but he traded out in the end a lot better than I quite frankly think anyone was expecting. Like, I don't think even he was expecting that good of a trade. Still, Marinelord, you know, has clear edge, right? He's 6 workers up. Demu is thinking about Castle Age. Marinelord is starting to save up some food, but does seem like he still wants to keep attacking. Yeah, actually, I don't know. Why did Marinelord stop attack? I think for Marinelord, the problem is after that fight, he doesn't know what we know. He doesn't see what we see, which is that Demu just walked villagers from here, all the way around here, all the way down here, all the way over here, without wheelbarrow. I think if Marinelord had that piece of info, he probably would have just go straight south. He's going now, but that small breathing room, that little gap, has given Demu a fragment of hope. Still no farms, by the way. That's what worries me so much about this. The White Tower is ready to be built, but he's here? This is like when I'm a kid and my dad was like, stops at the side of the road, is like, you need the toilet, go use the tree. I'm like, you want me to do that here? Well, we're going to see if whizzing up against trees at the side of the road works out, or if a strange man comes in and catches you doing it. That strange man has caught you. Marinelord butchers him for this. Look at the bodies. He's now 20 workers down. White Tower up. Marinelord attacking. Guildhall on the way. He saves himself temporarily. The deer's almost gone. The boar can't be doing that well. He's got a lot of workers to catch up on. And keep in mind now, his base isn't protected, guys. He White Tower dropped this food. So unless he now wants to switch onto stone to build a castle at home, it's pretty obvious what the next steps are for Marinelord. This main base looks pretty easy to get into with heavy knights. Immediately queues up the veterancy, Cantor saddles 2, Marinelord pivoting into the arbitrary and already has a monastery coming down. And what set are we going to be looking at after this one? I think we said we were going to check in on Corvinus versus B. I think that would be quite a fun one. And even Gambesons, he knows. He's like, okay, crossbows to counter potentially knights, as well as men-at-arms. Not that he'll have many knights. And then Gambesons means that spears do nothing to you. And you've got to be expecting spears, right? Like, your opponent has seen all these knights already. Damn, the Stone Cavern. Big boy castle incoming. That's going to be setting up for the discounts. You can see he's already actually perfectly slapped out the infrastructure to allow a castle here. Don't know if there's ever a world in which he keep drops the enemy side of the map. I mean, I feel like you're so far ahead. The castle drop is a little bit throwy here. Right? It's like, just because you can doesn't mean you should. It's that classic one. Like, I could eat 100 sugar-coated and, you know, full-on, like, icing-top donuts, but I would get diabetes. The early Hobblar raids were an unnecessary risk. I think the risk could pay off if Demu's timing is more aligned. So, like, he had Hobblar raid 1 come in, and then Hobblar raid 2 was, like, what, 15, close to 15 seconds later, maybe more? I think that's the tricky part, right? It's kind of like how you, when you play Holy Island, you attack one place and attack the other at the same time, and that's how you get your edge. But, like, if you're trickling Hobblar raids 1 by 1, not that scary. And now we have 2 TC from Marinelord, so... Yeah, he went for this before the castle, didn't he? Man, he's as chill as can be. He knows he has the worker lead, and now with 2 town center, he'll definitely keep it. Need to send Marinelord some Serbian food or dash to nerf him. Marinelord, we're gonna have to, like, if that happens, I'll have to set Marinelord up with a PC specialist sponsorship. Get him one of these gaming laptops so you can sit on the crapper and play at the same time. Oh god. Get him a little, like, custom mouse stand to sit at the side of the toilet. The whole kit and caboodle.
I don't know, man. Like, the way I've been watching Demu move around the map, ever since that, it very much became clear with that worker walk down south. He basically has been forced to play a big chunk of this game like Neo Micah strat, which is like meaningful but can work if you have a burst target in mind. Now, the burst of Marinelord is going to be focused on the main base. Moves in with the knights, leaves the arbitrary at home. Castle drop has been set up, and that's a lot of archery ranges. Everything went south of that movement, literally and figuratively. Oh, good. We can start it again. We're back on the deer. No, he's got an army this time. The concern is in like 2 minutes, 3 minutes, Marinelord's going to bring the arbitrary forward, right? Then what happens? Because Demu doesn't counter arbs. He actually loses... Everything in his army loses to arbs. So crossbowmen are worse arbitrary. Spearmen absolutely cannot be arbitrary. And Lords, Earlsguard, these are all heavily armored units. They definitely lose to arbitrary. And the reason spears can't win is that. 6 melee armor. And you do 10 damage, you can -1 armor. So you do 5 damage per strike while taking 12 damage. Potentially, what, like, you know, 11 reduction. And you do have more health. But it's 80 HP compared to, what, 134, but normally 110. And that extra health probably isn't going to exist in the fight, guys, because when they approach, Marinelord's obvious target for arbitrary is every one of those lords. Because every time, like, you see an army this big, every time one of these guys goes down, that's 5% less health for all of this. Now, knights on the workers again. A Hobblar switch. Interesting.
The Hobbler would be the solution. They're a little bit weird, by the way, because Hobbler, the problem with them is the melee damage is lower than standard horsemen. So Arbitrary are actually kind of weirdly tanky, even against the counter. I don't know. This matchup is one that I don't really like for Lancaster in general. It feels a bit weird. Let's chase him back. Looks like Marinelord's prepping for him. Guildhall hasn't been pulled, right? He's just got a lot sitting there. Yeah, Thousand Food. He could pull it right now. But you see what he's been doing. He's been setting up farms. He's got 18 farms already. Big, healthy worker lead. And now we get the Pavis drop. Stand ground motion here. Marinelord starts singing We Shall Not Be Moved in French. Demu is about to be moved to the timeout bench. I mean, his front line is dead here, right? Arbitraries have held on reliably. The Knights pretty much just got sacked for this. And now the Horseman wave from Marinelord. Just a sick read there. Your Horsemen are better Horsemen than your opponents. Demu has to retreat. A lot of stone gathered. He's feeling a bit freaked out. So probably a castle drop coming in. But the castle drop by Marinelord is so much better. Red Palace in the center. Demu did good damage. I would agree. But you have to remember that Marinelord was saving for tech while taking that fight. That should have been the hard fight to win, you know? That's what I think makes this look pretty grim now. I think you'll know as well. After the hit he took in different ways, now look at this and going, why did I get that good of a trade? It's kind of going to make it feel like the tech up was coming. And you always know it's going to be coming anyway, because remember, you're playing against a Civ that has this resource generating landmark. An insane resource generating landmark. It's going to be mass horsemen. Oh man, the flood is coming. Castle drop towards the sacred site. Wait, is Demu just going castle, castle, castle? I'm not sure what the idea... Because, like, the castles of Lancaster, remember, it gives plus damage on your Osgard when you build them. But that's not... You're not going to build them against Arbitrary, right? Like, this looks pretty over. Dive's coming into the main. Arb's upgrade is on the way. Horsemen only vetted, but still good enough, right? Like, your opponent's only got crossbows to defend. Workers can't protect themselves. And this, folks, is why the White Tower usually gets placed in the base. Well, I said us Brits like queuing. Unfortunately, Demu has queued up for losses as this series has gone on. Start off so strong with a 1-0 up. But let's face reality. Since then, this has been Marinelord spearheading the series game after game. And the village, like, well, if we're going to die, we might as well touch wheat one more time. What are we, celiacs? They're going to be feeling more pain than the celiacs person. Main line has already just been disintegrated. Crossbow's now exposed. This is all pre-crossbow stirrups as well. An elite horseman upgrade will be coming in soon. Yeah, unless Demu can somehow get a castle up now in his base and then find the food Imperial, this is going to get out. Oh, wait, the village? Wait, the village? Okay, they got the cannon. MVP's right there. Still, that is now almost a 61. I think in hindsight, I don't know, like, could Demu have just done, like, 2 TC? And farms and outposts? I don't know. Like, it works against some civs. We've seen it pretty effective there. Maybe French is just a bit too aggressive, though. And yeah, just checking on the calculations. So Demu, he won one series, right? He won the Voldemar one. He's lost this one. I don't know if that's confirmed out. No, it's not, right? Because only 3 players have won 2 series. So there is a sliver of hope for Demu still. But it's thin. Okay, can we just give up now? GG. Brits love queuing, but we definitely do not like losing to the French. You have to win all 3 series now? Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. If he wins all remaining series, because only 3 players out of the 4 that would need to have won 2 series, right? All right, there we go. So, with that now done, we can look forward to our next series. And we were going to look in on... Which one did we say we were going for? The Corvinist, right? Yeah, I think B Corvinus is the interesting one to watch there. So let me see if I've got their draft at the ready. We have indeed. So let's get ready for game number 1. Draft is Coastal Cliffs, Borderland, Kawasan, Dry Arabian Gorge. B got his Malians and Chinese and French to open his draft, which is crazy. Corvinus chose Macedonian Knights Templar and Abbasids. Game 1, which is on Coastal, is going to be Snipes on Jean and Malians, which means we get French versus Macedonian. So let's get ready for that 1 second, because they're a few minutes in game already. Oh, wait. No. Wait, what? Sorry. No, they've already played 1 game. That was quick. Really? Or did they redraft? I'm just double checking. Let me exit this and have a look, just to confirm. They may have already had G1. Oops. Yeah, okay, so Coastal, that was a fast game then. Like, what, 15 minutes? 9 minutes 51. French beat Macedonians under 10 minutes. That's fast. That's fast, man. That is very surprising as well. All right, so let's get ready for G2. All right, bear with me a moment, guys. Update stream name. Speedrun? Seriously. Like, pre-10-minute win between French and Macedonians doesn't sound normal. That sounds unhinged, man. Oof. Is it Elephanto fun time or time to rant about China being OP? Let's find out. We hop into game number 2 between B and Corvinus. B in the orange is the Chinese. Corvinus, kind of back to the roots, right? The man who was known as the Delhi Main, now evolving into Tuklak ways. Dry Arabia is the map, though, and I'm curious about how he's going to approach this. Because Tuklak on land is usually multi-castle / TC. But against China... My worry is that China can just fast castle, super fast actually, and then take relics and push you later. So let's see what the two have got in mind. MSN 3-2B? Yeah, that is pretty crazy. He was in here earlier, we gave him a big congrats, because that's an unusual result, right? Like, B versus MSN, even just MSN taking 2 games there would have been a shocker, but he managed to take the full 3 from B. Does put a question mark over B's performance, because, like, day 1 was a mixed bag for him. Right? Especially with that outcome. Like, even the series against Loue was not clean. It was a 3-1. By comparison, Poppy Paw 3-0 stomped Loue. So, you know, B just not looking like the scariest person right now. Despite the fact he is fresh off a S-tier tournament win, his first ever LAN appearance in Age of Empires 4 getting him a dub, he hasn't been the same beast at the beginning here. It's weird polar opposites as well, because I feel like Anatan has been kind of towards the other end of the spectrum where
on that same LAN, he performed really rough, really poorly. And then here, he's off to a decent start. That is interesting. So we're going to the Tower Victory. I'm kidding. It's not interesting. It's just standard. But, like, let's be totally real. We see this every game. So if I don't say something's interesting, he will be moving out for the stone. That part is a little bit interesting, though. He goes for the stone further away than the close one. I'm sorry. Like, do you want to rethink that? You're saying B turned cheats off. So you think he was able to use cheats on a LAN in person in front of an admin, but they won't work online? We're going down the fanboy conspiracy theorist tinfoil hat hole here. Not gonna say who'd have to be a fanboy to make that comment up, but yeah, sure, let's go for that. You know what it is? The joke's on you guys. What you don't realize is B's big advantage at that LAN. It's pretty simple, actually. He was used to the quality of Serbian food, and Marinelord wasn't. So, you know, his true superpower is his iron bowels. So Chinese tech up coming in with Imperial Academy. I think usually these type of matchups, like you try to archer spam, right? But knowing it's gonna be castle drops, I'd be shocked if he did. Like, has anyone in chat actually tried to beat 2 castle, 2 clack in Feudal Age? Can you speed up a bit? Oh, yes, right. We've got, like, the early game, haven't we? So we can speed up a few minutes. I forgot about that. Yeah, if you face this build, you know it's pointless to try and attack in Feudal. It takes so much more effort to try and fight this and beat it in Feudal than to just straight up go castle. You know what it's like? It's like, what's that unit in Age of Empires 2? A lot of the players have been coming across it, and they've just been getting, it's champies, right? The champy strats that a lot of people have been experiencing in Age of Empires 2. It's like solution with that as well, just go Castle Age. So yeah, it kind of plays out a lot of the same way here. So Corvinus secures the other stone. This is smartly done, right? He harvests this, he knows this will be gone, this will be vulnerable. So he secures his first, he goes for the increased production for workers, and then this one will be setting up to give him food for all nearby houses and farms. That I did not expect, though. B went 2 TC, guys. That's very unusual. And also a little bit rough on the deer placement there, because he's going to end up dropping at TC instead. So 2 town center and a fast castle for B. It's going to be a lot quicker than Corvinus, you know. Because remember, Corvinus, like, he has to gather up all this stone first to build the castles, and then go towards CA. I wonder if B would ever do Song. Because if you go Song Dynasty, you get the increased production rate on workers, right? Because right now, your opponent actually has the edge there. You can see Governor Multan in, and he's got tier 3. So 50% increased production rate, 13 seconds to produce workers. 2 TC is good enough to beat it still, but like it does leave them a bit tighter than they otherwise would be. The farms coming in, or rather the houses, which will function like farms. B with the Imperial Palace. So the to-be-expected landmark here. Yeah, you don't really see Clock Tower anymore. Also, Clock Tower in this matchup is pretty rough. Because you're usually expecting Raider Elephants, and Raider Elephants can walk over your units. So you can't protect siege. Barbican near the boar and deer is too good to miss out on. Oh, down here? Maybe later on. I don't know. I feel like people just often, by the time they're scaling to go here with 2 TC, they might not. Okay, you're a god. There you go. Just take it all, literally and figuratively. Congrats. You've been watching this game already, haven't you? So what I was gonna say is, like, it might be that he doesn't tap the food quick enough for Barbican to make sense over just Lancer and Monks. But B is basically doing every possible greedy thing imaginable. He's gone 2 TC. He's gone Song Dynasty, Fast Castle, Relics. He's just out greeding 2 Clack. This is what I don't like about this build personally. The effective counterplay towards Tuklak double castle is to be more greedy than they are. The reason why that's not great gameplay dynamics is it's very reminiscent of the TC race. You guys remember that? We had a stupid TC meta a long time ago where everyone would go 2 TC, but then someone would go 3 TC. So then you went 3 TC. But then if they went 4 TC, you went 4 TC. And this just kept going and going and going until you had someone like 4 or 5 TCs and everyone was reaching 140 pop quickly. It just wasn't very engaging, right? My hopes is that what B is doing does prove so effective that Tuklak stop doing what they have been, which is this 2 castle build. Honestly, though, looks like Corvinus is going for fast in. Wait, what? He really is, guys. What? Meanwhile, B, he got the relic, so he's just going back for the Yuan play. That'll give him access to even more resources by pagodering. Can we all agree and appreciate that, like, the way the meta has evolved away from this, because this was like 2022 gameplay style. Can we agree that this is better? Right? I feel like you can be a 2 TC enjoyer and still admit that this not being the meta anymore, like moving away from this was better. Third castle now. Imperial about to be triggered. Has to be Palace of Sultan, right? Because you go Palace of Sultan, and you choose the discount governor. You choose this guy over here called Governor of Ook, because you get a special tier 4 version, right? Which I think is 35% discount on all techs, which makes everything insanely cheap. Oh no, he goes Governor of Ook over here. Even more interesting. And then chooses Hisar Academy. Okay, so he's capping out on governors to get the most value out of Hisar Academy. Because remember the way that works, you generate resources, 70 food and 70 gold per governor. Meanwhile, B's got his snorkeling gear on. 28 Palace Guard. With Yuan Dynasty, by the way. 1.58 movement speed. They're fast. He's only got 1 ranged armor upgrade. Hasn't queued up the second in a rush, i.e. hasn't supervised. But he finds the landmark, and it's a cancel! Oh, no. Okay, army cleared. Dive past now. Turns actually under the castle. Goes for the burn. Can we be real? What is the value of Hisar Academy here? Well, we know what the literal value is, but the figurative value, like, what do you get out of going in? At this rate, you're going to be -1 castle anyway? And are you freaking kidding? Okay, let's just agree to not eco race China. Can we just come together and agree that that's never a good idea? Corvinus just got Imperial Age. B's barely behind him. Spirit Way's already coming in at 16 minutes. When he went 2 TC, Granary farm switched, got relics and pagoda. He built Yuan. So in the time it took Corvinus to build his castles and go Imperial Age, B done Feudal Age twice, Castle Age twice, and Imperial Age. And he built an army. And they tried to tell you China ain't busted. Nah, the eco's still very good for China. Hands down. Like I just done independent granary clusters too. Didn't try and do that triple granary bulk that you see a lot of people do. He's like, well, these people are here, just set it up. Oh, these people are here, I just set it up. Elite Pass Guard upgrade is in. Corv is straight up going hand cannoneers. The castle didn't get taken down. That's a big deal, because remember, that's 70 food, 70 gold extra. He's at 4 castles right now, which means he's generating 560 passive. This one's not exactly tanky, though. No, that's going to be a dead castle. All right, so not generating so much resource anymore. That's going to be him down to 420 passive resource a minute. He's trying to go for the repair. I think too little too late, though. Yeah, he left this way too long. The burnt damage denies him. And the Palace Guard is just so fast. Oh my god, it's been so long since I've seen Yuan Palace Guard. They are absurd. 1.58 movement speed on a men-at-arms. Starts to idle out the food gathering area. We have got hand cannons queued up, but like, guys, you're building hand cannoneers against China. China is the best hand cannoneer civ in the game. Because if he ego chows you on this, China can get more range on their guns. Straight up goes for the town center. Now, notice I said if he builds a gun. Because it's starting to look like what B wants to do instead is landmark snipe. Sure. I mean, why not? You're at 64 Palace Guard, and your opponent is producing the slowest unit he can. Well, that's not true. He could build War Elephants instead. Ooh. Goes after Eye of Sauron. That's a bit more ambitious, as opposed to the other castles. Remember, with the Curse of Alia, you decrease the attack speed of things attacking the castle. Cannon placement is also coming in soon. Yeah, actually, the archers are buying in time for that. So expensive. 500 resources. I don't think it's getting the value that Corvinus wanted. Please cancel it. Please. Please. No, don't no, no, no. Guys, wait. Did someone monitor the did he get it? Or did he get it back? That was less than a second, and he didn't cancel it, right? I think the castle got denied just before he would have lost the stone. Still, like, everything else is just gonna die. This is so stupid. That was the most one-sided map I've seen this. Seriously, I just, it doesn't even look remotely close. And this isn't any offense to Corvinus, but like these two strats, these two players, the way they played this going up against each other, dude, this is like a fresh off the boat person queuing into Age of Empires 4 for the first time and getting a conk. That was, I don't even know what else to say except nerf China there. All right, we may have chosen a more than expected Stompy series. I mean, I thought we'd be heading for a B victory overall in this series. But I didn't think it would be this Stompy. Or rather, like, I thought there would be a bit more wacky creativity. I mean, he's trying to be creative and... Is he? I mean, he basically just tried to do the standard Tuklat build, right? Like, if anything, the creativity was from B to just be more greedy than I think anyone would have imagined getting into that game. No one's casting Silver League? No one's casting this. Silver League is, like, inconsistent. You don't know when it's happening. Also, thanks for setting the standards. You're like, wow, this is boring. Can we cast Silver League? Okay, so B, his Shushi gets sniped out. He picks Malians. Corvinus loses the Jean pick. He's got Golden Horde. Golden Horde Mali. This isn't too bad of a matchup for Golden Horde, right? Like, compared to the others, this is kind of okay. Ooh, Gully versus Vortex. Atri Shushi. What are you drinking? Red Bull. Gives me wax. I've got the apricot and strawberry. Okay, so yeah, Gully's not having a good time, guys. I mean, Atri versus Shushi, depending on the map, could be his best shot. But it's starting to look like Vortex is going to 3-0 there. But I think the boys getting ready to roll momentarily. Hey, Red Bull's paying you? Ha ha ha! You're funny. I don't really promote them, I just drink it. And we'll see how things work with them in the future. Product placement? Yep. I mean, that's the thing. It's like, it's just very cheap and efficient for brands to do that. Right? Like the chair I sit in, you know, we basically just got a gifted campaign on that, which is nice. I needed a new chair. It saved me $500. But like, you don't really need to talk about it much. They understand it.
Some companies are really weird to try and work with on this. Like, I've had this with some of my creators where they're like, well, we're gonna need you to place it in a video, and we're gonna need you to talk about it and all these other things. Like, I had someone repping SteelSeries reach out and like, we've got these new headsets, but we need a placement in a YouTube video from your creators for this. I was like, is the budget for this? I'm like, nah. So I was like, okay, so really, you should just be offering to give them the headsets, and if they're good headsets, they'll wear them, and then people will see them. I've had this personally before where I've like had brands reach out and they give you a list of deliverables, but there's no pay. And it's the weirdest experience imaginable. I don't know, like, they probably get some... The sad part, and this is why I think, like, there is value in agencies, right? Like, if you get good agencies, which I think I am a good one, is that there are creators that will take those deals because it's almost like they think it will lead to paid work and they feel uncomfortable to just ask of pay and whatever else. But, like, you should never be uncomfortable about valuing yourself in any avenue of life. Appreciate what you do and what you bring. We didn't miss another game, did they? Haven't played 3 games already, right? Like, I'm pretty sure. No, so we're just waiting a sec for them to get to the next one. Wait, we did? Oh, mother duck. Please tell me that's a reconnect. Did he just GG at 2 minutes? Nah. Did Corvinus just forfeit the game? I'm gonna check with B. I'm checking with B. No way he just tapped out at 2 minutes, right? I mean, I guess we'll look. Like, nothing could really happen. Like, no, possible scout into TC. Yeah, but like, I mean, that doesn't end game, right? Because you would have dropped some sheep off by then, at least. Did he try an outpost rush? Maybe. Oh, he might have tried a Dark Age rush. I got a feeling he may have tried to Dark Age rush Mali, and it backfired. Lost a scout in FF? Surely you'd be dropping off sheep by then. Yeah, Corv's not even here. Okay, B just said Frio, I guess. Like, okay. No. Corv isn't 2-0. It's just I can't be asked to flip it for us to just... Yeah, that's a free op. That's a free op. I mean, in fairness, it's a person's right to call GG if they want to, right? Like, that's the... It's sad for the show, like for the show and all those, like all that stuff is a really sucky thing to happen, but it's within the person's right. So Corvinus is out, right? 3-1 against Beasty. 3-0 against Numadon. Now 3-0 against B. He's not making out of groups. Not out of Group B, man. Group B's got Numadon, Beasty, Poppy Paw B, Lucifron, MSN, Loue. Corv's basically out. That's a bit unfortunate. What we can do is... Let me just double check. There is not the other one's drafts beginning straight. I don't think they are. So we've got a little bit of time. So we might as well check in on Vortex versus Gully. Top 16, just have fun and try out. The problem is, like, for him, there's no stimulant for him to try now. Because, actually, no, sorry, there is. That's not true. The money is different between 9th and 16th. Maybe he just feels like his net is not going to budge, though. I don't know. Whatever. Let's move on. We've got meme clearing. Personal pride could be a stimulant. Corv is an admirer of the memes. Being able to be in an S tier tournament and write GG with walls has got its own... I guess it's got its own value. Right? Kind of. Oh dear. Right. Oh, the kiddos are getting taught today. Gully 2-0 down, faces off against Vortex. DS Vortex in the red on the HRE. It's meme clearing time. And Gully is digging deep. The best Civ. No doubt the first pick in his draft. We've got Shushi Legacy in the yellow to try and combat a historically dominant Civ on this teensy tiny map. Yeah, so Vortex showing us the HRE is still a desirable pick on this map. So far, we've seen some new grooves, things such as the Ibids, for example. HRE just feels like home. A map where you get 2 relics practically guaranteed for free, and then a third one to contest. Did not go for the board, mind you. Even though it used to be a very popular play for a lot of civs, we've seen it ignored time and time again in the Dark Age. Tech Up's down the way. Xiangnan for Gully with 1. 4 in the mine work. Vortex understands this is a map that is won by aggression, and he's looking to enable that as much as possible. I wonder what Gully's game strat is going to be here. Do you Palace Guard? Would that feel good? Because the thing about doing Palace Guard is they seem good, but even if your opponent isn't building H3 men-at-arms, he can buff his spearmen and horsemen to quite high degrees. You like the background music? Yeah, we have it for the intros, and then it goes. Gotta balance that thing. I mean, in fairness, we need Microsoft with their infinite Bill Gates bag of money to go and hire some well-known, prestigious artists to get their songs in-game. So that I can then get inaccurately DMCA'd on YouTube for that, too. Okay, interesting. He's doing Palace Guard Chug. Doesn't Palace Guard Chug just lose to Horseman? Okay, he's adding spears. That's better. That's better. Because it sounds weird to say, but seriously, Palace Guard can lose the Horseman with the mine work detail. And he's sneaking it behind this, so it's going to be Archer plus Horseman. Archer may seem weird with mine work, but the cool thing about it is that you get your scale point much quicker. That's also doubly effective against Shushi because they're doing Chug Noob. So you getting Undermesh at a speed faster than even Shushi does is damn impressive. Wow. Horseman going to scout. Actually might get the kill. Ooh, Spearman there just in time. Vortex gets scared back. We're just going to stick on the 2x speed for the time being. If we're catching up to live. And then after this, series-wise, the goal would be to do... we said Marinelord versus Kilyadi. Yeah, I think that would be an interesting one. Marinelord should still be favored, but I could see Kilyadi maybe getting a game. Actually, no, sorry, no. We said we're going to do Beasty Loue. I'm backpedaling. We want to do Beasty Loue. Because I think Beasty's not on top form, and Loue definitely isn't. So like that actually could be a close one. His Chug new count looking pretty strong. He's got Steel Arrow plus the Undermesh. What's weird is Vortex delayed his play into Blacksmiths quite heavily. It's coming through now, though. One of the tricky things for Gully is when he starts to have to come out to flank resources, he's going to be the vulnerable one because one side has Horseman. But he's still got a little bit of life left there, right? Like Gully, yeah, he's got 15 sheep. He already ate the deer, but now he's got all the sheep to work with, so... A lofty amount of food, actually. Not just 3,000 food, it's 3,600 food before he has to come out. Not really a fight you want to take yet, right? Okay. Yes, sir. That was not worth it. That's a bit unusual. So what I'm trying to scratch my brain on here is why didn't Vortex wait for his techs? He didn't even bother to get Bloomery. He didn't get mine. He didn't get all pipes, which is quite cost efficient. Maybe the concern is he didn't have enough horsemen to make it worthwhile. But then the question becomes, why didn't you wait?
because you already have the ball. Maybe he thought he'd lose this if he did wait. But now that seems more inevitability when you talk about a 10 military lead for Gully. Yeah, this is only going to snowball more because remember, he's getting 3 armies now. How's Beasty not in top form when he got top 4 last tournament? Well, I mean, this is the guy that's won tournaments before, right? So, like, for him, his top form is winning tournaments. He's making grand finals. Duke. Just covering the compression here, but he repairs. Nice move there, Vortex. He daisy chains the houses. Like, for example, Gully goes in here and beats Vortex in the end. That's top form for him, right? That's the best result he would have had. You gotta, like, measure it. You measure it a bit differently. At least I do. I'm getting mopped up, actually. Gully needs to be a bit careful in this dive. Can he get the commitment on the tower? He can. Forces him away. So, just enough torch damage to get away with that in the end. Great pushback. Gully in control. I think Vortex may be about to take the knee here, guys. He just lost ball. Wow, he only got 900 food out of it as well. In fact, Vortex, oh my god, he went sheep first. No, he done them, it's just he's done them so fast, he done them at the same time. Look at the food. Okay, sorry, no, I bet you guys. I had a weird misclick. Okay, he's got 10 sheep, Thank god. Dude, I was trying to figure out where it went because it wasn't selecting all army and bringing up sheep. So he has still got sheep. Deep breath, sigh of relief. One thing that is worrisome, though, is Gully walks away from this fight with the lead. And he's going to keep... There we go. It's such a big chunk, guys. When you keep fighting like this, is when Jiangnan is best. Because if you're both stuck around 20 military, and I keep waiting for that Jiangnan, which is realistic, for me to keep us both around 20, keep having that pump out, that's going to give me almost a 50% advantage over your army size. The archers are kind of irrelevant here, right? I mean, the good news is Palace Guard have less ranged armor. The bad news is it's enough. Other bad news is Vortex, because we're so deep into this now, he doesn't really have much food left. So the idea of just putting it all onto horsemen instead doesn't seem realistic anymore. I do kind of wonder why he didn't do men at arms. I guess maybe that's just the power of Jiangnan, is that you don't compete because you'll run out of food first. So, like, in fairness, like, men at arms maybe with 10 to 20% into archers. The cool thing about that is your opponent still needs Chug to kind of balance the engagement point from the fight. Now, I think we're getting more in the series, guys. So, God bless the very quick GG out of Corvinus. Means that we're going to get some Gully Decal action. He moves towards the berries. Also saving up for Castle now. Yeah, he's not really heavily investing anymore. But with that in mind, it would be a good idea to try and keep a few of your Palace Guard alive. Doesn't care. Ooga Booga clicks in. Chug do get exposed though. Palace Guard now pulling back a little bit late there. Definitely feel like it cost Gully a few more troops. Idle achieved. Berries have been sacked. Only 4 sheep remain. Gully, how is he looking on sheep? He's down to his final 1, but he does still have the berries right next to him, remember. He also hasn't been taxing at all, by the way. Doesn't look like anyway. He's got 3 Imperial officials. None of them have been on taxation. He's just been pumping Palace Guard non-stop. So he has got a big reserve here, 265 gold, 99 here, and then, you know, a little sliver here, there, and everywhere. Like, even the wood, right? Yeah, 86 in the lumber camp. So the point is, he has a lot of gold to pocket into a burst when he reaches castle. Dive in again. And wait, hold on a sec. Vortex now playing for all pikes. With 3 horsemen? 2 horsemen? That's a bit of a pricey tech, guys. All pikes cost you 150. I mean, it's mostly gold, so at least it's not burning your food. But he doesn't seem to be able to afford Horseman flash. Yeah, definitely a little bit unusual. And to make matters worse, now you're pretty much just archers. Your opponent's about to get another wave of Palace Guard. In, what is that? I think that's 4 Palace Guard, and he'll have it. I wonder if, upon review later on, Gully will think I probably could have castled. I think he's just showing ample respect to Vortex. Like, Vortex is that type of player that if you don't keep suppressing him, he will attack you. And then the problems start to arise. Like now. Like, he's literally attacking in. Taxman dead. And the archers with the marching drills are able to outmarch the Chug. Wow. He actually just abandoned his base entirely. And he gets back on the ball. That's absurd. The workers now, hold on. Gully, in a bit of a panic here. The villagers, oh my god! No way! How is Vortex in the lead? Counter dive coming in, villagers get scared off. But it needs to be a full dive, and you're nowhere near as fast. Archers back away, but damage most definitely done. Vortex carving up 17 worker units. Gully looking now to return the favor. We'll just leave him through the north side. That's a lot of idle. Actually, a lot of idle for both players. Gully's distracted. He hasn't gone back to work, guys. Yet, oh my god, his entire economy is idle. He realizes that they've gone back to work now. Vortex's village has been caught. No wheelbarrow either. The Chug can keep chasing. Archer's just trying to use the absolute maximum range so they don't have to trade against Chug. Will be forced to now. Weird game. Horseman is going to be a flop. Villagers are still scrambling around like headless chickens. But Gully, he just got another... Okay, come on. This is where Xiangnan looks insane. Army numbers begin to deplete a little bit, and then all of a sudden here, just have 7 units. Ring-a-ring-a-roses moment. Villagers are back in the base. And somehow, after all that, after the craziness of that backstab from Vortex, they balance out almost the same worker count. You can't make this up. You couldn't predict it either. No freaking way. So what now? Because we kind of have food problems on both sides. Some farms have come in here, but like Gully still hasn't fooded yet. As in, he hasn't built farms. He's playing for the pocket. And the timing, archers grab him as he comes out. Chug are catching up. He hangs around for a few kills. And we'll look to retreat now. Chug count is quite low at this point. Gully's still holding on to that sliver of a castle timing, that possibility. Palace Guard are going to be back towards Vortex's economy. He doesn't have that many farms, guys. He kind of needs berries or something. Archers are camping north side. Maybe he's hoping to find more workers there. This is such a weird game, and I love it. Mountain clearing really is a welcome sight, to be honest with you. I hope I'm not the only one who feels that way. It definitely delivers something, shall we say, unique. And Mountain Academy now on the way. Okay, so this should be the nail in the coffin, right? Because Vortex, he's got a lot of food income right now, but that's because he's on the berries, and the berries are almost gone. There's like 400, 500 food max here. Horseman. He done it again. I just can't believe this. 10 worker lead again. But now he has to deal with the hardest hit. Veterancy for Palace Guard just got queued. And he's maxing Horseman, weirdly enough. I mean, he needs to counterplay the Chug before the Chug get upgraded. Horseman, nice find there. Vortex gets a freebie on the Chug. He still doesn't have an answer to Palace Guard, though. Gully doesn't need Chug anymore. Palace Guard are supreme, and they are in. Dive into the back of the base here. DC going to go idle. Workers running for their lives. And now you're just kind of split. What do you do? Wait. He's bringing them back. No. Go in. Just keep running. Build walls. Oh, God. He's bringing the whole army back. He thinks he can beat this. And he may be. Because your opponent doesn't have food right now, guys. That's the crazy thing. 4 horsemen would have shut everything down Parma. Can they make the difference here? With the all pikes, he jumps in. 12 damage. Mirroring the Palace Guard's output. And it's working. He's breaking him. Golly, down to just 8 Palace Guard. Archer target fire helping out a lot as well. The horsemen honing in on one target at a time. The formation is broken. Long live the formation. Back on the deer now in max force. 35 workers out. If Vortex can sniff this, he can win the game off of it, but he's running the wrong way. Archers are moving south, though, so he should get a nibble of it. Outpost time. No. That's too late. One villager ain't going to be quick enough. Vortex jumps on it again. He's coming straight for workers. Just ignore the Palace Guard. It's only 2. What can they do? Taxman going to be going down as well. Golly. My God, did he get food out of that, though? 8 more Palace Guard queued up. Horsemen go back on the tree line again. He's playing onto berries himself. Very risky, but right now, Gully is honed in on the center. Marcus pull back. Gully, 17 workers behind. Vortex struggling to find the food still, though. Got a few more horsemen coming. Great fight with him. Gully, what you can't really afford to do here is split up like this. You're looking for a one big falcon punch, and he's not finding it. God, there's no way. No one 10 minutes ago would have been said Vortex wins this. This is insanity. And this is a terrible fight. All pikes is making the difference now. Palace Guard in the back of the base, but guys, that's a cut force again. He can kill 6. Like, I have my reservations about how he beats 13 Palace Guard, but 6 on their own? He has the means. He's in, horsemen. One by one, just targeting down the PGs. Maybe a villager or 2 lost here, but worth it to just suppress the beast. Gully, now on berries. He ran out of deer. TC fire assisting as well. Palace Guard count not looking great. Down to single digits after this. He's... Oh my God, he's not even that close to another army. He's got to buy, what, probably 7, 8 more Palace Guards still. It's weird, like, when you use Palace Guard like this, the idea is meant to be you're getting something out of it. Either a lot of idle time while you're working, or you're finding, like, extra economies, like going out to food, or getting relics, whatever. It's going out to food, but as we've seen, it's become his downside. Now, with the army size like this... Finally, we see a fight where Gully actually looks scary. But the problem is, so does Vortex. He's up to 14 horsemen now. It's not about the archers. Archers are kind of irrelevant. The ponies are the win con. In a map where the food has been getting drained, where farm transition just didn't seem possible, Vortex is getting it done. Town center fire assists. Force retreat, horsemen. Maybe looking for a pin here. Gully, I'm seeing a gap in production again. Turns around, gets a nice club down onto the horseman. He's got the melee armors coming in, by the way. He's got tier 1 melee armor, so 4 damage reduced from the 12. A full clash now. More Palace Guard trickling through. Vortex, the fights are starting to look bad. Before now, he was dumpstering this. But now that the Palace Guard have grouped up, it gets so much harder. Town center is going to be assisting again. A lot of idle time there, but worth it for DPS. Hold on moment as he sets up the front line. Palace Guard are getting low on HP. Archers need to finish off the injured, though. Otherwise, the DPS just keeps going. Horsemen almost gone. They're getting wiped. Okay, so he survives another wave, but the damage done to Vortex is kind of crazy. Down to just 5 horsemen.
And Gully still has 11 Palace Guard. He just got saved by the Jiangnan again. Seriously, never underrate this landmark. This is crazy. Right, he added an extra third into his Palace Guard count. Well, extra quarter, between quarter and third. He does find the food workers on the north side now. He moves in for the taken. Oh my god, Horsemen are just going to intercept that. Try to stop it. No textile still. Gully about to lose more workers again. Yeah, just one by one. Goes for them. Shivs do come out. Vortex doesn't care. He's hanging around for the kills. Because also, if he gets these kills, they're not gathering. More workers arriving, though. 23 eco on north. Vortex, he's trying to get towards castle, but he can't find gold. Is this the weirdest and wackiest game we've had so far in the main event? I mean, it's up there for sure. Which is not really doing any damage anymore. Horseman just trying to scramble to get out. I mean, the stable count is what? 3? 4. He's got 4. Shows you how difficult it is to actually maintain these numbers. But Gully, my god, what happened here again? Town Center MVP. I just can't believe this. This is unbelievable. He's got another wave of Palace Guard coming, but like the difference is, okay, he does have farms now. 5 farms set up. Deer on the north is running out. Palace Guard retreating, but that's where the Horsemen are exploiting that. They're great at punishing on the retreat. Away from the commit. Archers now to the north. Gully, he didn't build a tower. It's happened again. When will he learn? Vision is everything. He's too young to realize it, but when you get old, you need glasses. You respect the value of vision. And the disrespect being punished. Gully, minus what? 7, 8, 9 villages? More. And the horseman wave afterwards. He's going for it. Chases straight over, catches the workers retreating. And he's going to pin them too. Good body blocks, moves in motion. Practically all workers out there dead. Gully behind by over 20 workers. Almost 30. Counterattack coming. Oh my, is this your counterattack? Dog, we got to talk. He splintered his Palace Guard again. He sent some to chase the horsemen, some to dive the base. The problem with doing this every time is this. The horsemen get back first. So now, they'll be able to cut down the 5. And by the time the next 5 arrive, these guys are almost dead. That's what's making it work. And the town center again is MVP. So much arrow fire. I think that's it. Look, there's nothing left for Gully to gather, guys. He's only got a handful of farms. We're kind of at, like, trickle trooper point, right? And do you guys see that? Vortex is building prelates to try and heal the injured. That's actually really smart here. Unfortunately, I think most of his horsemen are dead. But worth it to wipe out the PG. Never seen horsemen being this good. It's all pikes, baby, for the all-in. 12 damage horsemen. You have seen them look this good. It's just usually they're called Sipahi. It's a starvation game now. He's trying to set up more farms. Archer's not hard committing. He doesn't quite realize just how big of an edge he's got at this very moment. Horsemen cycle the backside. They're going to see the tree line. Palace Guard mirror. If the archers go in now, that's going to be a lot of villagers dead. Might still be even without them. They try. Horsemen do get scared off. Vortex could tech now, guys. He has the wiggle room. He could also just kill him, because castle agents are pussies. Gully maybe should have went for the relics. Yeah, I understand the notion. I'm surprised he never picked them up. He's doing it now at least, which is a good idea, because if Vortex is going castle, from this position, he could do Regnants. And if he does Regnants, then you just basically lose all relics to HRE.
that's GG in itself. More prelates being built, by the way. Archers, poke at the farms. Maintain 20+ worker lead. And Regnitz it is. We're greeding. 19 villages, because he knows it's a very small map. A counter-offensive could just be around the corner. So we're tricking Palace Guard again. Like, congrats, you reached us. One of you dead. Okay, congrats. Let's do that again. Horsemen also go in once more. Golly. I feel like we've... is this not definition of insanity at this point? We've been doing the same thing for the last 15 minutes, expecting something else to happen. Well, something else has happened. Vortex is finally in the third age. Horseman still poking. He does have textiles now, so the Horseman not as effective anymore. But now your opponent has crossbows queued. And veterancy for archers is a big deal here. Just build on Nesta Bees on Horseman. Until you know there's no more Horsemen, Nesta Bees is not as safe as you think. Especially against HRE, because the archers move faster anyway, so it's easier for them to be the chosen one and dodge. Vortex just going knights. Yeah, this plays really nicely, guys, because he has this unique tech called Steel Barding that makes his knights insanely tanky. You're already going to beat Palace Guard with knights, but now with the Barded armor, it's like you barely lose any HP. Oh, that is so cheeky, guys. He's waiting for the dive because Gully only has melee units. Doesn't come though, so he will be looking to bank relic now. Final haulage looks like it is going to be a 3-2 split in favor of Gully because he has that final relic down here. Does look like he's forgotten about it though, which is weird. Along the center. Knights now arriving makes it more difficult. Well, Loue is going to be burned. One knight to react to 4 Palace Guard. Great trade for Vortex. Center keeps pushing forward. And Gully now trying to switch crossbows when he's already a mile behind. Yeah, guys, crossbows here against 30 archers isn't going to do very well. But he has no other answer to knights at this stage. Like, you could try to go spears, but your opponent already has 30 archers as well. Good intercept. Denies the relic going home. A few Palace Guard are proving to be annoying here, but remember, Vortex built a very big lead through those earlier raids, so he can afford a few losses. This is done. This is one of the wildest mountain clearing games we've had by far. Without a doubt. Like, you know, this is like one of those questions you get on one of those forums. Like, how many waves of Palace Guard can a feudal age player hold off? Well, if you're Vortex, the answer is infinite. Oh my god. What? 3-0 in the end. I can't believe that. Call that one Unstoppable Palace Guard meet Immovable Feudal Boy. Never thought a mountain clearing match would last this long, right? Like, kind of a rarity. Because usually Sacred Site's capped long before that, and we're heading to like a GG. But that is the 3-0 victory for Vortex. Just looking at what we got coming up next, guys. So, in terms of series... Marinelord versus Kilyadi is still apparently 45 minutes away. Da-dum.
And same with Beasty versus Loue. Beasty and Loue is the one we want. What does that leave us with? Is the only other series happening right now the Loue one? I think so, right? Oh, that might have just completed. Or the between games. Let's have a look. Okay, so 2-1 currently. In favor of Loue. Oof, he got the Sengoku Golden Horde matchup. It's just such a hard matchup, man. And then Shushi Bastards, ABBA winning on Hillendale. Pretty good defensive map, right? Funnest part of all this is flipping between you and the EGC casters, and they actually try to analyze all these wacky games. Was that like do I not analyze? Huh? I just yell into the mic very loudly, right? You do, but they are like serious about it. You're funny. Okay, interesting. I think I like balance it. If it's like a serious game, I think we usually do it that way. But it's like that was meme territory, the way that was playing. Like it was impressive, but also it felt like clownery, you know what I mean? What I don't understand is why are the other games not being treated as rolling schedule? Because Poppypaw and Numadon are now drafting despite them being scheduled for like 45 minutes. Is Marinelord, Kilyadi, Beasty, etc. not like scheduled? Like they're not drafting now, right? I think. Just double checking. Oh wait, no, I think Marinelord. Sorry, I think Loue series is complete. Did I click the wrong game? Cast games perfect. Yeah, like it's like, you know, when someone casts a group stage game like it's grand finals. That really makes sense. So like, there's a good example of like how you can do that. Because I remember I'd done it. Like I was looking back at the footage recently, back in Red Bull Warlord Legacy. Is Magic beating Marinelord 2-1. You treat that like borderline grand finals because that's like the biggest upset and actually does have important ramifications. Yeah, like if it's just a group stage game, like you have to scale the outcome. You have to weigh the impact. I'm confused. Where's the next game on this? Okay, they're in lobby now. So MSN Loue game number 4, because basically, guys, we're waiting for Beasty versus Loue. But it's not live yet. They're scheduled to start in about 40 minutes. When's the Xbox conference, by the way? Has that started yet, or is that in a few hours? All right, looks like Loue and MSN are in game. So one sec. There it is. Ivids versus HRE. Can be a pretty tight matchup, right? On Coastal. Sometimes it seems like the players just happy to be part of it. No, but I mean beyond that, right? It's like stakes. So to put it another way, if you play poker, right? And you were playing like 1-2. So, you know, $1, $2 big blinds. And you got like a full, like, you know, you got like a flush and you won with a flush and you won 20 bucks. That's cool. But then if you were playing like 100, 200 and you had even if it's just a 2-pair to win with, but you won $100,000. Scale matters, right? The narrative you weave has to match the importance of the outcome, right? And like, you don't get me wrong, the situations where, like, so let's say someone gets a raw flush but they win 20 bucks. There is a mind-blowing moment there where you could be like, the way he played, why did he only play for 20 bucks? He could have paid for $2,000, but he didn't scale the pot, right? And that's like a crazy mind-blowing thing. But you always have to balance the situation to outcome. Like, I always anchor back to someone at DreamHack production manager told me that really stuck with me, which is like, I was casting, my early days casting, I was like super hype energy all the time. And she was like, you're casting at 10. If you're always at a 10, then like there's no way to go from here. So like, basically, like, if you're always a 10, you're actually always a 0 is an interesting way to think about it. Every one of my subscriptions goes to KP's gambling. Yeah, right. Dude, I love watching poker, but I refuse to play poker for money because I don't believe I've got the burnable income to go do that. Oh dear. And it sucks because I can't even then go and enjoy poker with friends just playing casually, because like, playing poker for no money versus playing for money isn't the same at all, because people won't play how they're meant to. You know what I mean? Like, have you guys ever done that? Like, I remember I used to have on my phone like a little, like, just a digital game, no real money. And the first thing you do on the first round is you just all in, because you either get huge amounts of money to then play the rest of the game with, or you just restart the game. Corvinus B already happened? Yep. That was a very fast series. Less than 2 minutes for game number 3. Because Corvinus sat there for a minute and a half and then just wrote GG with Pal Sables. And that was it. Nothing else to it. Okay. Can't run extra ads, so what we had will have to suffice. Wham vs Anno was epic. Well, yeah, and that's like an interesting one because of what I said with that group. It's like Kilyardi could be an outlier surprise. Unfortunately, didn't in the end, so it seems unlikely he will now. But if he did, the Wham vs Anno really matters because they're in a group of people like Marinelord, who is expected to just top the group anyway. And like, who was the other person? Like Marinelord and Vortex, who are just expected to top their groups. It means like Wham Anatam matters a lot because if Kilyardi or Demu have like a crazy good group stage, one of them's out. So once again, there's like scale to the outcome that matters. Like Numedon topping groups is now very interesting in Group B because Group B was arguably already more stacked in terms of like who has historically been able to top those groups. And now you've got Numedon, who people wouldn't have expected to be topping the group, hogging that spot and screwing everything up. So now you have interesting stakes on Group B. Because remember, only 4 of the top 8 out the top 8 rather make it out. Sorry. We need to change this around. It's 2-1, wasn't it? So let's just get that updated. And I think we'll be ready to get into talking about the game. Comfort Pick Central. This man in the blue loves Ironbeards like no other player in professional Age of Empires 4 history. MSN.DK has got his sip. Loue stands in his way. 2-1 advantage to the #1 player in China. Now in the purple, playing as HRE on Coastal Cliffs. A matchup that many times in the past has been close to even. Either could take it. The question is, does it remain that way anymore? Is Ironbeards still somebody to be feared? Maybe stronger than they were before, considering the Caroline strats been dominating a lot of matchups on the ladder these days. Let's find out. Game number 4, group stage here. And a series that should actually matter a lot, guys, because should Loue drop this series, he's cooked. The likelihood of him making it out groups is completely and utterly low as can be, right? Because his remaining opponent would be Beasty, who's not going to be easy. And Loue currently has 2 losses overall on the group stage. Yeah, so he desperately needs the win. And for MSN, I mean, MSN also kind of in need of it. He's 1-1 right now. Has been snatching a game here or there off of opponents. In fact, he was just able to beat B 3-2 yesterday. Growth wing coming in. Wow. Okay, so no cambulances at all. I guess you could growth wing and then eventually cambulance for relic timings. Group B surprised you because of Demu? Nemu's had some interesting showings, actually. For example, like, I wasn't entirely surprised by some of the outcomes, like Corvinus 3-0 and even Lucifron 3-1 for Demu, because I'm pretty sure we had another tournament recently where Numidan beat Lucifron either 3-1 or 3-2. Yeah, scary boy. And now, as a result, he screwed the group stage. Too busy carving his own legacy. Arhan Chapel coming in the other side from Loue. Yeah, so no mind work shenanigans, just a good old-fashioned Arhan. Gives him scale potential. Also, it's really nice when your opponent goes growth to do this. It just amplifies your economy ahead of his. And he gets it on the tree line. Didn't get one of those tight wood spawns, unfortunately. Yeah. With the placement of this Arhan, you would have preferred to have gotten one of those coastal cliff spawns where you have the tiny choke point with the wood to maximize value, because there's not anything else in range. Like, this is kind of a sucky spawn for HRE, actually. You couldn't Arhan this one because it's too far out the tree line, outside the TC range, rather, even though it would just about clip gold. And the berries are barely being touched, if I'm not mistaken. Pretty sure Arhan range is usually to about here, isn't it? So you'll trim the berries just about. What's going on? I think Louis going for a fast castle build, right? Off of the back of some farms. 7 on wood definitely looks like farms. Now, you could be going archer production. He already has spears. He's not going for an outpost rush, is he? No. And sheep distribution was neck and neck, so 17 sheep for both players. Still 11 on wood. Lumber camp mill, hardened upgrade. MSN. Such a freaking MSN move. You know, earlier today when I said this guy loves horses like no other player in pro play, do you believe me now? Without hesitation, despite the fact he's against someone who's opened with Dark Age spears, he goes for horsemen. I mean, you got to chuckle about it, right? MSN lost his 2 games because of his horseman. Honestly, I'm not surprised. He lives or dies by the pony. Like, sometimes I watch MSN and these type of strategies, and I kind of sit there and I was like, if he just became a knight player. Because what he's trying to do with horsemen is essentially, like, you know, this is what a lot of people try and do with knights. You know, if he just became a French maid. Oh, the things he could do. So, horsemen plus archers. Louis going defensive with full infantry comp. More efficient for him. Gives him mobility advantage as well, because the spears is going to be very tricky for the MSN to catch them in range of his archers due to the marching drills. Good news for MSN is that it is a 4 tree line, so it's something that's a bit more exposed. It's 64 horsemen hidden against 40 spears. Yeah, that sounds like MSN. This is still the only player that I know of that lost a pro game because he had 15 horsemen garrisoned in his town center that he forgot about when he went for his attack. So, like, he had some, like, 30 horsemen in total, but half of them weren't playing. And by the time he realized where they really were, he lost the game. Technically, you can never lose horsemen because nothing's faster. Exactly, but, you know, similar to the idea of horse archers, great when you have the runway, but when your opponent's pressing you, it's useless. Loue actually going horseman too. That's a little bit more surprising. Well, I thought with his better economy, he just straight up archer blob. You know, why ego chow your opponent in one area where you can ego challenge him all? Oh my god, he's doing it! You know what you just said about MSN hiding 60 horsemen in his base to beat his opponents? Oh, this is like borderline BM. If you didn't know how polite and nice of a person Loue is, you just assume he's being a piece of crap here. He's gonna try to cheese him with hidden horsemen. Apparently, Loue watching MSN do this multiple times has inspired him to now try and teach him how to do it. Oh my god. What's smart about this is if Loue had gone for mine work, you would suspect the possibility of this. Because he didn't go mine work is less obvious. Wow. And remember, HRE economy better. Tricky part is, MSN is competing by doing this, whereas Louis adding in farms. He's got berries back here, but that's not ideal. Already eating through these ones and not getting buffed in the process because he didn't place the mill one tile further away. Here come the horseman, Loue. Sneaks out, MSN. He's playing defensive, but seems completely oblivious to it. Horseman, they sneak in, MSN. Moves back. Wilbara gets him home safely. And now he knows to leave some spearmen here, just in case. He's got his own horseman trying to cut Loue off. He's like, wait. Hold on. What do you mean you're trying to do my strategies? Does actually weave past him, though. Horseman on horseman, the most boring affair. If you look like you're outnumbered, you can just run away. Louis is going for castle, guys. It's pretty greedy. Like, I think it was quite Giga smart up until this point, right? Because like the concept is MSN walked in the base, he saw racks and he saw archery range. So he's assuming infantry ball. Don't want to dive that, don't want to rush that. Horsemen, on the other hand, you can probably like ham taroed in, you know? You've got a decent amount of horsemen when you were diving originally. You just added a desert raider, just kind of go, right? The weird part is he's going again. So he's forcing MSN to react to his moves instead of diving his base. And it's giving him the wiggle room to now go up. And it's going to be a Burgrave. Very smart choice by Loue. There is a growing risk that if you try to tech, your opponent is going to dive. If you have Burgrave, you can ramp up army count at an accelerated pacing. In particular, men at arms. MSN, of course, will struggle to keep them at arm's length. Because if you aren't pressing them, they're going to be pressing you. Now, we have seen horsemen beat men at arms already today. That was caused by a trickle trooper effect of small groups of men at arms. I don't expect Loue to fall for the same trick. And also, like, these are men at arms compared to the Palace Guard, where the Palace Guard do have some negatives around the armor, specifically. Loue. Being dove now, Burgrave. Ooh, MSN sees it. He knows. More horsemen still poking, being annoying, keeping most of the army at bay. Burgrave now complete. MSN. This is a good idea, guys. Look at what he's doing. Desert Raiders. Desert Raiders are high melee armor, so they can kind of take a beating from men at arms. That's the thing. Ivids can play these type of situations from an age behind. Has its limits, of course. Like, you're not really expecting a Desert Raider to beat a men at arms on his own. Like, you kind of have to have scale point, but he does have scale. Relics. Ooh, MSN saw that. All low early. MSN, let's not do that, please. Like, come on. He realized, he's like, ooh, nah. Great timing there by Loue.
Warlord nice and early to guarantee get the space. Second wave is coming in, though, and that's more of a predicament. Get it inside. Quick, quick. Really? His hip had to give out at that moment, huh? Men at arms now. Forced to stand their ground. Heavily outnumbered, but they brought armor. Yeah, it's like if 200, guerrilla warfighters come at you with 9mm pistols, but you're sitting there in a T-90 tank. I don't know, man. I feel like the T-90 tank don't care, and that's what these men at arms are. Yeah, you need to find like that exposed chink of armor where they didn't repair it properly from 5 years ago that you can shoot a bullet into to blow up a gas canister to get any kills. MSN now in retreat. Has got more Desert Raiders coming though. Melee armor. Wow, that's smart by Loue. I feel like a lot of people forget that. He goes melee armor 2 as a priority, so the Horsemen do no damage, and now the Desert Raiders, if they go into melee, are going to feel pretty weak. Ranged armor 2 following behind for Loue. He hasn't been queuing up more men at arms, which is a little bit weird. There we go, he heard me. Queues up 4 more. And farm count is getting better, right? He's up to 7 farms in total right now. Berries are going to run out soon, so he will need additional. One relic now picked up. Second one to be yoinked too. So 2 relics home for Loue, basically. Trying to pin the men at arms. A good idea to split them up, but we're close to base now. Return for the fight. Ranged armor 2 is coming in soon. Horseman wave are going to have to tank the majority of this. Desert Raid is clashing in as well, but I'm not a big fan of this count. MSN, he realizes a 2. That's way too much blue on the floor. And Loue about to beat him black and blue. Yeah, this is difficult, guys. Loue has 20 men at arms. You can't fight. And he's going to have more, right? He's got the farms operating. He's still got a decent amount of berries left, about another 8 men at arms worth there. So we're going to be talking about 30 men at arms plus. And you don't have a tech coming. He's just scaling more Desert Raiders. Not a great fight for them. Tries to surround. Oh, concave maybe. Hold on. Louis not dying, guys. Don't hold on. You got to go get your kids. You left them at a birthday party. Off. You're not missing anything here. Turns out Castle Age men at arms are that good. Oh, that's like a trillion Desert Raiders. I think like the only way this can work is you have to burn them down a bit with your range shots, which he never done. He got forced to just A-click. Or chose to just A-click. Either way, like these Desert Raiders weren't whittling away at the count, and this is what happens. Like imagine the difference if you started shooting these guys up beforehand. Look at the bars there. There's going to be like minus 10 more men at arms. You have a realistic outcome because of the snowball effect of DPS, right? It's like if you get rid of 10 men at arms sooner in the fight, you have more burst, they have less. But there you go. A bait and switcher made him. I love what I love so much about this from Loue MT is the way those horsemen were played. I guarantee there was a sneaking, creeping thought in MSN's brain of, oh no, he's mass horsemaning like I do against people. Dude went ahead and essentially used MSN's own game strat against him to mind games him out of a pressure play. I forget about you. Who are you? What do you mean, do I forget about you? Okay, so... No, I didn't forget about you, JT. What are you on about? Seems like you forgot... Did you forget about yourself? I mean, oh, no, sorry. I didn't notice you there without a sub emote next to your name. What a weird question. So... No, I didn't forget your name, dude. I've seen you, like, constantly in my streams before. You would have had to have gone AWOL for, like, over half a year, which you definitely didn't. So who we got next? Just trying to see if B versus Loue is... A Beasty rather versus Loue is going to be starting straight away. You love this? You're from Brazil? Yo! Vamos! Let's get more Brazilians in, dude. We used to have like a pretty strong Brazilian representation on the pro side. Or like content creator plus pro side. It has dwindled a bit, right? Or like South America in general rather was pretty strong. Back in the Kelazura days, right? Damn, there's a name I haven't said for a long time.
Yeah, he bailed on us to go back to StarCraft.
BC versus Loue next. That's what we're looking for. I just don't know if they've drafted yet. Oh, speaking you shall receive. They are literally drafting right now. So map draft, civ draft coming through now. In fact, because we called it so early, I'll exit game so you guys can see it. That'll also give me time to reset score. Whatever happened to Mister? Dude's just love and life farming, man. He's a farmer. He'll never be a full-time player because he farms. And then we also need to update this to be Beasty versus Loue. Okay, so Lakeside's coming through. Mountain Clear. What are these pics from Beasty? Dude, I feel like he's just looking to set up a stream and get some content. Borderland opening map. French is going to be quite high priority, I think. Sorry, did we open map draft twice? We did, yeah. And there you go. French, highest priority. It makes sense. You're opening Borderland as a map. Actually, Lakeside can work for French. Has been picked in the past. And then Lipany Dry Arabia good too. Macedonian split the other way. Ottoman, Malians to round out the bands. Pretty much what you're expecting here. Is it farming season 12 months a year in Greece? No, it's just like when he isn't farming, he's playing Age of Mythology, remember? Like, no matter how much he enjoyed the community of AoE4 or enjoyed AoE4, you have to remember that for Mr., Age of Mythology will always be his heart. It's just the nature of it. You know, it's like, you know, T90 could tomorrow decide he's going to start creating, like, or like in a few months, create Dawn of War 4 content. But then at his heart, Age of Empires 2 will always have his heart, right? Barely any tournaments for AOM. But the effort it would take to keep up and then seriously compete in AV4, I just don't think Mister's interested because Mister's not the type of person who half commits. What people don't realize is Mister puts in just as many hours as most of the top pros like Marinelord and Vortex, etc. He just puts it in a different form. Mister uses his brain more than he just uses his fingers. Right? That is a guy who sits in a tractor in the middle of a field thinking about the game he's playing professionally. Mister got married? Yeah, he got married a few months ago, though. I think it was towards the end of last year, actually. Because Magic went, right? A lot of the Age of Mythology people were invited. Clearly, you know, my invite got lost in the mess. It's fine. I'm not crying. So, Loue gets Golden Horde. I don't know, man. Is Golden Horde still this high pro of a pick, or has it been solved now? Because HRE is available to Beasty, and Beasty loves HRE, even though he, I think, recently went on a rant about them being nerfed unfairly, which I found comical because it was off the back of some players IDing that HRE was the unbeatable civ of the qualifiers for this event. Can't just jump back in and compete at high level. I mean, you can, but you're not going to win straight away, right? But like, I think the point that people are trying to figure out is like he hasn't even jumped back in. But it's like, I think for him, he'd rather just focus on Age of Mythology and enjoy the good farming life. Like, maybe you'll see Mister when Age of Empires 5 gets announced. Depends who you're talking about as well. Well, yeah, like, I think the way that Mister would jump back in, he would, if he was to come back and play competitive AoE4, it's because he would have already been theory crafting and thinking about the game for months, you know? Mr. played the game a while ago. Loue took less of a break. Yeah, but Mr. played other RTSs, right? So like there's cross transferable skills. Like the game theory and strat needs to be relearned for sure, which I think Mr. thrives in anyway. He's always been a leader of the pack with that. But like the idea of your micro things like that aren't going to be diminished as much. It's like when we talked about Vortex when he left for Myth and came back to 4. It actually was a power booster for him because it gave him a fresh perspective on 4, and also I think Myth was kind of leaning more on micro skill than 4 was at that point. You'd be surprised. Like, I mean, I'd advise if you like you as well, Wham. I don't know if you're gonna do it, right? Like when Zero Space comes out, try it. Because like the weird thing is when you play a different game, it can change your perspective on an existing game. I always remember talking to like a Dota 2 coach about this, where they were talking with a prominent League of Legends coach. And this was like a TI level Dota 2 team coach. And the league coach simply asked the question, why isn't your map symmetrical? Because in League, the map is... The objectives are different top, bottom, right? But the map design is like a flip symmetrical. But in Dota 2, it intentionally isn't. Like, even just the simple shape of the river is different, right? It's curved at top and then high at bottom. And that has interesting changes. Like, that means that, like, ganking to the north lane as, like, Radiant side is shorter than ganking south side. Right, so that like that is like something that if you play Dota 2 for thousands of hours, you may have subconsciously done things around it, but you don't consciously think about why you do it. Right? It's like, have you ever had that situation where you're seen as the expert on something, but then someone who knows nothing asks you to explain it, and through the way you explain it and the questions they ask, that you're like, well, of course it functions that way. You learn something new. That's why I find it's quite useful and refreshing to just take these tidbit breaks into new games and discover new things. Zero seems interesting, but I generally really like Age games. The macro is my type game. It feels super fluid to play. No, I feel you on that. I've always wished it's more micro. Like, I honestly hope that Age of Empires 5 has a better engine for micro. Like, I think that it's nice to have a macro balance, but I've always felt that as much as I love AoE4, its weakness is that you don't feel like you have full control of your units. Does that make sense? You know what I'm talking about, right? It's like, it's the inbuilt latency. It's always let the game down. Okay, so draft's complete. French-Chinese IE, pretty strong. Rounds out with Sengoku. I think Roos is kind of slept on, and he did get the HRE pick, which is really good against Golden Horde. If you're going up against Golden Horde, though, what are you picking here to cover yourself? It's HRE and something else, right? Trying to think what else does really well against Golden Horde. French is all right, isn't it? Maybe China? More micro will chase away even more players. I disagree. So I think the problem when people here add this thing to the game is that it's going to make the game less fun for them because then they have to do it. That's not true. If you're in the class of player that doesn't want to use that thing, then you'll end up in the class of player that doesn't use that thing. Does that make sense? Right? It's like, you may not have as shiny of a badge as a result of that, but who cares? Stop obsessing over shitty rank badges that mean nothing in your life, right? Like, dude, do you go to the family dinner each year and then your brother's like, well, I just got a promotion. I'm now head surgeon at Downtown Central. And then like, Timothy, what have you done recently? I achieved Plat 2! Okay, Timothy, moving on, right? Like, this, it's just a fucking badge. Who cares? Just enjoy the game for enjoying the game. And I think if they added more micro, you'd still be able to do that. Hey, there we go. Thank you, JT. Appreciate the resub, buddy. Welcome back to Swarm. I didn't forget about you. I just found it funny that you asked it in the first place, so I teased you on it. Yeah, it's like, people always think these things are going to hurt their games. Like Dota 2, for example. Stacking did eventually catch on lower ranks, but like other things came in, so stacking wasn't the only thing that mattered, right? There's a new thing that was the optimal standpoint, but like the years, stacking creep camps in Dota 2 did not matter in low ranks at all. No one done it. Because the people that would do it, the optimal thing would move out of that tier, out of that rank. And they're out of your crap hole, right? Like, if you play Deadlock at the moment, but you don't like fighting over Urn, that's fine because, you know, Urn becomes less important in lower ranked games, even though it's important because all the players don't think it's important, it gets neglected. So if you start doing it, you'll move out of that rank, but now you're with people who do want to do it. So it's like, the meta is, like, my point is metas are different based on rank, and it's something that people aren't told enough. The meta of, like, Japan versus Golden Horde is Golden Horde wins. But if you go down to like, gold level, Golden Horde... No, okay, that's a bad example. Like, what's a better example? I'm trying to think of the most obvious example of, like, very dominant one-way and conk, but not at lower ranks. Probably something to do with Order of the Dragon, actually, would be a good one. Like, I think Japan can deal with Order of the Dragon pretty well at, like, high level, right? But at bronze level, Order of the Dragon probably takes a crap on Japan every time. Red Alert music? Damn right, I want a Red Alert 4. I need it. If you obsess over a shiny badge but refuse to learn what it takes to get it, then the argument kind of beats itself. Yeah, exactly. Like, and that's the thing. People, instead of, like, I think a lot of the time it's very easy for us to obsess over the shiny badge instead of the skill that got us the shiny badge, if that makes sense. Like, you see it all the time. The most popular coaches in games like Rocket League or whatever are the ones that are putting out very bad advice because they'll give you top 10 tricks to get, like, silver to plat rank or something, right? Instead, what actually the good coaches, which get a lot less views and a lot less credit, do is they'll explain to you core concepts that will help you get better as a player and thus long-term improve. But most people don't want that. Most people want the cheap excitement and cash-in of this thing works, you know? Like, you see all the time... Dude, you see it. Age of Empires 2, StarCraft has this a lot. Cheese strats to this day that will get you from low rank to mid rank, but then those people... Like, I think there's been a player... One of the players in Hera's... one or two of the players in Hera's Invitational have been practicing cheese strats. And it has artificially inflated their elo. Now they're in a category where when they stop doing the cheese strats, they're going to go back down. Like, it's what I was saying recently on me on Deadlock. I've just been vibing and signing in and playing some games with Kelvin because I love playing Kelvin. But now my problem is I'm in, like, the top 5% of players in the game. The moment I switch to someone that's not Kelvin, the fact that I've not played the other heroes is going to lead me to probably feed a lot. Maybe I deserve this the shiny badge for other skills, not for my micro. Okay, good for you, but, like, get over it. It's a fucking badge. You know how many badges I've got? None. I don't care. Take it from someone who, in multiple different genres, has grinded to, like, the top rank. Right? The top, like, 1%, less than 1% ranks in, like, you know, MOBAs, FPSs, sports games. It's not worth it. It's really not worth it. Because you get there and it's still never enough because, like, human beings are carnivorous creatures. They're never satiated. There's this great one, like, from the marketing show, Mad Dogs or whatever, where he explains, like, they have even if they got, like, a 90% share of the audience, it still wouldn't be enough. They still want more, and it's so freaking true. The best thing you can do in life is reach not contentness. Contentness. Contentness would be the opposite. Reaching contentness is, like, that's the most Gandhi shit possible. But it's so hard to do. You want to do T-strats? You can play Feudal Sushi. Exactly. Complacement? Yeah, complacency, right? But, like, I think complacency over contentness gets... Is contentness a word or have I made that up? Contentment. Contentment's the word I'm looking for. Like, it says it's the state of being happy and satisfied, but it's also, like, it's more the state of being okay with the situation. Overwhelmed, right? Complacency is bad. Because complacency is a negative connotation, right? If you're complacent... It's almost like more like you just don't care in a negative way. Yeah, there you go. Feels overly satisfied with yourself or your current situation. It typically carries a negative tone, indicating that someone is so content with the status quo, they become unmotivated. Yeah. Like, yeah. My point is, just enjoy gaming. You're not become. I'm gonna crack the egg for you and reveal there's not a chicken inside. You're probably not becoming a pro. Maybe there's someone in chat that's gonna prove me wrong. You hear that, Wat? No, I'm kidding. But like seriously, for a lot of you, you're not gonna become a pro. You're just playing games to have fun. So have fun. So if they add more micro to an Age of Empires 5, it doesn't stop you having your fun. It just changes the way you have it. It just changes like the environment you'll rank out at. Have fun. All right, let's get Gamba up. Series is starting. Damn, there's a 6 on. Who's ready for the longest series in the history of S-tier tournaments this year? Okay, sorry, wrong year. 2026 upon us. Beasty versus Loue MT. Historically, two players that love late game, but I don't know if we'll get there. But this is gonna be exciting. Matchup game number 1. French and Macedonian sniped away. Leaves us with Golden Horde and China. Are they still number 1? Is Golden Horde appropriately nerfed? Or is the number 1 player out of China, Team Elephants, Loue MT, gonna show us the strengths of not only this Civ, but him? He'll be in the teal. Beasty in the yellow is China, and we are indeed going to be on none other than Boldland. A great map for pro scouts, but also a great map for aggressive Civs, which leaves a lot of questions to be answered by these two. Oh, this is going to be a fun one. Golden Horde China doesn't come up much, right? I feel like they kind of come up in different maps. And also with the snipe system, it makes it harder to get this particular type of matchup, because I feel like normally when you see China as one of the snipeable options, you're going to snipe China. But I do like what he done, right? Like, eliminating French makes sense. We've already seen French actually can beat Macedonians in some situations. And I feel like French can handle Golden Horde. Because French Knight spam compared to Tortugude spam, it's not going to end well for GH. This, on the other hand, is kind of an interesting matchup because I feel like a lot of the time when China tries to play long feudal, they play for mass archers. That doesn't sound very good here. But also going Castle Ace sounds a bit tricky, no? You know, if this is, for example, something like English, you just build a white tower, Golden Horde's not going to dive you. But you don't have a defensive landmark as China. You don't really have very good Castle Ace landmarks for protecting yourself against a dive, actually. So either you want to be super fast castling here or probably playing a longer range. Oh, do we not have predictions up? Blame that on our mods. Here, I'll get your predictions up. I'm a nice guy. You can have 2 minutes. Could he do Pro Scouts? Because Tech Time is going to be pretty fast. Like, Pro Scouts is pretty cushy here, because the interesting thing about Pro Scouts, and this works very well against even Spear Blocker Civs, is Boldland has a lot of split deer. So the idea is that Pro Scouts usually slip something through, because it's almost impossible for your opponent to block all these deer sites at once. At least early on. Thank you, Asmodeus. Do you know why each seat only has 1 game at a time and is missing some games? Because you've got a group stage featuring 8 players in both groups. So 16 players overall, and they all have to play each other in best of 5s. So in terms of raw game count, like what you're talking about there is per day, there is currently 16 series being played. Across the group stage, there's 48. No, sorry, not 48. It wouldn't be 48. It would be... it's over 40 series, though. Like, the point is there's way too many series for one channel to cover. They could stretch it out to be, like, extra months long, but there's not really much value in that, in my honest opinion. Better to just let people play the game. Also, if you have them playing more spread out, it has unforeseen circumstances around, you know, meta information and stuff like that, and how people are able to adapt. Beasty win 25 minutes and up? What, you mean, like, in general against Loue? I don't know about that. Have you actually watched Loue? Do you realize how Loue got discovered originally? Loue MT used to be the late game boomer. He was disgusting for late game. Like, we actually cast him in his rise, and he was able to fairly quickly get to the point when he started competing, where when they were scrimming or meeting on the ladder, he was taking late games from Beasty. Loue MT was the grand innovator of Jeanne d'Arc, if you guys remember correctly. He brought in Rain Jeanne before anyone else. And why? Because he aimed for Castle and Beyond, when most John players were thinking about Feudal. Not win late game China? All right. If we get 30 plus minutes, we can talk about it. Because I'll tell you this much. Golden Horde is not weak in late game. They are the polar opposite. They are very weird in late game. So Loue moves out to Deer, which is smart. You know, Beasty, we said about, like, do you want to be building units? What are you going to build? Spear spam's going to be coming in. Makes sense. You know you're up against Tortugud. And it was indeed Khan Tortugud. We've seen a few players actually going for the alternative of getting the building pack-ups, but not Loue. Which also, I think I agree with. On this particular map, I don't see much value in that timing around getting multiple production types. Whereas cheaper and more tanky Tortugud on a map that is considered to be defensive by start, but required to come out fast, Heavy Cav is really good. 9 out of 10 pronunciation. What can I say? I learn these words the correct way, and it doesn't even matter. I don't know. I've been feeling it recently. Like, why am I bothering to learn these words when no one, like, casuals are not going to ever understand what a bugmaffer is, right? They don't care. You feel cool for 2 seconds until you realize you've confused everyone instead of calling archers. And yoink! He's going to get scared off by Karash, though. Oh, he's going to pull them all wide. He's griefing the Gur. Okay, that's a dead scout there. I think, did he hang around too long? Ooh, ooh. Ooh. He just about got away with that. Because the scout was following up there, and he has bonus. And then the Khan himself can hit pretty hard if he gets the lance charge off. So, does get away with cheeky shenanigans. Spear spam begins. Loue switching archers, though. Love the way he's playing this. I think this has been the new discovery in the last few weeks. Is like people are consistently playing Golden Horde as a pocket economy civ, production forward civ. They're essentially playing this civ like people played Rus in 2022. You guys remember that? When you used to get the proxy ball play, where you build a base around the ball placement and then push. And it's really smart as well if you know you're going to be forced into infantry. Because it just shortens the distance of exposure. And also gets your reinforcements there faster. I think the reason why Golden Horde is doing this more than any other civ is they are such an aggressive civ. So the idea of just having your army up in the face of your opponent, only seen as a plus when you know your goal is always to dive. And what is up, Zed? I see you with the Prime sub. Thank you very much, guys. Appreciate everyone who's been subbing. Keep them coming. Always appreciate it. Also, big shout out to Mr. Magoo. I did see that tip coming in. I don't know if you're here now. Thank you very much, mate. Appreciate the 20 euros. Okay, Horseman switch up now from Beasty. Makes a lot of sense now that you're seeing archers. That's a lot of Karash. Yes, remember the Karash provides the armor to all nearby units. You'll give them +1 melee, +1 ranged armor. It's really effective in Feudal. This is another big part of why Golden Horde goes for the all-in. They benefit the most from these guys in second age. Because when you go third age and fourth age, the damage numbers get higher, so +1 becomes less relevant. It's also a big part of why, for example, they've been stomping on Sengoku, Japan. Because those guys have weaker Yumi. So the whole idea of +1 there is just a death sentence. -1. Nice dive in there. Finds a kill to Tortugud. No wheelbarrow from Beast is why that happened. Because you don't think you need wheelbarrow when you have pro scouts is the idea. But looks like you had too many people on wood, so not enough for the village. And hello, Capital. Thank you very much, mate. Welcome back to the Swarm. Keep those subs coming. We've got an epic series ahead of us. Oof, you're getting burned. This is a lot of spears. Well, let's see. B does this a lot, and Beasty, I mean, it's almost in the name entirely. Yeah, this is... Mass spears is surprisingly effective. He does need to be careful about timing here and diversifying a bit, so I'm glad to see him now adding in Horsemen. Because Loue will have quite a few archers at this rate. But still annoying to lose the Uvu like this. He's got no better alternative because the remaining stones are far out in the flanks. Kind of a tricky map to set that up with. Karash need to give 2 armor in late game. Stop at you. What? No. Listen to the emotion in my voice. Stop it, you. That's evil. Let's maybe not buff them. Torgo's scaling continues. He's looking for a pin. I don't think you can dive this with this many spears, right? And he has got 10 archers. Yeah, so the idea with 10 archers, you can kind of bait your opponent and poke him down one spear at a time. Because 10 archers is enough to insta-kill spears with bonus damage. Cheeky little poke in here. I think he's just trying to protect the central deer. Because central deer is his best friend, right? Like, if Loue has to start going flank deer, it's going to be very hard to defend because you're so wide. But usually when you see these pocketed civs, like French is another example, they always anchor around here with an outpost because the value point is that you're pushing this way anyway to attack your opponent. So it makes it very easy to attack and defend. Who wins the current fight if it happens? Beasty's catching up in archers pretty fast, guys. That is a problem here. Still, Loue, he hasn't taken much damage on Torgood, and these guys are very tanky. 230 HP. This is after nerfs. They're still this tanky. That's basically Castle Age Knight health. I'll just get baited back. BC buying time. He's looking for the tech switch. I don't know, dog. I think the problem for Loue is like he's not got an in. It's taking way too long. China economy just goes. Sorry, it's more of a wet fart. Which is appropriate because that's how I feel about China. They are filthy. And remember, veterancy won't take long either on spears on archers. Technically, just focus firing, like focus producing archers now is really good for Beasty because veterancy plus the extra damage, he'll melt through even Torgood. Beasty. About to be pressured though. Louis had enough of waiting around. Torgood is still chasing after the horsemen, so they'll show up back in this fight soon. He's got a few on the front line just to absorb the shots. Archer's getting targeted down here. Spear count at 17. Goes in for another clash. Karash just trying to close the distance. Cost efficient unit. Very slow to engage with though. The Torgood still holding on. Not a single one going down so far. But the Batsu Khan. Where is the Batsu? Am I blind? He is here. He's right there. I'm blind. All right, into the clash. Gets the damage buff. Big deal there. Backstab coming in, though. Horseman onto the archers. Torgood now mirroring the move as he tries to brute force his way through. The Horseman's sticking to their targets. A few more heavy cav turn around to protect there. And Loue MT with the number advantage. That's how Golden Horde do. It's so weird how effective that damage booster can be. 10% doesn't sound like a lot, but, you know, in this situation, you're talking about an extra 0.5 damage. The archers, But the Torgood, they get like an extra 1-2 blacksmiths upgrades. It's still a DPS exchange that just comes in for free. And on top of that, it's the fact that the Torgood just do not die. Beasty is now going to be going castle. He's got 20 archers left over. But the problem we have now, the risk we run, is that Loue MT puts his scuba gear on. He's got 9 Torgood and a Khan. This is a very diveable base. Beasty realizes it. He also has not got wheelbarrow, guys. That's a problem. No textiles, no wheelbarrow means easy pickings for heavy cap. Loue doesn't know about the tech yet. China, if there was any civ you'd list as could handle this, China's one of them because of how fast veterancy comes. Other civs, a minute is too long. Maybe for China. Veteran CQ'd. He's supervising. 20 seconds out. Loue hasn't begun the dive yet. Torgood coming around the back. So looking for the sandwich. BC sees it. He's already got the Imperial Pass up. It gives full vision in the area. And Loue does something very interesting at this very moment. He goes after the housing. He doesn't feel ready to dive yet. He's scaling into Keshik now. But what he does feel able to do is to slow Beasty down. Also the gold, guys. Gold is a problem here right now. Beasty has got veterancy on archers. He's got a few lancers, but he doesn't have a gold vein. He's not even playing for it at the back. He's definitely not out of the woods yet. gets rid of the housing. Beasty's now pop locked. Setting up new villages behind this. Mining camp's going to be coming in. Loue, if he wants to keep playing this game strat, needs to be around the back of the base soon. Instead, he fights another village. This is actually really annoying. I mean, villages are efficient uses of wood, but they're still pricey. Right? Sorry, I always look at the wrong thing. 100 wood each, plus the build speed. It's kind of annoying. But like, if this is the extent of you staying feudal, I don't know if it's enough. Because he's still scaling army. He needs more. The problem is he's waiting so long. With Beasty now getting back on gold, Steeled Arrow 2, range damage 2 is very feasible here. 8 damage goes a long way against his Tortugud, and it's the window of opportunity, because if Loue was attacking now and getting the extra armor, these archers are worthless. But he isn't teching. Sending it. Gets a worker kill. Might be able to get a second there. Yep. Oh, Beasty, where are we going? -2 again. 10 worker kills in total for Loue. The giggle from the Golden Horde archer says everything. Tree line being hugged. Charge comes in. Lancers have to sally forth, but only 2 of them. There are a few spears in here for Loue too. Tries to bait him into it. Tortugud aren't bypassing though. They're not getting the body blockers. Choke point a bit weird actually for Loue. But the gold. Okay, he steers one Keshik off, goes over there now. That's not going to last long against Lancers, but does achieve some idle. The laughing is hilarious. Yeah, usually it happens when you kill enemy workers. So fun fact for you guys, like Vet Archers isn't an outright win against Feudal Archers. It is here because they're even on count. But what I mean is, having lots of damage increase on all these Vet Archers only matters if you're going to bother to micro them into specific group counts to kill more units. Otherwise, clicking, you're going to end up overkilling, but your opponent has enough archers, he'll still kill you. Seen this a lot in the past, where like having 15 more archers, but being an age behind, doesn't lose you the game the way you think it does. Usually what loses the game there is when your opponent starts adding in knights. Why is Loue scared? He's just trying to constrict Beasty. Right, he's been limiting gold. Beasty also is limited on food. So I don't mind what Louie's doing, because look at what he's prepping for. He's prepping for castle. I have to fight again, though. Interesting that he doesn't turn for a charge. I mean, it's the +2, isn't it, right? It's 9 damage received. He only has 5 ranged armor. Just have to run this away. I'll just sack the Karash. Right, I think he had one and now he's lost it. Because Karash is the slowest thing here. So now he has the movement speed to disengage. This is dead obvious to Beasty what's happening. There is only one reason a Golden Horde player runs away. And it's because he's running to get Mummy and Daddy. And Mummy and Daddy got bigger arms. Right, he's going for castle. He's going for upgrades. Might be that he turns for a fight here. One thing that's underrated defensively is the health. Defensive Aura Edict gives you 10% health for a fight. Aren't archers useless against Musky Yasak? They are. That's why Loue backed away. Is the Beasty has had to resort to mass archers and not much else. He's only now getting the Lancer pump going. 55 seconds out. Lancer finds the workers. That's big. That's actually huge for Beasty. He sees it. He goes for it. No gate either. That is going to be -10 workers. What a snatch for Beasty. Unless we do the Prometheus school of running away from things. He does realize it and tries to cut him off instead of running in a straight line. And Loue, he makes a sacrifice to the gods to buy time. Like, here, take him. I don't even want him anymore. They're eating berries. I'm a meat man. 20 seconds out. Now, one big thing to pay attention for the upcoming fight will be the Batukan. He can't snipe him. He hasn't got mass crossbows, and there's a lot of Tortugud which will take the damage instead. Level 2 damage boost is crazy here. A 20% booster in a fight is like having Kurultai. So keep an eye out for that. Tortugud also upgraded. Veterancy skewed. Starts to charge in. Batukan looking to follow this up. Archers to start to step away. He does immediately summon the tributaries, so he pays for it to get them out. More force, more firepower. Loue keeping the numbers now with a push. And the Roost Tributaries can't be sniped either. They've got 6 ranged armor. Beasty has to go for the recharge. Not going to fare well there. Ducking and down away, but there's Tier 1. Tier 1 activates. 10% more damage. Tier 2 will be 20%. Archer's already getting that mini upgrade, but more is coming. Veterancy plus range 2. And there is level 2. So now the Keshiks hit for 24 damage. They're real nice now. Beasty continues to back up here. He's got a few crossbows coming through, but at this rate, there's going to be only crossbowmen left against mass archers that just got upgraded. China may not be #1, guys. The Golden Horde comes for all. The chase is real. And the numbers do not lie. Beasty is in trouble. Archer's now cutting the reinforcements, getting rid of those crossbows. Damage booster looking bloody good. 20% increase. He's up to about 10.5 damage here on archers. You can't beat that. And this is what makes Golden Horde so crazy. If you can't get rid of that Khan, and you can't if you can't remove the Tortugud. Because remember, it redirects damage to them. If that Khan gets to burst up to level 2, he breaks the game. That's what we were warning about later as well. Because if this went to Imperial Age, you get 40% at level 3. And the crazy thing about late game Golden Horde is they vomit out troops because they gradually get towards the batch productions. And also those stockyards that recently got nerfed are still super efficient. It's just such a powerful way to play. Like, you're clearly directly being rewarded damage boost by just feeding more army. I think the other way to think about this is like, just imagine if Mongols' Kurotai effect was built into their units. Right? Like it was a berserking effect. That's the way to think. If they were fighting for a few seconds, they got it, because that's what's happening here. Thank God it's kind of anchored, it's shackled to this one individual. But I think this is a big part of why Khan and Tortugud will still remain such a fundamental tech choice in Age 2 for the majority of Golden Horde games. It comes back in so many different ways as the game goes deeper. Lance is now trying to raid, but we see that dive to the backside. He goes to the villages again. Beasty's about to get pop-locked. And no, the Tortugud! They found them! Workers in the corner will not be set. No. Did he just rally all... He just rallied all army, I think. Okay, so Beasty stays alive there, but guys, he still looks dead. He's rushing a castle, but the timing could not be worse. Is Loue going to find it? Got 5 lancers. Wave of crossbows. Still has to deal with the archers. And Loue now transitioning crossbows too. Move? Move? Bro. No. What have we got happening? Relics are coming in. So Louis still building a lead there. Second relic on the way home. But somehow Beasty doesn't just straight up die. And there were so many danger points here, right? That rotation continues at finds farms. That move goes a tiny bit deeper. It finds a quarter of Beasty's economy. There were so many places he could have just straight up died. But he chose to die here anyway. GG gets called. Loue MT, showing you that China is not #1. We live in the era where the Mongols and their relatives come in to take control. Damn. Yeah, it's like every archetype can bully China except Jin Dynasty XD. Game 1 a win. Oh, perfect title as well. China is and isn't #1 in Age of Empires 4. Alright, so. Let's see what the boys are going to give us for game 2. We're getting Ruse First Order Dragon. This must be Lakeside. Oh, no, sorry. Mountain Clearing. They did draft Lakeside, right? Yeah.
Does Roos make sense for Lake? Actually, yeah, no, that makes sense. I don't know if you'd ever pick Roos in Lakeside. But we're getting good old-fashioned Roos here. What were the bans? Atri banned away from Beasty. House of Lancaster banned away from Loue. Hey, what's up, Blazeby? Thank you very much for the Prime sub, buddy. Appreciate the support. Welcome to Swarm. Tough to stop GH Mass. Dude, they're on another level. They're the truest of true Zergsivs. Like, it's weird because they feel like Xel'Naga from StarCraft. They are Protoss meets Zerg. All in one. No problem, buddy. Glad you're enjoying them. There's still plenty to come, right? We've got this series. Then afterwards, we actually might... I think afterwards we'll check the Beasty Numadon. Because that's an important series as well. Because of Numadon's performance in the group stage thus far. I was weighing up Lucifer on MSN, which I think will also be a banger, but yeah. 50k views this matchup on Bilibili. That's why I keep telling people, like, I don't know why this is such a weird thing for people. I've had it before where I've gone, Beasty isn't the biggest content creator in Age of Empires 4. Not even Loue. There's another guy who's even bigger, Dark something. I'd be like, oh, I can't believe you got a problem with Beasty. He is the big. He's not. China is bigger for Age of Empires 4 viewership. A lot bigger. The value of those viewers may not be as much on marketing, but China is biggest for sure. China is #1? Yep. All right, let's get ready to go. Let me mark in the score. Meme clearing returns, but Beasty will not get to play his coveted HRE. It's banned away from him. Loue MT snatches that option off the table and then takes the variant Civ of the one that Beasty loves so much. Loue MT in the teal will be on none other than Order the Dragon, leading in this best of 5, while Beasty goes for a classic. On mountain clearing, he opts for the Roost. What could possibly go wrong? Everyone loves a little bit of pig, but this man might be about to be squealing like a piggy because Loue MT is Dark Age rushing. Okay. Beasty needs more wood then. For the play he's going for, he's got the ball being pulled in. He's gathering wood. 50 income. Wait, no, he stopped. Guys, I don't... Did Beasty didn't scout this, right? I thought he did. Don't you lose to a Dark Age Spear here? I mean, maybe... Yeah, I think you realize that Loue is going to take too long. Because Loue started mill. So he's lagging behind. He had to chop the tree. He can't get the first spearman out, right? Like, he's lacking food still. Oh, he hasn't been manually dropped. No, manual drop, manual drop, manual drop. This happens all the time with Deer, guys. It was something that people learned the hard way with that map called Cauldron in particular. You start Deer and you realize your tech timings were late because you have to manually drop off. So Loue queues up the first spear. It's going to be a villager pull now. Wait, what? Oh, the wooden fortress. Yeah, so Beasty knew exactly what he's doing. All right, guys, this is the heart of the map right here. That thing on the ground. Boar wins like 8 times out of 10 on this map. Full stop. So Loue now has a pretty tricky predicament because you can't outpost rush to deny. You can't, for example, walk in and drop an outpost here. Because there's something I've learned over the years with Order the Dragon. They are the worst Civ in the game at outpost rushes. Full stop. I don't think I'm being overly harsh about that either. Because if I'm, for example, Roost and I outpost rush you, getting 5 spears, getting 5 garrison shots costs me 400 resources. If you're playing Order the Dragon and you want to fill an outpost with 5 garrison slots, that's going to run you 800 resources. It sucks. So yeah, like, normally, if you try an outpost rush now, it's with 1 to 2 spearmen. It's just not a lot of firepower, and I've just seen players rush it down time and time again. Like, it really stuck with me when I watched an Abasa game where exactly that happened. The Order of the Dragon player outpost rushed the berries, and the Abasa player just pulled his 10 villagers and burnt it down. Dark Carrot streams other things as well, not just AoE4? Yes. Which is why, like, I don't know. That's why, I mean, we can get into a deeper discussion on that if you really wanted to, but it's why I find it weird when people, like, cheering for failure when someone goes and streams another game. It's
It's like, dude, you can do multiples. I always admired Turin for that. Turin still has Total War as the heart of his content, but like he's playing Olden Era now, he played Age of Empires, and he comes back around. It's actually healthy. Okay, so Kremlin drop coming in. This is usually why Roos is an S tier pick on this map. He now has a 5,000 HP castle in the center of the map, on what is a very small map, and it secures a key objective. The sucky part is that Beasty had to add in a wooden fortress as well. That does ramp up to be quite pricey. But down the line, if you go for a Sacred Site victory, it does give you more protection. What was the first matchup? First matchup was China for Beasty and Golden Horde for Loue. Loue going for Aachen Chapel. So no Minework shenanigans. Should just be a fast castle. Yeah, he's still got all of his sheep, right? He's got 15 sheep underneath the town center and the gold and tree line. So pretty good Aachen placement. What mod do you need? You need EGC mountain clearing. Kremlin with 1. So I feel like Beasty is prepping for castle then? No, because he hasn't gone out to gold. So what's the thought process behind 1 on Kremlin? That's a bit weird, right? Because he's going to have an insane amount of food at the start of the age up. Fast castle? Yeah, but if you're fast castling, you want gold, right? Would it not be more valuable to get a slightly quicker timing than 1 villager for archery? Because you need archers to clear the spear. Oh, no, he's going to go militia, right? I almost forgot. I haven't seen militia versus gilded spears before. Are they good enough? That's a very, very inner vacuum situation that doesn't come up often. Because you'll get 2 militia versus 1 Dark Age Gilded Spear. But like Loue can upgrade it in time if you look at this. If he wants to, he can get the Harden for 15 food, 35 gold, which is probably worth it for the 1 spear. Complete. Hasn't gone for the Hardened yet. He's raw fast casting. Probably looking at Burgrave. If this was HRE, Regnitz is more desirable than Regnitz for Order of the Dragon. And now he's switching gold. So yeah, he has tried to optimize around FC. He went gold south side. That's what I was kind of waiting for. Is like on this map, in case you guys didn't notice, you get a gold vein on both sides. It used to be you had an 8k gold vein as your primary, but then it was rehashed. They decided the 8k gold veins underneath town centers is a really silly design choice. Kind of makes camping and fast castling a bit too good. We're going to get 4 relics of Burger for sure. That's the thing with Order of the Dragon, right? When you play as HRE, it's a different choice, but because Burgrave for Order of the Dragon gives you discounts, it's more valuable to just get Burgrave because you save so much resource on the production. Whereas with HRE, Burgrave is a completely different design. With HRE, the Burgrave pushes units faster, but there's no discount. Yeah, like I think that has put Order of the Dragon in a very weird spot because essentially they have 2 economical landmarks. Does that make sense? Because even though this is producing units, what makes it so desirable is definitely not a 35% increased production speed. It's a 35% discount. Free Burger's RPM is even better than free relics. Exactly. That's why Order of the Dragon rarely ever go Regnitz now. The other thing that is important to monitor is if you compare HRE to Order of the Dragon, HRE can start picking up relics the moment castle hits because they can build prelates in Age 2. Order of the Dragon can't. That makes them much more sucky, even on fast castle builds, because fast castle builds are even worse. You have to wait until your castle to build a prelate, so you tech up and then it takes 20 seconds. But also the units you now build are so expensive. Like if I want to build a knight to control the map, that costs me the price of 2 knights for another civ. So I have to wait even longer. Like HRE prelates are just so much better than Order of the Dragons for early mid game. Wrong, Darren. HRE have prelate already? That's what I said. Bro, you need to open the ear. That's literally what we just said. Order of the Dragon don't have the prelate. Just to emphasize that, like, this is why these guys don't do it. Because if I'm playing HRE, I can sacrifice TC production to get, like, free prelates, for example. So Loue, he's got the men-at-arms coming. We got Abbey of Trinity. I love to see this again. Abbey of Trinity is so good. I think it's slept on way too much. Never underestimate the tankiness of Warrior Monks as a unit for only 120 resources. They fight, they tank, they buff. Love. And he's already prepping crossbows too. Louis going to need something more. And what's that something going to be? I mean, he hasn't built extra production just yet. Also hasn't gone for Monastery either. That's about to change then. Monastery coming in a very ambitious position, actually, outside of the base. Maybe trying to hide the detail. He needs to be camping north side, though. Otherwise, there's a real risk that just gets yoinked. Because Beasty, he's already queued up 2 more monks. So yoink Central Relic, could not yoink the north one. Would not be surprised to see a 4-1 split in favor of Roos here. Scout's checking on it, though, so Loue is repositioning. There's just not a dive to be had here, guys. Like, Kremlin's fully upgraded. It hasn't got the spring orb, but it's got castle turrets, which gives you +2 damage. Arrow slits already. And he's got 16 garrison slots here anyway. Scary place to dive. Does find Beasty out on the gold, though. Scares him off. Sacred Site now locked in. So win condition, very clear for Beasty. Inspired Warriors nerf was so unjustified. It's still pretty good. Like, the change was what? They changed it to be 10% instead of 15%, right? But you can more evenly buff your army. So it's a bit more similar to Roos Warrior Monk buff than before. Like, not quite the same, but different. Definitely enough Order Dragon. Agreed. I think H3 are less concerned about it because Inspired Warriors buff is like nice to have but not mandatory. I think when you play Order of the Dragon, a few minutes in the castle, it becomes mandatory because it's just so much DPS. Because remember, the whole problem with HRE is you have double the number of units that Order of the Dragon does. So the prelates, you need more of them to buff your whole army than OOTD does. But I think Order of the Dragon, with the change now where Inspired Warriors buffs in a small AoE, you probably only need 3 prelates now? Maybe 4. And an arm switch up coming in. Yeah, he saw the spears. Trebs begin to be produced by Loue, so he's looking to siege down the Kremlin. Smart choice as well. There's always a risk your opponent just goes for a little bit of stone and gets a spring replacement. He's holding on to tickets, right? We haven't seen a single militia summon yet in this game. Fun fact, by the way, got buffed. Yeah, so you're seeing right there on the description, you get more militia now as you age up. And that continues into the late game, right? Now when you get Imperial Age, you also get Gunner Militia. Kind of feels like Beasty might be trying for him. Surely not. Like, he's holding quite big reserves of food. Ooh, also has got the Saint's Blessings coming in. Yeah, so you got the extra range. Has he got the others so far? No, he hasn't got the duration, but he has got the range and damage increase. So he gets, was it +2? Was it plus? I think it's +3, right? +3 damage and +1 armor. That's significant. In these situations, like, you know, crossbow v crossbow, that's going to make you feel like a gilded crossbow on base damage. Doesn't Loue have a lot of workers compared to Beasties? No, because the villagers produce only 3 seconds slower. So it's kind of like we're 12 minutes in. This is literally the flip opposite of what French would look like compared to a normal town center, if that makes sense. Like, you're this far in the game, like, French would have, you know, 4 or 5 worker lead. Naturally. And thus, flip that, Order the Dragon fall behind by about the same. Because their villages are more efficient, but take longer to finish. So siege continues. 6.5 minutes away from the timer ticking down. And Kremlin's not being repaired. Beasty isn't even trying to keep the landmark up. Which is bold. Can you win a fight right now? I don't think so, right? The spear count is quite high, and crossbows aren't the obvious effective counter. Pulls back. Inspired Warriors is coming in. Now, this is big because you can buff the counterweight Trebs as well. So even if he starts repairing now, still going to die. And Beasty, come on, no! This is way too late. He summons the gremlins,
But Kremlin is down. And my oh my, is there a lot of the boys. The Bardushas come out, and he's even got the hand cannons. They're adorable. 12 damage and 3.25 range. I mean, in fairness, the strength of the hand cannoneers shouldn't be underrated. Because they're a range unit, remember the way that the militia works, they lose health over time. But if you have 1 HP, but you're ranged, unless your opponent's targeting you, you're still going to do full DPS. Whereas the spears would always die. Now the dive in. You could go for the heal. He gets the extra armor in there, the damage as well. I mean, these halberdiers actually hit pretty hard. And also the hand cannoneers, they just got, what, a quarter increase to the damage? Still, Loue, find a hold on. He's got sprint placement coming in soon. E-repairs was popped. I don't think this is working. I mean, he can heal afterwards, but so can Loue. Like, was that good for Beasty? Destroyed value-wise, it's a little bit better. He has still got the timer ticking. He's repairing the Kremlin, but Loue knows about that, right? He has to. He sees it being repaired, so he's going to move it again. Just try and sack this once more. Double shot. It's going to be annoying. So just more resources being burnt there. Final relic call. Loue has the second one coming home. I'd love to see him drop it here, guys. Sprint and placement, then he knows it. With the relic, big deal. Because remember, it gives damage, range buffs, all the buffs. Kind of a crazy amount of buffs, actually. So 50 damage now on that spring shot. 10.8 tar range. Interesting. We've got Castle Watch coming in. Is Beasty that blind? Ooh, good secure on the flank, so he's going to see any backstab attempts. Louis scaling crossbows now, which does get kind of scary with Beasty, because Gilded Crossbows outrange you. But I love the fact he's leaning so hard on Warrior Monks, like, you know, to keep that buff going. My only concern is your opponent has 13 spears. How are we dealing with that? How do you stop 13 Gilded Spearmen? Because, to put it another way, this is the normal Civ building 26 spears. Like, you'll probably get one Warrior Monk buff, and then they all die. Also, holy crap! Yeah, nah. If he gets the decap on the Sacred side, this is 100% over. BC won't recover from a decap because he hasn't set up farms, right? He's gambled the flanks. He's all in on Sacred side. And the Warrior Monks win. He's trying to snatch the relics. That's not going to work. Surely not. Push comes in. No more halberdiers to assist. No cute little hand cannon. There's only one left alive. Loue just keeps pushing him back with those Gilded Crossbows. Sacks some of his spears to do so. Frontline holding on reasonably well. Crossbowman actually taking out the enemy ranged units. But wait, hold on a sec. He's got the DPS. Loue, he's flopping. Beasty pushes him back. What? I cannot believe that fight. That's insane. So what was the difference maker there? Loue wasn't sniping men-at-arms. He was sniping crossbows. He went for the enemy backline, which put him closer to the front line, which is where BC was able to catch him. And then the spearmen just lose to men-at-arms. Spearmen definitely lose to men-at-arms when you add in the Warriors Monk buff as well. That's crazy. Loue now just looking dead. I mean, how do you get a decap now? He moves in, but this army is so pitifully small. I think, like in hindsight, maybe if he'd fought here with the Sacred Site and had the Relic Tower in range, better shot, but no shot here. Yeah, Cheek's about to get thoroughly clapped. Mass Warrior Monks, mass Men-at-Arms. I mean, the crossbows are given, but I love the way that these things kind of complement. Full buff. Look at that damage. I said about it earlier. 16 damage. A Gilded Crossbowman does the same base as you now. People sleep on Warrior Monks way too much. I'm telling you, man. Abbey of Trinity should be back if it isn't already. 100% agree that buff is so underrated. Dude, like, all warrior monks being that cheap. Like, there are situations where you can Zerg a warrior monk army, and it doesn't get the right credit. I think it's always been good. Like, the damage differential. Like, warrior monks have been good ever since they buffed the melee range, so they don't have to be the first thing that dies. But it just kind of just gets slept on time and time again. All right, let's see what we've got for next game. Longer series, though. Beasty drafted French Ibids. French get sniped. Loue drafted Macedonians, Japanese. No surprise there, Macedonians get sniped. This sounds like Gorge. But they didn't draft Gorge. So... Lipany? Dry Arabia? Probably Dry Arabia. Would they Lakeside? I could see French on Lakeside. I haven't seen Macedonians. I guess let's find out. Oh, they haven't started yet. They're a million times better than Inspired Warriors, and Inspired Warriors is also the worst buff. Good they nerfed it. I don't know what to call it. It's like either going to be called Abbey Trinity Back. What year is this? Or I think better is German Priest buff meets real buff. Okay, yeah, Dry Arabia. Not an impossible matchup for Japan, right? Like, if you can bait your opponent, Onimusha are quite effective. But I think a lot of players have gotten better at utilizing Desert Raiders recently. So I've kind of been teeter-tottering back towards Ibids in more recent times. Can we see the draft? Draft would be... What's that? Shade it for a second. So this draft. And then map draft is here. So after this, we've got Lakeside and Lipany remaining. And then in terms of what's been picked and used, Loue got a win with Golden Horde. China lost. And then we just saw Roos get the dub. Order the Dragon get the big fat L. Yeah, so Louis's got a lot of English left, which is just so Loue. Louis's frankly obsessed with English. Needs to be probably institutionalized for it. And also has good maps for it, no? Lakeside, I think English used to be okay there. Like, because you can just kind of play camp mode. Lipany is a more defensive version of Dry Arabia. I think both English is weird, not for him. Loue, out of like all the players in this tournament, he's probably the most likely player to pick English. It's always been something of a signature pick for him, and with what I've been seeing him do on ladder recently, pretty good again. He already has played English? What are you talking about, Willis? Against B. Yeah, but this is a different series. Oh, sorry. I was like, no way we missed a Beasty game. Yeah, no. He's like, he'll play a lot of English. I'm saying in general, not just this tournament. Like, the other player that you might see draft English, I think, would be Gully. Whereas there's a lot of players that still only value it when there's water maps, and Elite Classic doesn't have any water maps, I think. Any real water maps. You've got 4 lakes, you've got Lakeside. But, like, I mean, you haven't got, for example, Holy Island, which is by far one of English's best. Oh, can I have I got... Guys, I'm going to run a minute and a half ads now so they don't pop in game, okay? Subscribe, though. Then you don't have to worry about them. You can talk to me more, and you also support the channel. And get some amazing emotes. What? Do I need to get rid of the flags, by the way? You guys never use them. I remember I had all those flags commissioned because everyone was like, yeah, we want flags. And then they never get used. Even though they're the best flags available in the AoE4 directory. They got a pigeon who wears glasses and the flag. What more do you need? Even to get your 2 TC boom, they feel bad.
I don't think so. If you are able to crack towards Imperial, like they're so greedy for it, but it works so well as Wingard. Because if you play into Wingard and you just spam out Wingard Raiders, you control the map. To listen to me more if we subscribe, worst deal ever. You know, I just think someone wants to get banned around here is all I'm going to say. It also gives you more points to time people out. There you go. That's your value prop. Like, all I'm saying is most of you pay how much for Amazon a month? And you maybe watch like 2 TV series a year. Whereas like this... 5 buckaroos. How many hours are we on course for of entertainment this month? We've done 81 hours in the last 30 days, but obviously, like, May was a little bit slower. We'll probably end up doing something like 120 hours stream this month. Actually, maybe more. Weekends alone is like making up 12 to 15, actually 12 to 16 hours? More like 16 hours, yeah. Yeesh. It's not the amount, it's the variety. You're right. We need to play more StarCraft. All right, in we go. Game number 3, Dry Arabia time. It's time for your daily dose of Age of Empires 4 action with 2 of the tippity top names in the game. Beasty, #1 ranked player out of Serbia. In the yellow, playing as the Ibids. Loue MT of Team Elephant in the pink, #1 ranked player out of China, playing as Japanese. One of those is probably more impressive than the other, no offense to Serbia. There's a lot of sweaty Chinese players, but funnily enough, it's the Serbian who holds more titles. We're here in the group stage of an S-tier tournament. Ibids, I actually think, are getting very good against Japan recently, at least with the games I've been seeing. I think Ibid players have gotten a lot better at leveraging Desert Raiders and the healing early on, and that has been a big trouble for top-level Japanese players. Let's see what Loue has in mind. He's probably one of the cleanest players at finding the fast castle timings. In fact, I'm pretty sure he's the one we have to blame for bringing back the one villager Kuristor house fast castle. Yeah, and he's already starting the berries. So Tawada gets researched, gives him better gathering rate on berries than he gets on sheep. And let's sort predictions. So game... Oh, sorry, we didn't pay out game #1, did we? Which was a Loue win. Let's set up game 3. And fire my mods. Assume we're going to be getting Camulants here, right? You don't pay Amazon on Twitch? Jeff Bezos is outside your window right now? No, I'm saying stop paying them and pay me instead. Technically, you're still paying them, but I at least get some of the money. I mean, what are you really funding when you give all that money to Bezos? His ability to put Amazon Web Services servers in space? Wait, no, that's Elon. Wasn't there something recently about him trying to market, was it SpaceX, at like over $1 trillion as an opening value? Like he's basically trying to sell, I think it's like, was it $500 million stocks at a value of like $130 each, which is crazy. Okay, so 2 on Kura. This could very easily be fast castle still. Some players still like to do the 1, some go for the 2. 2 actually, I think, gives you a bit more of a cleaner timing, i.e. less resources left over when you start the tech. China's putting their data centers under the sea. Man, Aquaman is going to have a field day with all the porn he can download. Logistics win coming in now. So it is going to be your atypical either semi-fast or fast castle build. Usually, these players like to add in a Desert Raider because you can poke harass and force Japan to add in outposts. Mermaids revolt soon. That's true. Like, what you guys don't realize is, like, China putting their data centers under sea is very dangerous to all of us. Up till now, the peaceful wildlife of under the sea, you know, all the crabs from Little Mermaid and all the fishies from from Finding Nemo, they don't know what revolutions or wars really are. But now that we're putting all our data under there, there's a good chance that they're going to, like, catch a TV screen through the glass pane windows in the underwater facilities, and they're gonna learn, okay? And when I'm telling you guys, when they get to the Stalin's like revolution stuff and the French Revolution, we're in trouble. So a lot of wood gathering, should be seeing stables drop because you're not really expecting to get harassed here. Desert Raiders do not do well against Mount Samurai, but they crush Royal Knights. Why? Deflective armor, yeah. So they still haven't fixed it. Deflective armor, the way that deflective works against French Knight charge, when French Knights charge in, what ends up happening is they have this ability built in where they get temporary bonus damage after they charge, but the way it's triggered is when they do damage with a charge. If you hit deflective armor, you technically aren't doing any damage. So because of that detail, what always happens in like French Knight versus Mad Samurai charges is you don't get a damage buff. Mad Samurai ignore your charge while doing their charge, and then they also have an Uma Bannerman to give them more damage. So it really sucks for French Knights. Then the final nail in the coffin is that the Japan will build Onimusha 2, which is crossbow horseback. But yeah, like the difference when you play against Desert Raiders versus Mount Samurai, no charge. They can shoot some arrows before you charge in, so you lose deflective. The debuff takes away a bunch of damage from you anyway. And also, Desert Raiders are a lot cheaper than Mount Samurai. And then that follow-up detail of like Onimusha versus Desert Raiders sucks. Because Onimusha will do some damage because Desert Raiders have no ranged armor, but you won't get your bonus damage. Speaking of which, Desert Raid on the way. And something interesting out of Loue. He adds in Rax archery. Feels like the time you ask a teacher a question, he answers something. What do you mean? We just answered it. Oh, sorry. Did I? Oh, Desert Raid. Oh. I misread. My bad. Not well against, do well against Mount Samurai, but they crush Royal Knights. Oh, no, it's the other way then. Oh, have I left music on? Whoops. One of those games. Oh, you think Desert Raiders beat Royal Knights but get crushed by Mount Samurai? I don't think it's that drastic of a difference, but like to your point, to like Devil's Advocate, it will be the Uma Bannerman. Even simpler explanation. Whatever, we had time to talk about all the units. It's not like they're doing anything but fast castling, guys. So to the point of why Desert Raiders wouldn't do as well as you're hoping against Mount Samurai, it's because of the Uma Bannerman. Because the Uma Bannerman offsets the debuff. Because this is a 20% debuff, but you get a 15% plus from Bannerman. Although actually, it got nerfed recently, right? Is it down to 10% now, chat? I'm not imagining that. They nerfed it, right? You see them face feudal Royal Knights? Yeah, but I think the way that like French versus Ibids is being played needs to evolve, right? We actually saw it the other day where a player, like it was Loue, wasn't it? He built mass knights against Desert Raiders and just lost. But like if he'd opened the game with horsemen and then you add in spears, I actually think it's really hard for Ibids to play feudal. So military reinforcement coming. He'll have the answer to Mount Samurai. Honestly, I like what Louis is thinking, though. Like, scaling Spear Yumi is pretty effective here. Yeah, sorry, I misread that question originally. But, like, yeah, Desert Raiders... Also, like, the final cherry on top as to why it will feel like they always win is cost. I think if you get to the stage where you cap out Mount Samurai's damage as much as possible, they'll fare probably, like, a bit better than Desert Raiders. But you don't get to that point early on, right? Like, Uma Bannon's always a challenge already, sometimes on the timings. But, like, getting +3 melee attacks. Because a Desert Raider already in Feudal Age does 26 damage. And then he upgrades further. He goes up to, I think, it's 28 melee damage. But a Knight, by default, is 24 damage. So you see the problem there. I do think, though, if you focus more on charges, it can be a bit better. Because Desert Raiders don't have a charge at all. But yeah, like I said, the cost though, you're paying 180 versus 240. The specialist unit designed to counterplay cavalry counterplays cavalry. Surprise. Okay, so Umabandaman coming. Yeah, they did nerf it. I wasn't imagining. Yeah, 5% nerf is a pretty big deal, actually. For Mounted Samurai in particular. Because that turns into a -1 damage. So a little bit less nerfable. Cam Lance is coming in. I honestly think we're kind of getting to the stage where Cam Lancers suck compared to Desert Raiders. When you just rip them out stat for stats, like to the point of like the Knights, like if you were to build Cam Lancers only against Mounted Samurai only, Mounted Samurai win that, right? Wholeheartedly. But this is the difference. I think Cam Lancers for a very long time was misunderstood in the unit comp compared to DRs. Because Cam Lancers have less health than Standard Knights. They have lower base damage. They suck. Because, like, if I'm playing Mounted Samurai and you're building Camel Lancers and we run at each other, I'm just going to headbutt you. I'm just going to look at you and go, and just, like, beeline it in as quickly as possible. I'm going to make all kinds of crazy noises and just ooga boogie. Because you're paying the same price for something that statistically is worse. Even with the debuff, it's kind of crazy. Like, if I have Mounted Samurai and we charge in, your charge does no damage. My charge does, like, 36 damage minus 20%. But then, when you start melee bombing, the Cam Lancers hit for 22, but the Mounted Samurai are 24 base. So I'm already 2 better off. So it's more like when you balance the numbers out there, this is the stupid part, it feels more like a 10% debuff from Camel Lancers. Does that make sense? Yeah, more health, damage differential. I don't know. I think Cam Lancers would be more interesting if they were given +1 melee armor. Cam Lancers attack much faster. It's not that much faster. It's 0.12, which makes up about a 7% increase in attack speed, right? Because it's 1.5 by default for others. And also, the thing that I always warn about attack speed, while attack speed buffs are more pure in melee, they're deceptive in melee. How often do people stand still in a melee? I learned this the hard way because I, like you, really appreciate the attack speed in the early days. And then I'd watch melee units move. Right? That's why we always talk about how crazy longbows are with attack speed, but we don't usually talk about men-at-arms for their attack speed. Don't get me wrong, if you get to the stage where we are standing still, but I find Cam Lancers typically aren't that stage, right? Like a lot of the time, they're early castle and mid-castle. Whereas attack speed, melee, matters a lot more in the late game. I guess it would be better as well if they were like horsemen, right? If they had that movement speed, then they could use it more. Which is why, like, Sengoku Yari aren't too bad. I think Sengoku is actually a better example of that attack speed being valuable than, like, Camel Lancers. Because they have the movement speed to use them. So what we had happening here, we've got Loue just trying to pivot into his Mass Yumi now. He's not killing the Desert Raiders quick enough, guys. Attack Fire's coming in. Cam Lancers are winning. Mounted Samurai being outnumbered, and this looks a bit weird. I don't know. He's missing a chunk of his army, isn't he? Yumi now just try to retreat, but that's a wash. What about Camel Riders? Camel Riders are really strong, but they feel so situated. Your opponent has to keep building cavalry for it to be good. Most Abasa players will choose Lancer over Camel Riders because Lancers are the jack of all trades while being very good at it, whereas Camel Riders are the masters of specifics. Camel Riders, I think, scale better, but it takes a lot. And I say this as someone who's been cheering on Camel Riders to be more useful and be more used for a long time. Yeah, like if you scale, like, I think in the Imperial Age, Lancers suck in counter. In Castle, it's not that simple. You know what it is? It's like the idea of how good archers are if you get Elite, Incendiary, and Silk Bowstrings. But without those, it's not a fair comparison to hand cannons. But when you're making the choice, that matters, right? And I think you'll find that Camel Riders compared to Lancers is the same situation. Camel Riders have a lot of buffs around them that make them good, but they aren't there by default. Okay, so what's going up? A Relic situation is a 3-2 split. So Beasty gets the biggest slice of the pie. Loue has not gone for a Yorishiro drop in his town center, so he doesn't have a scaling work lead. Yeah. He might do the final one. In fact... Oh, wait, no. Did he already drop it? No, it's coming in now. He's doing another farmhouse, so Loue is focused on just winning a big fight to win the game. You mean plus Bannerman better than Delhi Archers? No, I don't think so anymore. Because the 20% attack speed is now accurate for Archers. That matters a lot. Although it changes the way you micro. I'd say Yuumi Bannerman buff is easier to use than Tower Victory Archer because muscle memory. It's the same reason why a lot of people don't like using Gilded Archers for Order of the Dragon. Because they attack so much quicker, it feels really weird to use. Like, technically, Gilded Archers, it's inefficient to move because they already attack so fast. Lancer. It's in. Gonna be -2. Maybe the first. Doesn't quite get him. Wait, no, sorry. No, he didn't. Still, every little counts here. Backstab coming through now. Yuumi shot first. Spearman switch is pretty big for Loue. The Beastie was already on it. Like top on it. A bunch of archers coming. Gonna be a back away. Military quality here. Like if we switch over, you'll see it. Army value heavily in favor of Beastie. Yeah, because Louis just sacked the idea of cavalry and Kali right in favor of spears. I think the concern now is like, how do you deal with cam lancers reliably? Spears can get kited, right? I don't think you can go for Onimusha here. Your opponent has way too many archers now. Another interesting thing about this matchup, by the way, that makes me like lean to Ibids with this playstyle, because I've seen it with the Onimusha opening and Japan looks sick. But when you play it like this, I think the reason why Japan players are reluctant to go for Yuumi is you feed Ibids. So Ibids has a very unique tech related to killing units. Right here called Sultan's Mamelukes. Whenever you kill units, you get a damage and a movement speed buff. Why is that effective here? Same reason it would be effective against Masamune Savadi. You got an opponent with these really flimsy units that die fast. Now double the problem. Loue not only has Yuumi that die very fast at archers, he's built spearmen that are always going to die fast. I'm a bit worried about this approach. Like, it just kind of feels like you're feeding the beast. Pun intended. Healing at home. Dude, when you see bosses like this, it's so demoralizing. Like, I grinded him down for what? But now... Poking. Loue not turning around right now. Arch is just behind him. Feels like a gambit if you do try to turn around. Pull back there as Loue tries to get a reaction, tries to get some value. Only snipes one camel, loses multiple spears. It's getting ugly. He doesn't even have Sultan's Mamelukes, by the way. Like, he gets stronger as this goes on. Camel wants to pull back, goes to re-engage. Spear count. Not looking great. Counter just 10. Camel Lancers are holding on strong. Desert Raiders actually ready to take over. I like that switch. Like, if the spears are gone, Desert Raiders are better for the trade here. Louis dead. Beastie may have dropped the game early, but he quickly re-established his lead. And now we have to start talking about the reality of the situation. The possibility that Loue is not even going to come close to slivering out groups. He's already lost 2 series. He's now on track to lose. Yeah, I think, like, looking back at the early game,
The idea of like Rack's archery opening is intriguing, right? But you see what I mean about Desert Raiders being a problem. And why Ibids are starting to look pretty good in this matchup. Because this has been a matchup that over the years has teetered. There was a time where Japan could not win it. Then they came in with like Onimusha strats and Camel Lancers started to get a little bit of nerf and they didn't look as good. Then we're kind of teeter-tottering back. I think the Cambulance with Desert Raiders is really frustrating unless you as Japan get a really good spawn. As always, folks, reminder, Camel Lancers are a bait. He built them, but he didn't build them first. He built everything around them first. Yeah, at this point, Louis just he's pretty dead. And we have the perfect way to kill him. Summon it. I want to sub now or I'm going to follow this thing. Someone subscribes or I'm going to follow this thing on close zoom cam. Enjoy your motion sickness. Oh, stop moving. You're saved. For the moment. It's moving again. Wait, did they decrease the motion swing? Kind of. Oh my god. Like what happens is it's so big and powerful when it moves. That's not like motion sickness, camera, or whatever. That's the entire universe exploding. Yeah, it turns out it takes a whole Amazon sea of like AWS servers, RAM to run that and render that thing. Power Sultan very strong. Just simply too powerful, just like camels. I'm telling you guys, if camels ever learn to like swim across oceans, America's in danger. Setting reason Japan still exists, they have an island. I might ask my editor to start going ham. I feel like we've got so many videos to upload. Camels swim? Yeah, but they can't, like, swim the Atlantic. They have limitations. I mean, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe they can't. I've never heard of a camel swimming across from the Middle East to America, though. So they can't real man swim, you know? Like, you know, like Phelps can swim a very long length. I can swim the length of a pool. We're not the same. The long legs reach the bottom of the ocean. Is that what's happening? Is like the reason that's the same with this the Tower of the Sultan. The reason it's so wobbly is like its roots reach down into the earth and it's touching the molten core. And it's like the reason it's just mini shakes like hot, and that's why it wobbles when it moves like that. That's some real lore. You can clip that and ship that. If you want to update the Liquipedia page with that information, the community will appreciate it. All right, so game 3 to Beasty. There's a battle in Andalus where the Spanish saw the camels for the first time in Spain and the knights started freaking out. Is that literally what the Camelanese lore is brokered upon? Because like, I don't think there's a real grudge between camels and horses, right? I don't think so, anyway. I don't think they are natural enemies in the wild, is the point. Take a pause in Iceland, Greenland. I think those things are closer in your mind than they are in reality. One sec. Okay. Gonna run 2 minutes ads now, and I'm quickly gonna grab some water, okay, guys? So be right back in a sec.
All right, sorry, I got distracted by an adorable little Ezra waddling around like a penguin. No, I think the Camelanese thing, like, is true and it's like but it is exaggerated, right? I could see it. Like, yeah, I could see it like being like half fact, half not sort of thing. All right, let's see. Let me get predictions up for you guys. What are the bands? Macedonians banned out, French banned out. Let's get you ready to roll. Let me flip the score too. I'm here to help you all. It's what you secretly, deeply needed. Knowledge on how to play English in 2026. One and all, welcome back to the channel for game number 4 between Loue MT and Beasty. Loue is doing it. English pick to try and get back on this. This is his signature pick. This is his style. Deeply ingrained in his soul. This man loves English more than any pro player I know of that is making top 10 at the moment. Beasty on the other side, in the yellow, has chosen to go Jean d'Arc. Map is going to be Lakeside, a.k.a. pants, because it looks like a pair of pants. A map with a little bit of deep water fish, just one to work with onto the flanks, and both players will be engaged in there. The question mark is how much will they fight over it? Some players like to go all in, and some players like to sacrifice it. Jean here is a very interesting pick as well. Not your usual bread and butter, but I guess the idea here is if all attention is on the water side, Jean can go for a splash of damage on land. Yeah, because when you upgrade her, she can just kind of send it into the base. That's pretty crafty, actually. I haven't seen too many people doing Jean on this map. French comes up a decent amount. In fact, on like the banning side of things, the focus fire went towards French being banned out. So yeah, he knew he was going to get his knights through one way or another, but pretty incredible turnaround. After the way Loue won game number 1, I thought Loue might be back, but Beasty is quickly dousing all belief, all hopes of that. Hit the cozy dock. Yeah, he got it nice and tight in there. I wonder if he'll actually go for a second dock, because Jean's one of the better civs at doing this, same as French, because they get housing by doing so, right? Like, remember, their docks are also population providers. Loue has another angle, right? If this does turn into full water focus, Admiralty is an insanely powerful tool that only English get. It gives them +1 range. But I don't know if you would go that deep. Like, Admiralty is 500 resources. 500 is a lot. If this was something like Holy Island, it makes sense. But I think with how much less food value there is on water and how much more exposure there can be on land, the idea of you spending the same as it would for Beastie to get 2 knights is very dangerous. How are predictions going, by the way? Oh, okay. 61% for Beastie, 39% on Loue. Some believers there, which is understandable. I think if this game draws deep, that's where I start to favor Loue. I think his English is his signature pick for dragging those games out. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if we get into the late game, you'll probably see him using the water side to try and drop men-at-arms. He's that type of player. English coming in. Yeah, it just sounds like trying to say literature in a weird way. So, Abbey of Kings for 2. And it is going to be 2 TC, right? He's moving out towards stone now. Only 1. Yeah, but Arislitz is quite pricey. So, can't be that.
Here worked.
And there we go. Switches more. Guys, 2 TC. It doesn't matter how many players in the lobby. What map has been chosen? There is one truth when Loue picks English. He likes town centers. He's going to make you a town center. God, you watch. This guy will start trying to do it on Holy Island next as well. Okay, maybe that's a bridge too far, but like it honestly would not surprise me.
How many fishing boats are we at? 4 to 3. Loue could add in another one. It's not too bad of an idea for like the burst gathering. Just comes down to what your goal is, right? I think maybe instead, because he's going for 2 TC, like, you know, to get the town center online, the food is useless. You just want to try to amplify woodstone gathering. He's even walling the backside, so probably looking at a very tight 2 town center just on the gold here. The alternative is you set it up behind you, but usually a town center, you have 2 choices. You're either defensive, so you're building it in your base, or you capture something on the map. Food, gold, whatever it is. There's nothing easy to capture here. Because you're against Jean, who's teched already, you can't walk for a TC drop down here, for example. So yeah, probably we'll just see him lock in the tree line. Did he drop it here? He might be able to get it here. I'm a little bit worried about Jean timing, though. Because she's going to be walking across momentarily. Yeah, just a tiny bit of XP left. Going to use the house to get that extra XP gen. First boat's already coming out. A lot of firepower, actually. Boat and knight. House completes. Unleashes one. Knight just a few seconds behind. Spiral ship is sailing over already. TC is going to be more defensive. Yeah, pretty much as defensive you can get. There's only half a tar between them. But makes sense. He now has the gold access, right? Because he didn't build a mining camp. Wait, didn't he? Or did he delete it? He might delete it. I feel like I can't imagine he didn't build a mining camp. That sounds a bit weird. But the whole idea is now more accurately protect your town, your tree line rather. It means he's going to be fully hunkered down. Cool thing about this, by the way, like this is kind of filthy. If he gets to the stage where white tower drops, you drop it here. There's no backstab. Your opponent can't get behind you easily because there's double town center forward. Also, this is a tight spawn. Sometimes there's a gap here, sometimes there's not. Personally, I wish you always spawn with the gap. I think it makes it more interesting. But yeah, the cliffs are pretty thick, so you can't go one side of the town center. You can only go the other. And as we see, it's already been walled off. So Beasty, what do we look to do here, right? Is it an attempt to win water? Is there a semi-fast castle play? Actually, French and John have been doing a lot more fast castle builds recently. All Knight's coming out nonetheless. No supporting arc here so far. Which does make sense. Until you see Spearmen, you don't build archers. The whole idea is that you just keep massing knights, because if your opponent is being too greedy, knights will be able to fully dive eventually. Yeah, he thinks twice about that. If he went in for the trade against Jean, it's kind of pointless. You will heal, she will heal. You'll just risk dying. Did French AD get the Merchant's Guild bonus on water trade? Been a while. That's a good question. It's been a while since I've seen that. I don't think so, right? Was it traders or trade? Like, as in, like, work a tag or the unit? This map is so raidable? I don't think you'd ever go for the trade. Like, trade on water isn't that beneficial at this distance anyway. Beasty has indeed already won water, because Loue didn't fight him. He just gave it over. Which does make sense, but that's a sick play. A lot of players sleep on this after they win water. I love the fact that Beasty went for it straight away. This is how you combat 2TC. You extend your fishing. Lots of pivot coming. Beasty still not pivoting just yet. He's going for fast castle. Rural Institute or Guildhall? Guildhall can make a lot of sense here. It's a very campy map, so not easy to end the game off a typical night. But maybe he sees an opening. Getting pushed away. He could try to engage this, so if the spears are attacking Jean, then he can charge. He has got Divine Restoration, so could also buy some time there. John, on our own. What? Hold on a sec. King has to back off. John being brought a little bit low. More knights arriving. I mean, you can just straight up turn on this fight now. And there you go. Ooh, ooh. A lot of hesitation. Now a lot of damage onto the knight. King gets hit hard, does have to back away. But Guildhall's coming through. Yeah, so he's going for the scale. Loue is also prepping the castle, probably looking at White Tower. I think if you're King's Palace here, it's very easy for Beasty just to start to overwhelm, because a King's Palace is going to cost you more food to upkeep, right? And without a White Tower, Castle Knights would probably just start dying. So veterancy on the way. There's a small window where Loue can be threatening here, but once that veterancy hits, I don't back these spears to win. He's just trying to inch any advantage earlier. Love this. He's pulling over towards the Springle ship. Brings it back. Sees an opportunity. Loue is about to get shot in the face. Does realize it very early there. Well played. Yeah, we're focusing a lot on the play-by-play of these fights, but this is what happens when John plays a game. Because it's the XP factor. Relics now going to start to be obtained. I have a concern here. What happens if Beasty just transport ships 1 or 2 knights? Because remember, he already built a transport ship to get a worker across. He can do the same thing with knights. And you're going to have to go for that back gold soon. Right? Like, it's only 1,100 gold. Now that you're going castle is when it becomes more vulnerable. Also, a White Tower to secure 1,100 gold is depressing. Also means the back of his base is actually still open. Sacred Site's also now being taken by Beasty. Relic game is looking non-existent, actually. His monks haven't moved out yet. He's taking advantage of the XP, so she's starting to snowball up. Dude, I actually forgot. I can't believe that. I always talked about how players forget about this. I'd forgotten about it for a second. Remember, Jean can capture Sacred Sites from Castle Age and on, and it generates a lot of XP for her. It's meant to be a fair balance point where, like, if you're playing Jean and your opponents won't come out and they're camping, this is meant to be a catch-up mechanic. Making tikka masala in honor of the English pick? Yo, where's my tikka masala, bro? You can't come in here to a Brit and say you're making tikka masala and not give me any. Knights on board, guys. Choo-choo goes the Normandy invasion. Invasion. Why is one of my words today? I don't know. I feel weird. How do you ship it in time? You just have to deliver it door to door. Okay, he's creeping around the back. There is an outpost. Loue knows early, or should know early, what's coming. Spears should be able to move across quick enough as well. It's not like he sent Jean with this, is the good news. Now starts to march in. 6 knights in the scout. Loue goes to the garrison. Torches out, increased burn damage here. Does go for the repair. Good choice there. The spears are going to take a while to arrive here. He needs to buy time. Oh, and Beasty knew it was coming straight away. Gets the hit. He's got 2 injured villagers in there. It's on fire. Villagers try to break away. Ooh. Gets it. He gets it just in time there with that cheeky in and out. He actually baited a reaction instead of an extra torch. So well played, Loue. Gets an outpost back up. But this is the annoying thing now. You have this behind you at all times. Still a lot of dirty jokes on this channel. I don't mind them. There's probably people who don't like him, but I don't mind them. I think I'm a quite hard person to offend. Oh, you call that dirt? Oh, okay. That's dirty. All right. Whatever you say, Hoss. Ball's coming up. Knight's going in again at a perfect time, though. I mean, Villager's much easier to kill when they're not in a tower. It's just being so annoying. And behind this, he's prepping the real win condition, which is Arbitrary, and Guildhall is starting to stockpile. Is this live? No, this is pre-recorded. I just knew that you come in at 25 minutes past 6 in UK time. Just ask that. I mean, no, it's dead game. Age of Empires 5 announced yet, guys? Has it been announced yet?
Is the Xbox show live, by the way? Someone keep an eye on it. I need to switch over for the Age of Empires 5 announcement. My dad's friends, cousins, uncles, stepson's wife knows a guy who works over the Microsoft Research Division's janitor's brother's father. So I've got the inside scoop that Age of Empires 5 is coming. So keep an eye out for it. Chivalry coming in now. 15 knights, man. It feels like he's barely been touched. Louis got a long way to go. He's nowhere near triggering Imperial. New DLC to be announced at the Xbox Game Show? I don't know. Are you in a cringe-lord competition with Beasty? No, I'm in a cringe-lord competition with you. Everyone in the classroom saw that very interesting dance recital you done last year at your grandmother's birthday. I personally thought it was a very inspirational and ahead of the times dance, but that's not how many saw it. I don't know. This is just Call of Duty camper mode, man. This is classic English gameplay. Sit in your base and wait. But sacred site time is ticking, and the food is going to be ready to pull soon. Remember, a transition in Imperial Age is very easily feasible here for Sean. Yeah, seriously, you just keep on twerking, though. That dance was... So, 45 spearmen. Imagine if Beasty starts building springles. Interesting thing with Jean, when you improve your consecration, it discounts other costs, like wood costs as well. Like, you can build springles to counterplay this. It's someone that Beasty should know too well, because Loue used to do it against him when they started scrimming together a long time ago. He's getting ready for the food pool. Maybe a little bit early? Is he thinking stone into castle drop into Red Palace? It looks like it, yeah. Okay, so he's preempting the timings. Well, because at this level of play, when you play the game this much, you should know how long it takes to get enough food for Imperial, right? So Louis is the type of player that would know that number. But no, he's going to be doing a premature pull. Needs a bit more food. Bit of an awkward timing. And he's like, okay, guys, I got too much gold. Let's just buy through. He's got enough for a castle and Red Palace. I think this is looking a bit cooked. Louis, he doesn't know. He actually doesn't know. He's got campfires down, but he's not scouted it. Yeah, that Red Palace is up. No trebs yet for Louis either, and we're 5 minutes away from a win condition. Beasty could priest the final relic? Maybe. You know, he might just assume it's been taken by now. He has his clear win condition. Oh no, come on. Louis, he sees it now. I mean, it's even more depressing when you see it at 80%. You're like, well, crap. And now castle drop. Yep. It's going to be another one of those maps, isn't it? I feel like this is what happens every time, inevitably, when we get onto Lakeside. It's just a clean win condition. That's why actually Knights Templar looks pretty good on this map too. Because they just set up for fortress drops and camp. Alright, here we go. Spear time. Whoop, whoop. I mean, he can decap. It's going to be expensive. Technically, he could. The annoying part about this, guys, is the arbitrary are actually very tanky against everything that English are building. You can drop Pavis against Lombos, and you can stand your ground against Spears. Torches out. He's going for it. Now, hold on, John. Nice snipe. She's gone straight away. Full XD moment. She was 10 XP short. Dive coming in, though. Arbitrary. They Pavis drop. Lombos are not going to be able to stay. Guys, look at the points. Like, oh, no. No, you don't even need boiling oil. That's the comical part about this. It's insane damage. It's that Arbalest emplacement. It's 42 damage on that alone. Let me just really, like, paint the picture for you. The Arbalest shot that you get added to your castle damage is a double damage. Because look at the bow damage. In fact, in certain matchups of unit types, it's even better. 42 damage is the same output of damage as like the bow shots. Obviously, bow shots attack a lot quicker, but it means even just inching in, shot dead, shot dead. It's just so frustrating. 2 times 42? No, 1 time. He's now got Springwood as well, so yeah, in that way it's 2 times 42. And they usually attack on different intervals because of that, right? So like you end up killing a lot more units. What's coming in? This looked over, guys. He's about to have less army. I love how Jean just doesn't feel like she really mattered in this game. Backstab's coming through as well. That is going to be Loue losing 3-1 and looking like he will not make it out of the group stage of this S-tier tournament. China in shambles. The only representation, in fact, the only representation from the entirety of Asia. And we won't get to see them play. Rough situation. Demu obviously already has 2 wins under the belt. Beasty with 2 wins. B with 2 wins. And even if he does make it through, it doesn't look like he'll make it far. Serbia's basically Asia. I mean, you should have went with Turkey because it's Asia Minor. But we don't have any Turkey players, so. Obviously needs Trebs. Dude, you've got 2 minutes. How fast do you think trebuchets work? I mean, they're English trebuchets with attack speed, right? But now you're against Imperial Age. Meet the cannon. Just didn't have the time. I think ideally he needed some sort of sneak up into Imperial Age, but like props to Beasty on understanding his timings. He didn't really give him the breathing room. Like giving an English 2TC build 2 or 3 extra minutes before Sacred Site becomes a threat would be pretty egregious. At this point, just kind of processing the loss. 1 loss Ura. The good news is we got more series going. So we were probably going to do BC versus Numidan after this, which after what seems might be a closer series, to be real with you. Because Numidan... Oh, actually, yeah, Numidan is leading against that's very interesting. Get it ready. All right, I respect this last Ura. 9 Rams. That's more RAM than any of us can afford on our PC these days. Full steam ahead. But he's got 25 seconds. Faster, quicker, harder. Doesn't go off the Red Palace because the Red Palace is so much harder to break. Oh. Frame finish here. 8, 7, 6, 5. He's in. 4 seconds on the clock. Don't step off. Don't step off. Don't be that guy. No, Loue. Loue, no. Loue, back on. The archer. That's it. That just click him. Just literally click him and the game is over. It's 1 archer stopping you from ending the series, Beasty. It doesn't matter. GG gets caught. He's dead either way. Woo. Signature pick English. May have cooked too soon. Needs a few more minutes in the oven before English back in meta. Oh, dear. You're on DDR free rhyme still? Yeah, but like that's closer to first place, isn't it? Is that how DDR works? Kappa? Okay, so let me have a look and see what we've got here. So Wham versus Voldy is going on. We're looking for Beasty versus Numu as our next one. So I'm trying to check the state of Numidan's previous set. Where is he, actually? Because we'll probably hop into the Demu set while we wait for the next one. Just custom. Oh, yeah, that's right. I always forget to do that. Thanks for the reminder. So... Guys, is looking poop on stick. Okay, he won game 1. Okay, so 2-1 up for Puppy Paw. And then now drafting for game 3. So we'll watch game 3 of game 4. Sorry, draft game 4. We'll watch game 4 of Puppy Paw versus Demu. Puppy Paw is now match point. We're watching this one because after this series finishes, Numidan's playing up against Beasty, and we're going to cast that one. So the plans for the remainder of the day is Beasty versus Numidan, and then final series we'll probably check in on B versus Lucifron. Guys, I told you Golden Horde's good in late game. 46 minutes, Golden Horde Macedonians. Did he fast him? Nah, he didn't Fim. And then, what? House of Lancaster against Rus. Probably 2TC on 2TC. Then, yeah, Japan. I find Japan's quite nice against Jean because you sniper in a lot of ways. Alright, let's see what they got for game 3. Keep saying game 3. Game 4. Game 4, we're going to be going Gorge. French versus Chinese. Guys, this could be a 2-hour game. I'm going to warn you right now. Snipes was Numidan was denied Ibids, and Puppy Paw was denied Sushi. But, like, in all seriousness, if you guys have watched this channel for a length of time, you've seen some crap involving Numidan. Numidan is one of the most disgusting late-game French, like Chinese players. Yeah, Chinese players. No, French players. He's on the wrong civ. Nah, ignore me. If this was flipped around, it would be vile. Because, like, Nemu's... I haven't seen too much of his Chinese. It's going to be decent, though. His French late game and his understanding of French late game is disgusting. Let's pay out. Beasty with a win. Gonna run a 1.5 ads, by the way, so you guys don't get him in game, okay? Okay. Oh, what's being revealed on Xbox Game Showcase? Oh, they're making a Gears of War Xbox console, so you can not buy an Xbox console again, Kappa. Let's have a look here. Guys, I'm looking for, like, has anyone got the site where, like, some sites do live updates in text form of what's been announced so far? I think I found one. Yo! Metro 2039? Oh, man, I keep... Actually, I just remembered, I never got around to completing Metro, the latest one. Even though I love 1 and 2. Alright, now I got a reason. The player aims to kill the Führer. Okay, yes. I'm so playing that. Sea of Thieves customization tools. Wait, they're going to let full mod support? That could kind of be a revitalization, actually. State of Decay free. Never cared for it. Persona 4 Revival. New Playtale. Halo Campaign Evolved is launching in July with new missions. Interesting. Fable's coming in February. Gears of War E-Day. Apparently that's coming out on PlayStation, right? I don't know if they announced that as well. That's the rumor anyway. Dude, personally, I'm buzzing for Guild Wars 3. Just hope it's like Guild Wars 1. So nothing announced about Age of Empires so far. Wow, wow, wow. I mean, I wonder if they'll do Age of Empires and StarCraft announcements. Oh, wait, did they actually announce it and I didn't see it? Did it literally just announce? I must have missed it. Let's see. They probably have it up on the store page. Because I looked down, I got like this Minecraft crap on my screen. They're milking Minecraft again. Oh, I think it's the second one of that Minecraft up. Hasn't launched on the store page. Okay. I'll have to check it out later. Actually, if someone got a trailer, we can quickly watch it. Trailer, anyone? Age of Empires YouTube channel. I have like no comms with devs anymore, so I don't know what's happening. Nothing out on their official channels yet. Weird champ. It's an Xbox YouTube channel.
Perfect.
Ah, finito.
Escolto.
Oh, you got it for me? Thank you. All right, guys, let's have a quick look at this. It's only early game, China versus French, right? We've seen this like a million times. It's only a minute as well.
We know only one way of life. We know the thunderous crash of the waves against our ships.
Sick looking boats.
We know the bite of cold steel. The roar of fires that consume our enemies. And that the moment of peace is only temporary.
Yo, that is Age of Mythology vibes right there. Like the architecture is full Age of Myth vibes, as it should be.
Because Valhalla opens its gates only to the worthy. And the next proving ground awaits just beyond the horizon.
They mentioned Proving Grounds to get a new one. Got a date? I like how they have to clarify expansion. Coming full, okay, just your atypical, we're not going to give you a real date thing. Okay, just a teaser, nothing major. Give me a StarCraft announcement now and an Age of Empires 5 announcement, please. All right, there we go. Zerg like infantry? I don't know about that. The inf heavy, yeah. Spanish still not confirmed. It's like one of the biggest crimes in Age of Empires 4's announcement history. I actually think Spain should, like, considering the big audience in Spain, it should be a bigger priority than Vikings. There, I said it. Hot take? I don't think it should be. All right. In we go. Game number 4, Puppy Paw leading against Numidan, but Numidan has been having a great group stage. I wouldn't write him off just yet, folks. This guy has been slaying. He was able to take down both Lucifron and Corvinus. And he could make a comeback here. China, one of the best civs in the game, but they are up against French. And Puppy Paw, definitely no slouch. So map is going to be Gorge. An interesting matchup, actually. Like, China-French, usually the way this has played out in the past is that you kind of have to get towards castle as China. Long feudal can be a bit weird because French just spam knights, and knights, as they scale, tends to shine brighter than everything else. Spanish armor on the cover, was it? I don't know. It'd be nice if with the Viking civ we get Spain, because I do think it's like the criminal thing that's missing. And there should be a campaign for Spain as well. But like, it's one of the biggest markets for Age of Empires. It's just a missed opportunity to milk something. Like, I don't want to say it's obvious on like how you market or which civs you should make, but there is kind of some obvious track records, right? Like, the excitement around Japan and Byzantines was very kind of predictable. And then the performance of it to be expected with how hyped it was. But, like, the next obvious beats have been Vikings and Spain for a long time. And then after that, I think it's like Poland and something like Aztecs, right? Vikings and Scots? Yeah, maybe like Celts. Probably Scots because of the time period over Celts. But the same kind of... Yeah, I get where you're going with that. So Knights coming in, Spears production. Are we going to be getting pro scouts this game? Will this spawn? And the fact your opponent's already eating some of the deer, I'm a little bit skeptical about the idea of pro scouts. I think it has to be pretty hard earned. We'll have to see. He is dropping his stables, which is unusual because there's no... Oh, wait, there is. Okay, he did... There we go. Yeah, good call. Nimidan switched on. It's going to be Spear plus Horseman versus Knight Archer. Don't tell me Scott's going to be English variant. I mean... Clearly devs don't listen to me, but I, as an Englishman, am aware of the disdain Scots have, and I have forever warned the worst possible mistake you could make in variant land is not even like calling, calling Swedes Danes and how to. It's actually calling a Scotsman. Don't do that. They don't like it. They really don't. Like. Don't go down that path of like, oh, look, we have 2 English variants today. Welsh and Scots. Yeah, dude. The hate that will cook online from that. Oh, my God. Interesting Numidan is going Horseman. That makes sense, then. It is going to be for pro scouts. Like, if this was just to attack, I would be so confused. Because, like, Horseman Spear versus Knight Archers is hard. But this is how he's going to secure the pro scout play. Makes me like what Puppy Paw has done even more, though, just snatching this away. Do we get English variant Irish? See, why are you doing this to them, man? Like, guys, we already have enough hate for English people. We don't need to add to it, okay? It's like approval ratings plane crash, and you're trying to make it worse. Why? Like this is the Simpsons Ralph scene. Stop it! He's already dead. Like, come on. Horrible opening trade there. A little bit of idle time, but like, what was that? Minus spear, minus Horseman, I think. Not great, considering Numidan's comp requires scale. I love they added Poland. Dude, it's like Polish is like one of the most iconic ones in the time period. There aren't many units more iconic than the Winged Hussar. Right? Like, if you span across the history of, like, you know, 10th century to like 18th, 19th century. You know, things that come to mind straight away. The longbow, the French knight, the janissary, the Winged Hussar. That's how I see it. Conquistadors. The ballista element? No, stop. Why? Just ignore them, they don't exist. I mean, I think Winged Hussars are up there on the same caliber as Camel Riders in terms of iconic units for history. I mean, visually undeniable with that detail, right? I'm shocked they didn't... Like, this is the thing as well. I'm holding out that they have the smarts to make Poland into a civ sooner rather than later, based on the fact that they didn't jam Winged Hussars into Knight Templar. If they had, I would just be like, okay, Poland's not going to happen. But, like, why wouldn't you otherwise? Why would you keep putting Schlachter cavalry in instead of Winged Hussars? Demu should be thinking about castle now, right? 23 on food. He can tax his way the rest of the way. He's got 250 in a mill right now. Hasn't got Imperial Examinations yet, which is a bit surprising. And he has got the taxman taxing through. So kind of wasteful a little. Puppy Paw, of course, always just going to keep scaling army. End screen duels did look like Viking and Spanish. I guess we can double check it quickly. No, that's not Spain, guys. That's Scotland. That's Scotland. That's Celts. Look at that. There's no way that's Spain. When have you ever seen a Spanish guy wear, like, that coloring and that type of braiding design on both? Nice try, Spanish fans, but once again denied. Wait, oh yeah, I didn't check. Did he have it? So, I mean, it's like an armor kill. Yeah. That's actually North Indian. You mean, what was that? Just to clarify, you mean the very white guy, very clearly white guy is North Indian. The white guy with the funny, like, Pictish bangtash is Indian. Gotcha. You know what? I could believe it, because did you guys know that the tikka masala is a British dish? Oh, dear. Okay, so Numu's going to pull the trigger soon on attack up. Can Puppy Paw dive him? Double outpost. If he gets hand cannon slits, it's pretty hard to dive. With a Claymore, right? Like Claymore, the iconic weapon. Like, I think Age of Empires 2, Claymore, I'm straight away thinking of one person. Can you guess who it is historically, chat? Come on, you know this one. It's good old Willie. British spent 250 years here. They're more Indian than they are English. Dude, like, it's really dark when you get into how English got away with ruling India so easily. You guys know about this, right? It was I forget the name of it. It was a caste system where the way people were categorized by their rulership was based on the pigmentation of their skin. So the lighter you were, the higher class you were. So it's very easy for a British white man to walk over there and immediately be the superior class. They've had that system all those years. Oh man, Indian history is rough. All right, so push coming in. Numidan is castle now. He's got veterancy for spears coming in pretty fast here. Supervision by the looks of it. Archer count not doing too well actually. Puppy Paw's dive a little bit shaky. I mean, it's double outpost. Like, one outpost wouldn't have been very, but double? Still. Let's get the veterancy now. Knights forced to continue the engagement. Archers, I think they haven't got enough damage to one-hit kill. He needs, like, 2 more archers to get killed straight away. Knight count. Bloody hell. He's still at 11? The spears are drained, guys. There's none left. This is always the crazy thing with French knights. How do they always perform like this? Unbelievable. And now the burn. One outpost already going to get denied. Tries to repair. He fails. Archer's Knight steer over. Going to move with it to get the snipe. So that should be -5 workers. They're not even moving anymore. Numidan's downloading more spearmen. But second town are being targeted. And this is rough. It's like scaling DPS. You've lost half your firepower on the screen. I gotta say something crazy to think about. Like, imagine if he'd gathered some stone for double hand cannons. I think that would have been enough. New wave of spearmen coming in. The Knight's looking pretty chill about the engagement for the most. Lancer count is pretty low. Puppy Paw is on the flank deer, so he hasn't got gaps in food gathering for at least 2 more minutes. And the burn, I mean, he didn't get a chance to repair. It was constant here. Puppy Paw like a dog with a bone. That crew coming in. Doesn't get it off of being on fire, though. The Knights, they're not getting baited across. I like what he's trying to do. Numidan's trying to drag him into town center range for the hand cannon slits. Villagers be able to retreat, but gold gathering is non-existent. Do you want to know why Puppy Paw went in this hard? Did anyone clock the minimap yet? There's something very specific about the minimap that makes this dive so good if you just keep doing it. Every single gold option for Numidan that is realistic is on the west side. Gold, gold, gold. This one's very far upfield, and if you look, Puppy Paw's been watching for it the whole time. He's waiting for him to go there. Now, unluckily for Puppy Paw, he didn't scout this. Numidan has been snatching the ball. The good news about that for Numu fans, he only needs food for spears, food and wood. So he can't get the really good units out, but he can at least get the spears to hold back the Knights. Gonna rush now, back onto the gold. Fresh towers coming in, isn't even getting the bream room to get him up. Puppy Paw adding in the horseman now is quite surprising, but I guess he just wants the burn power. Yeah, very weird if they've got Scotland in this DLC and they've called it Raiders of the East. I don't get that. Nice. Simply not going to heal. Archer count is still enough to be annoying for these spearmen. So many workers rushing to gold. You got to realize this for what it really is. It's 10 plus idle workers at all times. Every time he does this. That's why Puppy Paw just gets away with what seems outrageous. Sniper's coming in. Lancers get brought down. Knight count is looking pretty ugly right now, but he's made it so worth it, guys. Holy crap. It's a 16 eco lead now for Puppy Paw. And I believe Numidan is almost fresh out of food. Yeah, that's the last of food he has in the base. Berries have already been tapped. Oh, wait, no, they haven't. I'm just blind. Okay, so he's got berries then still. Those aren't fully guarded. Like, he doesn't have outposts here, right? And I wonder if Puppy Paw is sensing it now. It's like, okay, he's got all the gold he needs. What about food? Oh, is it Raiders of the North? That makes more sense. Well, I got baited. Raiders of the East wouldn't make sense. Raiders of the North does. Yeah, Raiders of the North would definitely include Scotland. Third outpost? Like, have the gold. Like, at the end of the day, I don't know if you guys have ever like chonked into gold. You can't eat it. I think food is going to be Numidan's bigger issue now, not gold. Because if Puppy Paw just gets here and spots this, can't build units. And the scout, well, he sees this. So if you got Knight coming over, almost has an outpost for his entire population. Fun thing about China, he does have enough garrison spots. Ta-da! Remember, he's got the villages as well. So this alone on this screen, this is 32 worker slots, and then he's got 15 more here. This is like Switzerland with the bombshell population spots. There's more spots than there are citizens. Oh dear. William Wallace Hero Civ, let's do it. I'm tired of all these people like, I don't want another Jean. Let's make 5 more Jeans. That's how we really balance it. When there's enough, people will chill about it. Also, is that not how we get Grubby back? Anyone miss Grubby? I miss Grubby. He loves Warcraft 3 so much. What does Warcraft 3 have that we don't have enough of? Hero choices. Let's get Scotland. Okay, so switch to south side now. Light count is getting up for Demu though. Need to be careful not to get caught like this, is the only issue I see. And it does look like Puppy Paw is setting up for castle. Look at the stone gathering as well. So he's trying to perfect the timing between getting what he needs for a castle drop and getting the tech up. It's actually really smart, guys. Why would he do this? Because he knows as soon as he techs up, Dumu's going to say, okay, screw you, and dive. So if you have a castle drop, you have safety. It's pretty crafty. I feel like some players have been leaning towards this type of prep, but not to this extreme. Like, the idea is when castle completes, he already has the stone. Might even drop the castle here. The knights. Oh, the scout did find it! Puppy Paw with the charge. Villagers getting body blocked on the retreat. That's going to be -8 in a game where Numidan can ill afford any losses anymore. Behind by 30 workers. Raid over the side. Hold on a second. Oh, Numi doesn't see. But, oh, no. He's not going to get baited. He goes for it. The Guildhall's seen now. He switches to berries. There's a lot of economy in Puppy Paws here. Oh, wait, no, he's chasing the reach. He's not going for the strong hit. One knight found it. Okay, so he has got a knight on this, but shivs are going to come out. Puppy Paw needs a castle now. Might this be a doubt castle, though? It doesn't look good. Where do you build it, guys? He doesn't have wheelbarrow. Oh my god, he could actually even up the worker count in this game. Knight's coming home now for Puppy Paw. Veterancy is in. But the pin is real.
They've got movement speed advantage. There's no getting away from this. No textiles either. Puppy paw. He gets shivs out. He knows there's no escape. 20 plus workers to fight. Spears are getting bogged down. Archer's going for the snipage. And Knights now to contest. The game is not over yet. Demu continues to push the worker count down to even. Just a 6 worker advantage now for Puppy Paw. Yeah, but a hell of a military lead now. Numadon, 11 Knights versus 13 French Knights. Food income is looking abysmal. Berry's almost tapped, and he needs this. It was a sick hit by Numu, but now the counter-attack. I can't believe, though, the castle, like, he just went for the discount, and wow, he just calls it. GG comes in. Numadon says, no, quite rightly, those French Knights are going to give me a bollocking. He calls the GG. Yeah, so Numu's fun start to the group stage, getting a little bit rougher now. We have now got Beasty versus Numadon coming up. In fact, the boys should be getting in lobby soon. Let me pull up the drafts, which should be underway in a moment. I think, maybe, probably. Let's have a look. They not done the draft yet? Bro. Should be rolling. I mean, I don't see it here. Have they not drafted yet? Maybe Numu's taking like a few minutes break. Okay, so let's have a look. I think the store page is up now, is what I just heard. Raiders of the North. There we go.
In the frozen north.
Yeah, don't care. Already seen you. Well, you guys wanted it. This is what expansion should look like. Completely fresh look. Oh, dude, look. What's up with it? Is that an actual dock? That would be kind of sick if the docks like look and function differently. You've got a little pier piece there. I reckon it's just a campaign piece, but my boy can hope. It looks like we've got picked warriors, then the Viking raiders sort of thing. Are these meant to be spear, jav, what? Maybe a hybrid? Hybrid fighter? And this is going to be Scotland, right? Oh, dude, they look so cool with the claymores. Hell yes. I love the way they're fighting like this, as if anyone ever in the history of Age of Empires 4 in a real game has fought like this. You know what I mean? Like they're spread out 1-to-1 in different... Nah. Nobody fights like this. I always find funny with these. It looks cool, but you know no one's ever fighting like that. 2 new civs, Vikings and Scots, each with distinct systems and evolving playstyles, as well as new architecture, masteries, music, and VO. A new strategic system from the Vikings raiding mechanics and the heroic sagas to the Scots Highland cattle economy tower houses. So kind of like Marlene Cow, maybe? Expanded Crucible mode. Called it. And we have got mutators coming in. Let's go. Finally, it's the thing that's missing. The replayability of StarCraft comes from, in their co-op, the mutator modes that always change. That's what kept me coming back. That's what keeps all people coming back. And we are getting 2-player co-op Crucibles. Yes. Finally. It should have been there originally, but we're at least getting there in the end. New biomes, Scottish Heathland and Tundra Summer. Okay. And then 2 civs, 2 paths to victory. Command the surge of Viking raids or hold the line with Scottish resolve. The Vikings enter the battlefield with a reputation built on speed, aggression, and adaptability. The early game is defined by powerful melee infantry and decisive raiding that rewards bold action. Every successful strike against an enemy economy fuels your own, turning early pressure into sustained dominance. So they're going to have raiding mechanics, which I think makes sense. The thing that felt off with Varangians is like you kind of feel like they should be in the Mongol category of burn and get stuff. At the center of Viking society stands the Longhouse. More than a structure, it anchors a resilient economy that grows with your people. Sounds a little bit like a Sistan buff then, so more village, or like the House of Lancaster Manors. Through Northern Migration, your population trains for free, allowing you to focus on strategy expansion and control of the map. So wait, are they combining like Lancaster Manors and Ottoman military schools? That doesn't sound broken at all. As the match unfolds, the Vikings' identity evolves. The transition beyond the Viking Age introduces knights and militia crossbowmen. Militia crossbowmen, okay. Reflecting the rise of the organized Scandinavian kingdoms. Their approach adapts, but their core remains relentless infantry, strong map control, and ability to dictate the pace. Yeah, so unlike the Macedonians, infantry-focused Vikings. And their legacy is carried forward through heroic sagas. Great deeds unlock powerful bonuses that shape your strategy and reinforce your momentum. Remind me, didn't the mod Civ that was created by the community feature sagas for the Vikings? I mean, I'm glad they're taking the inspiration from the modders and be like, that was a great idea. And then there's the Scots. Strength and through endurance. The Scots bring strength defined by resilience and control. Built to endure, they thrive in prolonged battles and reward players who can hold the line. This sounds a little bit like Golden Horde again with that attack buff over time. Their Civ is defined by disciplined infantry, fortified defenses, and a deep connection to the land. Their economy thrives through highland cattle, creating a steady and reliable food source that supports sustained military production. Tower houses and grand castles anchor their territory, forcing opponents to commit fully to every advance. So they're going to be fairly defensive and infantry focused. It sounds like both of these civs and are focusing fully on inf, which makes sense with the recent buffs to men-at-arms. It seems like the devs are trying to move it away from knight civs, which I wholly agree with. I like that they're just kind of ignoring the cavalry detail with both of these civs. And the mustering hall allows Scots players to define their approach, leaning to the resilience of Highland warriors or the structured strength of lowland forces. This flexibility rewards thoughtful positioning, timing, and control of the battlefield. Okay. And then just to run through the trailer for those that haven't seen it again, this is what we're working with.
The waves against our ships. We know the bite of cold steel.
No one fights like this!
The roar of fires that consume our enemies. And that the moment of peace is only temporary.
Wait, is that just something there? One sec. No, I thought it was... Imagine if they gave them the same, like, interaction with
Because
drop-off.
Valhalla opens its gates only to the worthy. And the next proving ground awaits just beyond the horizon.
Keep pushing, boys. They're done with English, and now it's Scott time. Oh, this is gonna be fun. All right, I'd say big dub. Big dub. The only thing is, from the pictures, and here are the pictures, I'm seeing a lot of unique Viking infrastructure, but not too much of the Scottish look. It looks like we have got the cows in the background there, the big-ass bisons. I'm hoping... No, that's just English. We haven't seen the Scottish infrastructure in any of these pictures. For some reason, it looks like they're hiding that. But at least from the little we've seen, great to see the Vikings have an entirely fresh vibe. This is what people have wanted more of. This really needs to be their focus moving forward. I just don't think variants cuts it anymore, because even when they make the civs wholly unique, you attaching the word variant is terrible. It's like if you had a drink that had the tiniest amount of like lead in it, which some drinks do, like undangerous amount, but you like put on the front of the tin has lead in it, people aren't going to drink it. And it's the same with variant civs. So I'm glad they've learned that lesson. I am still disappointed there's no Spain, but theme-wise makes sense. Raiders of the North. All I'm going to say, devs, great step, but next DLC needs to be expanders of the West, colonizers of the West, and you just make Portugal, Spain, if you've got the extra budget, slap some of the South American civs and the Mesoamerican civs in there. And that is how you home run into home run to really start getting Age of Empires 4 on track the way it needs to be, which is consistent, impressive development cycles. And also, huge shout out for them getting there with the Crucible being fixed. I do just wish it had been in a lot quicker than like over a year to add co-op. I'm surprised no one brought that up early in dev. That would be much funner, but steps in the right direction for sure, which I love to see. All right, let's get ready for the games because the boys should be getting into game by now. Even if you don't attach the word variant, someone does. You can't please everyone. Yeah, it's like if they don't put the word, people say scam, and then vice versa. It's just like you just need to bail on this idea of reusing assets as much as possible. It happens sometimes. Like, let's be real. Like, a lot of archers look very similar. Yeah, the Crucible thing, if they don't know how it will be received, I can understand not wanting to sync multiplayer dev work in advance. I would debate that depending on your approach to begin with, it wouldn't take much time to add in that multiplayer support. It comes down to how you build it from the start, right? So I feel like whoever came up with that idea instinctively felt that it had to be a solo experience to begin with. And then once they started building it that way, it's very hard to add in afterwards. Make sense? Oh, sorry. Have we got draft? I just remembered we were checking. Oh, perfect timing, actually. Draft literally just going live now. Do we have a... They haven't got Civ pickers for map 1, have they? Oh, yeah, they do. Right there. All right. Gorge, Four Lakes, Dry Arabia, Mountain Clearing, and Coastal Cliff. Meme Clearing coming in again. And French straight away. Empire of Room? I think if you'd done that, it would have made more sense alongside Byzantines, right? Like, you gotta... Basically, you've got to think in tandems now because they just keep trying to theme around something collectively. Then again, like, what was the last one? The big one with variants? Dynasty of the East. Honestly, Dynasty of the East didn't really make sense because of Macedonians, right? They're not exactly East. I guess they're East from me, but you know what I mean? The rest were definitely very East. The Macedonian Dynasty one, less so, but yeah, like nitpicky. It's technically East of like the center of Europe and the center of the world. And then Sultan's Ascend also just didn't make sense. Because Sultan's Ascend was the drafted name for the campaign, but this is the game that also added in Byzantine Japanese, which has nothing to do with the Sultan's Ascend. Yeah. Dynasties of East from Canada, true. It's so far out there. Mamluk would be the Ottoman variant. Mamluks were more similar to Ibids, no? I've always envisioned that Mamluks were basically Ibids, in my mind anyway, because the Ibid Empire eventually became the Mamluks, right? Like, to me, Mamluks is kind of just done already. Via these guys right here. Like, if you're going to do an Ottoman variant, it would probably be Rum. But it's like weird because the Empire Rum essentially was the precursor to the Ottomans, right? Ottomans were the Mamluks. Well, no, the Ottomans were Rum, who were previously Mamluks. If I remember correctly. Sushi pick before China? Yeah, this seems to be high priority. It doesn't really matter as much because I'm pretty sure it was not... Yeah, he had back-to-back picks, so it just doesn't matter. Like, consider these equally valued by Beasty. But let's talk about the real announcement that matters, guys. No one cares about Age of Empires and its dynasties or whatever. What we care about is this. You. Daddy's coming home.
We must join with them to attack Cao Cao.
Cao Cao. I love how they kept the terrible pronunciation of things in the game. Come October, I'm playing this bad boy. Dynasty Warriors 3. I mean, I got hyped as well because further in the video, they announced that they're adding in extra what-if scenarios. That new Crucible mode. It is. They decided they needed more hero units, but they need to be in third person. It's like that game that was made in early 2000s where you get to play as Alexander the Great.
Yeah, dude, I'm so hyped for freaking Dynasty Warriors 3. I eagerly waited casting over someone's Dynasty Warriors 3 gameplay. That's where we're going, baby. Gonna be watching people do speed runs of Dynasty Warriors 3, my future. Are they announcing a new Stronghold game? Oh, I don't know about that, though, guys. Can we just can we just call a spade a spade? I am one of the biggest Stronghold fans ever. Like, I don't think you'll find a bigger Stronghold fan probably in the whole Age of Empires community. And what's up, Selcar? Thank you much for the sub, buddy. Welcome to the Swarm. But let's be totally real. They haven't successfully made a good new game. I never got around to trying Warlords, but it didn't seem to be well received. The previous ones weren't good. The ones that have succeeded are literally the definitive editions, which are just remakes. So if you're telling me they're announcing a new Stronghold, I'm gonna be real that I'm very skeptical. I hope that it succeeds with all my heart, but I'm just being real at this point. That's a studio that's been kept alive by the insane success of the first 2 games. I really hope it does work out, man. It's like all those years of terrible Might and Magic games. Praying, hoping, holding on. And you know what? Finally worked. Olden Era's goated. Strong had a lot of medic value from the personality AI. Oh, yeah, 100%.
Oh, yes! Now you will face like impudent upstarts.
Good old the rat. The rat is attacking. So, who won the draft? Demu, Macedonian, Sengoku prior. What was the maps again? Four Lakes, Dry Raven, Mountain Clearing. It's got English, Chinese for Mountain Clearing. Demu has Rus, Ayu. Isn't Zhong quite good on Mountain Clearing? Because you can deny the ball. Opening map's going to be Gorge. So what? Probably French China pick. Numu, Macedonians, Ayu? Because of the French, possibly? Oh, no, he goes Byzantines. And, Sengoku's not... I thought he'd definitely put Macedonians in there, though. And yeah, Beasty... Okay, so he went double China. So Chinese versus Sengoku. Well, like, China can't just spam a million archers, right? Because of the Yari cavalry. Yeah, like, what else was announced? I thought I had a thing open. They announced... Oh, there it is. Yo, there's a new Spyro. What up? All right, I'm hyped. Very big Spyro fan. But wait, it's not being made by the original devs, right? You got to get them back on it. I mean, I hope it's made by the original devs. Then I'd trust it. Persona 6 is coming. Vivarium. New Castlevania is going to be coming. Valor Mortis kind of looks intriguing. And that was it. Yeah, Minecraft Dungeons 2. Apparently, there's a new Crazy Taxi coming. Okay, I'm intrigued. Crazy Taxi was my childhood, man. What website is this? PC Gamer. They've got a live showcase coverage. The good way to use PC Gamer, not for the reviews. I'm throwing shade, baby. All right, so they're browsing now. They should be getting in game momentarily. And there's a new DLC coming from Doom, The Dark Ages. Honestly, I didn't bother that game. Didn't really hear good things about it. Senua's getting a new game. Still haven't got around to that one, the Ninja Fury game. Apparently, there's another Wolong. I still need to play the first one. For those who don't know, Wolong is like Dark Souls type game, but it's in the Romance of the Three Kingdoms era. So you come across people like Guan Yu, Zhao Yu, Lu Bu, all those people. So basically, it's someone that I personally should be all over because I freaking love Dynasty Warriors. All right, looks like the boys are underway. Let's go.
Just gonna say it. This is better than the Skyrim song. That's controversial, I know, but better than the Skyrim song. Actually, I don't know. Holistically, no, but that opening dun 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 dun, dun, it just to me hits better. It hits diff. Oh, by the way, guys, reminder that Opera GX link, when it comes up, click on it, download it. Does support the channel. Go check out Opera GX. We use it all the time. In the background, you see us like in it constantly. You can embed all your different services like TikTok, X, and Discord and whatever in there easily. It has got the ability to reduce the amount of RAM and CPU being used by your browser, which if you've ever opened Task Manager and weeped because you can't get your frames in game because you're watching a YouTube video, it can help with that. And then also it has ad blockers built in, a VPN that is free to use built in. Pretty damn handy. Like, you know, as a guy who lives in the UK, when I get on my PC and I just want the freedom to surf the internet and I look up Imgur. So when I look up Imgur, I can't. It gets blocked. But that's where the VPN's handy. Yeah, like, yo, big shout out to the Prime Minister for supporting VPN companies everywhere. Like, when he passed that stupid law, the sales of VPNs in the UK skyrocketed. Oh, man. I still find, like, that's just the constant example of, like, reminders about how these old people in charge of, countries have no clue about modern tech. Like, you could predict that happening a mile off. Like, oh, wow, you've blocked access to websites? If only there were tools to get around that problem. Dude, keep biting my lip. Got a bad habit. Also, should have got some snacks ready for this one. Because, like, what? We got this and then probably another series afterwards. I'm thinking likely we'll check out B vs. Lucifer. We'll see. Because, like, this could be a 2-hour plus series. And then maybe I'm like, I'm done. But maybe. I don't know. I'll think about it. While I've got 2 minutes, I'm going to grab a snack so that when we're in between games, I can make very loud chewing noises in your ear. Got hummus and tortilla chips. They're very loud, obnoxious things in your ears. Whoop, whoop. Similar to a Northgard game. Never got around to playing that. It's interesting because it was quite similar to Cultures, wasn't it? I love that game. Any Cultures fans in chat? I'm going to keep eating for like the first minute. Okay, guys? I need sustenance. And also, neither of these see of Dark Age. I'll let you guys bet points. 1 sec. Yeah, like I said, I'm not going to cast the first 2 minutes. I'm going to just eat. So I have energy. And also, it's like, there's no Dark Age in this matchup. Any hummus lovers? Nah. Only fish I eat is tuna. I know, weird, right? If it's B, be Dark Age-ing every matchup. Well, MSN highlight this, right? These 5-game series against B, 3 of the games involve Dark Age spears. And then spear spam following up, right? B is obsessed with spears. But yeah, I think pretty good spawn for Pro Scouts. Pro Scouts is quite nice to do against Sengoku because you're taking food away from them. Alright, let's get ready to go. If I can get the lid back on the hummus, that is. God, I'm such a dickhead of a father. I'm like, kids, you can not eat food in my studio. I then proceed to eat food myself all the time. What an asshole. This is live. Alright. Let's get ready to rock and roll. The unexpected superstar of the group stage. One and all, we are checking in on Numadon up against one of the expected frontrunners. It is Beasty. Beasty with the Chinese in the yellow for game number 1. Numu takes the field in the red as the Sengoku Daimyo. When I say frontrunner, I mean it. Going into day number 2, Numadon was looking hot. He got a 3-1 victory over Lucifron, a 3-0 over Corvinus, but he's off to a rough start today. That's right, because Numadon ended up losing a 3-1 to Puppy Pool. So, pretty critical series for him. If he gets a win over Beasty, I think that locks him in to make it into playoffs. And would put Beasty, not in a screwed situation, but definitely in a bit more of an uncomfortable one, right? It wouldn't guarantee. Whereas this, I think, would guarantee top spot for him, if I'm not mistaken. Or close to. Yeah, I think he would, with this win, almost guarantee first, second placement. Because currently, Beasty's actually won all 3 series. It's a great tournament for him up to this point. And Coca Township coming in. So, that's an interesting choice. Another player going back towards Coca. We've seen a big pivot at the moment towards Ryokan, which gives you the healing on all units that walk near the landmark. But in the last 2 days, I think it's about, like, it's approaching 50-50 on which landmark choice you make. And that's interesting. Numu, he's going out for the pacifier. That's right. Dangle enough pork sausages in front of a boar and it won't fight back. It's like, you took out all of my extended family. Just end it. I'm not even gonna look you in the eyes. End me. Don't know why this works still. Parker playing Sengoku? So yeah, no damage required. I think that was a wolf on the walkout that hurt him. Yeah, they didn't even kill it. Outpost plus house coming up. Pretty chill spot for Goku here. For Beasty, he's got Horsemen already coming. Probably Pro Scouts. I feel like if you're opening stables, you're going Pro Scouts. Because, like, why would you build Horsemen against Sengoku? I guess it's good for stopping the hot dog stands, but Yari Cavalry do beat you, right? Yeah, but pretty nice timing overall, right? Like, you get 2 horsemen across, your opponent doesn't teched up yet, you block the gold, now you pivot into the food. And he is scouting for what's coming. Probably check the gold, because normally if it's going to be Pro Scouts from China, they're going to be sitting on the gold with, like, maybe 2, possibly sometimes 3 villages to get that sweet timing. But not the case here. BC with a lot of wood, so it looks like we're getting more production. Very different
opening than what I was expecting, actually. More horsemen. Maybe racks to follow up. And Shinobi are summoned, so first usage already coming out. Got long to work with here, though. Yeah, and the grenades are just tickle damage at this stage. Remember, the base damage is only 2. You buff by 40%. Not that impressive. You need units to use this. He's not thinking of fast castle, is he? Naked fast castle on Sengoku. No, there we go. He's adding in units. I say that, it could just be a daimyo, but like considering he's not gathering gold, it looks like we are going to have presence in Second Age. And the racks drop as expected. So full melee blob coming from Beasty. He even drops the blacksmith early. I think the +1 melee is pretty nice here, actually. Allows your horseman to compete up against the Yari. 64% banking on Beasty in G1. Not surprised. I think of the challenges Beasty had in this group stage so far, seeing him 3-1 Loue is inspiring big confidence. He still has got to challenge the boogeyman of the group, right? Which is Puppy Paw, I think, going into it for a lot of people. But considering like the remaining series for him, I think it's fair to say Beasty's making playoffs and likely to be top 2. Yari Cavalry now coming out. Double stables, in fact. Wow, he's going hardcore in this. Archer switch up is on the way as he scouts out the Spearman. Maybe just assumes it. What do you think about the new AoE 4 DLC that just got announced at the Xbox show? It's, we just talked about it a little bit earlier, actually, in the VOD. It's a step in the right direction. It's honestly what should have been happening with the DLC so far. More expensive to take that approach, but it's the right way. If they take the path of original civs in back-to-back DLCs, I think Age of Empires 4 will only grow. They still need to figure out that marketing. I'm not going to defend the marketing team. In fact, I know from internal discussions that even the internal team doesn't think the marketing team does the right thing. But the content is going the right way. Beasty looks like he's prepping for Castle. Yeah, this is well played. He's baying Mass Yumi in a situation where he doesn't plan to play the Age at all. Sucks for Demu. And the beautiful thing is, because of the way that Numeron set up his economy, he can just bait him to stay at home. Like, think about the positioning, right? You have to defend back here, and you have to defend here. Unlikely that we're going to see Numeron moving up map. Maybe the dicey part for Beasty is food. He's got 9 sheep. He's on berries already, so he could run out faster. Numenon is Beasty's main train. Interesting. I didn't realize he was his main training partner currently. Shinobi, nice play there. Gets the frag grenades out, so able to overwhelm. And now charges forward. He's got the attack speed buffer. Yari Cavalry beat Horseman. That was a sick clean there. Yeah, the Yumi weren't able to really find the spears, but with the bonus damage from the grenades, spears melt to Cavalry. Astronomical. Okay, I was about to say. Clock Tower a bit weird. We don't see that anymore. Imperial Palace makes a lot more sense. Numeron, does he realize what's happening? He's holding reserve, so it looks like he's a bit suspicious. Because, like, there's 2 possibilities, right? Your opponent either has a second wave behind, and this army you have is big enough to fight that, or your opponent's castle. I think it makes a lot of sense to start prepping for an Age. Weird part is he hasn't scouted at all. He did lose the scout in that fight. Vikings incoming. Yep, Vikings and Scots. Pretty cool. I do find it a little bit weird they haven't shown a single Scottish building in any of their content. So I'm wondering if actually the Scottish buildings aren't ready yet? Maybe? Lance is queued by Beasty. New Moon now knows about the tech up. He begins to save. 11 now into the gold. I mean, technically, Mounted Samurai can quite easily beat Lancers. The difference is they're going to be the economy levels. Monks from Beasty quite early. Only units in 2 or 3? Yeah, but it's like they're looking to show the unique units, right? Like, presumably the archers will look a little bit different. Because even if they try to English variant scam people, which they shouldn't do, but if they did, you can't make them look like longbows. So they're probably focusing on showing off the iconic units, but I also do hope there's kind of more iconic Scott units, because I think we only saw 2. So fight back is good. Beasty now with the Lancers hitting the field. A lot of Yari actually from Demu. That's ludicrous. In Horsemen, they can beat Knights in good count, and he most definitely has that. Chases across the map. Has got Hardened Spearman upgrade coming in, which is interesting. There's no way Numu's going to keep sending it. I mean, you can see he's saving. It's curious that he would go for the spear upgrade here, so clearly feels that he can't just raw Mount Samurai to beat this, which doesn't surprise me that that's the sentiment, considering by the time Numidan will be able to build Knights, his opponent will have double digits. Do we have supervision? Doesn't look like it, no. So he's just slow producing, which is fine. He's got double stables. He's prioritizing the Monk, so it does make sense why he isn't supervising. Sake Brewery on the way in. Plenty of gold to come. Yeah, the Matsuri level's not great, right? Tier 2? Because he got blocked out on one of his Yatais? Has he got another one coming in soon is what I'm wondering. Doesn't really look like it, guys. Yeah, so only a 10% buff for quite a while still. Knights are going to make sure that that level doesn't go up fast. Yatai down. Moving over towards the stables. Numu. Uh-oh. Yeah, he does realize. Pulls back. The question now is, does Beasty need to build anything but Knights? Really? Until Numu spams the crap out of spears, he just gets away with it. And even when Numidan does that, you just play wide, because your opponent's playing wide too. Shinobi spam. Nicely played. I think this is always the frustration when you try to counterattack Sengoku, is you know you're springing an ambush, because they can spawn the Shinobi off of either Stealth Forest or their own buildings, and that main is huge. 40% increase in damage on a unit that's already going to be hitting you for 12 damage. It starts to feel like a light knight. Kind of feels like French Chevalier at that point. Mount Samurai production also begins from Numu. He's going to be upgrading the Yari. Understandable 14 of the bad boys. Beasty yoinking the deer while the distractions are running. Yeah, limited time though. He won't be able to get away with this for long. I think Numu's going to push his way into top 8 soon. He's on the verge. You can taste it, right? I think he's still getting gate kept pretty hard by those top 8. So there's still a skill differential he needs to solve. But, you know, we've seen it against the people that take a little bit of a break. I think that's the difference. Like Numidan, I don't know how much he's been scrimming consistently the last few months. For me, I feel like Numidan comes in, really impresses, and then kind of goes silent for a month or two, and then comes in, really impresses, and that's, if there isn't that continuity, that's the problem. Whereas you compare him to Lucifron, who he beat in this group stage. Lucifron takes a break, comes back. Numidan has his number in multiple tournaments. That's the caliber we're talking about. Arbiter of the Sun now is an interesting change. Does secure the gold and the deer. Yeah, and double outpost, so he's showing a lot of respect to the Knight spam. Numu's been consistently practicing for 6 months. Interesting. He just doesn't play a crap load of Ladolin, right? That's good. I think that's actually better. If he's spending much more time scrimming with top players, he's actually learning tournament play rather than just playing the game, right? Like, I've always agreed with Marinelord's mentality, if like ladder and pro play are completely different skills. It's like the problem with ladder is you either randoming what's happening or you're just choosing your comfort. You're not really learning how strategic drafting goes. So Lancer's going to be creeping back here. Mount Samurai count is looking pretty good. The Yari assist is big as well. Look at that damage. Yeah, 15 damage with attack speed booster as well. These are decent brawlers. And then if you fight near a Stealth Forest, you're going to be pouring one out for the boys. I think the problem here for Beasty as well is the fact that Numidan still has so many Yari, and he's transitioning crossbows. So preferably for Beasty, it's kind of worth taking a poke shot to get this light cav count down, because otherwise your crossbowmen are at risk. forward here. Look for a poke at it. Beasty will be forced to engage. He's fishing for a target. Not going to get Shinobi though. The Shinobi with the grenades. Hold on. They've got 10 seconds left here, but the frags are out and they are connecting. Yumi's scaring away that back line. They are going to be going poof. But the damage debuff, was it enough? Lancer count, holding steady, mirroring the Mounted Samurai count. The crossbows on the backside are now being target fired down. And Beasty, the Knights from the flanks survive longer. Sick hold there. Like, the front of that fight, the center, looked ugly. You thought Numenor was going to break him, but Beasty able to slap him from the flank sides. Now with an insane lead. Clears up the Yari, so no threat to crossbows. Still has the Knight lead against Mounted Samurai. Food income, he's still got options too. He's got the boar over here he hasn't even touched. The deer underneath the barbican. And he's winning relics. He's got 4 relics. This is looking pretty clean cut for Beasty. Yeah, it kind of felt like Numenor was punting a Hail Mary, and that Hail Mary didn't get the gut shot. What could he have done different? Maybe in hindsight, like checking the flanks? Because the danger of what Beasty's done in this game is because he didn't play Pro Scouts, he has to go out for his food. You can say the same of Demu, but like considering he went on the offensive there. Basically with mass cav, like that's my thought, is with mass cav, if something goes wrong, you can just run away. Either way, credit to Beasty, a really good fight. Ambush Ninja going to come out. That's a good main. Crossbow's also in a bit of a pickle there. Just behind the front line in time there. Demu just going to be outnumbered us. Only Mounted Samurai. Now the problem with that is crossbows will win the day. A few Yari coming out that were remaining, but the Lancers will sweep through those. I think that was his last hero. That's 2 fights now lost. Wood income is spiraling quite high for Beasty, so I wouldn't be surprised if he starts to add in the granaries. There you go. So this is the most scary point in the game for China. This is meant to be the point where Chinese players can die, but there's no army left. Right? Now, some people are like, well, why did Numenor jump the gun? Because the reality is Beasty's going to keep waiting to do this until you fight him. And if you look at what he had, the boar, the berries, the deer, he had time, right? He wasn't going to be forced to fight you too soon. Yeah, like just a few raiders on the flanks, I think, could have done wonders for Demu. Because even if you don't find kills, you find idle time. Because the alternative is you're competing against Chinese economy, which is one of the best in the game. Is it the new Raise the North expansion? Yep. We covered it a bit in the VODs. Might have my editor put up a video on that, actually. Got to timestamp when we talked about it, though. A little bit of bullying on the flanks. Not going to work out. Just too many Lancers. This is like the suckiest position to find yourself in, right? Like, you've lost 2 fights. This whole time, probably would have served you better to have been raiding, but now you actually have to raid. You can't fight directly. But your opponent has already been building Knights the entire time, so he can just mirror out any raid attempt and keep you out. Even Sacred Sight's now locked in. The amount of gold he's got, getting a bit silly. Going off now from Beasty. Not easy to do in Gorge, by the way. Like, walling at pre-20 minutes, it's such a big map now. With the changes they made to walling a while ago, about a year ago, where they made it slower to do, even China is a bit wonky for this. Yeah, I actually like the way he's played China in this. I feel like you get 8 out of 10 players put on this map, they're 100% just going to start building into Pro Scouts, right? Camera too low? Disagree. The tin, you're entitled to your opinion, but you know what? I like to be able to see what I'm looking at. I think this is better. Look at that. Cavalry ass cam. I like the way they always have the most elegantly tied little double ribbon. So fun. You guys ever noticed that? You did now. 4? That's the most I can do. Okay, so Lance is finally taking a bad fight. Maybe too late. Yeah, and for good reason. Over here, bloodbath. See, this is what happens when someone comments on our camera. We then T-Force. We miss the fight. So, what? 6, 7 workers down? He's kind of toast. How many farms is he? He's toast. Yeah, and there's no flank raid on the other side. Even if he dove this, half the villagers would just garrison, the others would run away, and Lancers would trade out against you. Don't worry, guys. He's got Higo Yumi coming in. Whoop, whoop. Is there any benefit to streamers if a Twitch Turbo user views their content compared to a non-sub viewer? I think so. My understanding is that Twitch Turbo, some of the money gets spread out between the streamers you watch, but it's like obviously a fragment of subs. I might be wrong about that though. I'd have to double check. Yeah, like add Gen on Twitch in general subs doesn't bring up. We're just forced to bundle. All right, crossbows against Yumi. Kind of a good fight. Yeah, as good as he can get at this point. The army's coming home, so the numbers aren't going to be a good matchup soon. Mount Samurai need to work fast. Crossbows, look to target fire them down now. Exactly what he's going to be doing. Daimyo almost dead. Farms being blocked and guarded. Remember, Beasty has the food income. He can afford to trade even slightly poorly here and be fine afterwards. Whereas Numidan is now down to under 1,000 food. And that is exactly what you don't want to see. Don't worry, guys. He recruited the villagers to defend the base. I'm sure it'll be fine. GG. China still number 1. If you need to ask, you can't afford it. Yeah, don't worry. Just get one of those normal subs. They're cheaper than Turbo. Much better. All right, so let's see. Oh, we're actually getting Macedonians allowed through this time. What? Going to mountain clearing with Macedonians. House of Lancaster banned away from Numidan. English banned away from Beasty. It's usually pretty good here, no? I feel like Sushi very strong. I find it funny when people comment like, zoom out. Why? So you can see nothing in this very blurry game? Bro. Like, stop it. I'm seeing too much visually on this stream. I can't believe I can actually see that it's a knight. Zooms out and can't tell if knight or palace guard. Seriously, the bitrate on stream platforms is not very good. What do you think, guys? Is Macedonian good enough? I think you can't really chug against them. Couldn't Numu just brand you? View more of the map on higher fidelity. I think the problem though, I wish I could modify camera. Because I still to this day don't like the way the camera zooms out. It should be a fixed degree and you zoom out from there. Instead, they've done this weird thing where you kind of like start like this and then you zoom out like that. You know, like it becomes more top down for some reason, which is odd. Lucy from beat MSM 3-1. Well played, Lucy. I think that was quite an important series for him on the scoring as well. So annoying to try and dip tortilla chips when they all break up into little pieces, you know? Where are my mods? I'm trying to eat. All right, let me swap predictions. Give you guys 2 minutes. 2 meanwhile. How do you feel about the Scots? Terrible people. I mean, that's cool. It's nice to see. I think it was needed. I don't think one Civ would have been good enough. One Civ DLC again, even if it's a unique Civ, I think would have been bad. And it gives them a cool campaign angle that's going to feel fresh. I don't think the Jin Dynasty campaign was that great because you basically just have Jin versus China. Or sorry, Jin versus weird China. Because it's like an amalgamation, right? Whereas you can have familiar and then like you can have 3-4-way warfare with the new campaign they can make, which is cool. All right, let's get ready to go. Let me mark up the score because Beasty's won game number 1. Oh, we need war. We need war. Vikings just announced in Age of Empires 4. They're coming later this year, so in honor of them, Numadon had to pick the Angry Viking Civ on a teensy tiny map where we could maybe see a little bit of cheese. One and all, welcome back to the channel for your daily dose of Age of Empires 4 action. Numadon in the red as Macedonian Dynasty takes to the fields of Mountain Clearing, eating the boar luxuriously already. And on the other side, Beasty, he's got one of the S-tier picks. Shu Shi, highly sought after, highly contested in pro play right now. He's going to be playing them in his signature yellow, and he will not be contesting the boar at all. Interesting. I wonder, dare I say, Varangian Rush? But say it loudly. Honestly, I like the idea of it here. I hope Numadon does, because Varangian hasn't been seen in a while, but can be pretty cheesy and effective here. Shushi do have early men-at-arms, but like they're not going to scale anywhere near as good as Varangian. Jin campaign was just you're running away, you're still running away. I mean, I don't mind it. Like the backlog of like the corruption of the officials. I would say my feedback on the Jin Dynasty campaign, they listen to the feedback. Like, I don't know if it's just me and other people said. I remember I said this to one of the devs. It's like, I want to feel like I have a connection to the events that are happening. And when you hop forward to like 50 years, 100 years, I don't have that. They've done a good job with Yufei of focusing around Yufei. I think what it was missing is in-game like cutscenes. They've done a little bit towards the end of the bad guy villains yelling at you in monologues. But like, I miss RTSs that done like the in-game cinematics where characters are talking to characters and we actually get character building. I know it's not seen as the Age of Empires forte, especially based on 4's history, but I think it's a really smart way to go to make people care about RTS campaigns. But let's care about this. Hippodrome's coming through. No Grand Winery, Saj. I mean, he could have maybe pulled the boar up here, Grand Winery here, got the buff, but yeah, it's just not worth it. Imperial Hippodrome is just going to be very good, even if it is a Varangian spam anyway, because you'll eventually get the movement speed from the cav unit. Chignu are good into feudal Varangians? Yes. Until you get, like, tier 2 armor. But tier 2 armor is really expensive is the challenge, right? Good to see. Like, you destroy Palace Guard, but you are right in the cheek. I think we saw this tried by someone before, but the interesting part is I think they came out ahead in the end because they bait and switched from Varangian into Radari age 3 after his opponent committed to, like, 32. So there's definitely ways. Sheep count is in favor of Beasty, which is unusual. 18 to 12. So big win there for the Beast. I think Numadon, did he use... Yeah, he used his scout by the looks of it to take 4 aggro. So that's a trade-off. He got a lot of extra food. He basically got his hands on 12 extra sheep worth of food. But he did end up forfeiting 6. cheap to his opponent as a result. Beasty has already plopped down the Jiangnan. He's going fast castle. Okay, I like this. So no Varangian men-at-arms warfare. This is a mirrored castle play. Numenor switches 8 onto gold. He scouts out what's happening. And Shaolin Monastery. We're getting the brawler boys. Ooh. Been a second since we got this, guys. Is that a pre-6 minutes fast castle sushi timing? Dude, it's so fast. Guys, he's going to complete this by 5:45. What is this civ and how is this reasonable? And that's smart. If he builds the Shaolin Monastery in range of the Jiangnan, producing monks increases this bar, right? Look at that. 5 minutes, 47 castle. Is there any civ that will do that quicker? Shaolin monks already being produced. First one queued up. Remember, these are very good brawlers. Yeah, they'll take on horsemen quite happily. Probably what will have to happen here is Numenor will need to make sure all aggro is onto his champion, not onto his horseman. It works! Yo, that's actually crazy. 10 pulled monks and you've got an army spawn. Whether he wants to build 10 build monks, I'm not sure because they're 200 food each. It is quite pricey for a map like this. That's pretty crazy. BC aged up castle in about 6:30 HRE the other day. Yeah, this is quicker. I'm pretty sure Sushi is on average across all maps the fastest castling civ, bar maybe water maps. They're just so fast. Supervise the monastery? You can't do that anymore, right? You can't supervise landmarks. They got rid of that a very long time ago because if you guys remember, in the early days of Age of Empires 4, people used to go clock tower on China and supervise it. And it was giga broken. Villages. He's safe inside. Double relic pickup already. He can even wall ult to just scare him off, but who cares, man? You're not losing that fight. Golden Horn Tower now coming in. More monks. 3 in total now. Does he try to snatch relics, maybe? No, you need the pagodas for the baldies. Shaolin Monastery lets you produce into the monks, but Standard Monastery will give you normal monks. Sometimes, for example, you will see people get the Shaolin Monastery and then run out of food and they'll like add in a monastery and just get normal monks. But hold on, timing. Timings matter. Lances. Can he get in? Golden Horn Tower. This is a sick dive. Guys, he's got the ranged armor reduction. So he can leave quite easily. Goes in for a brawl. Lancer gets a kill. He actually walks away early. Okay, so just the one. Yeah, doesn't hang around for more there. Interesting. Probably could have got an extra 2. But instead, we'd rather get an extra 2 of these. Double relic on the south side. Even this one is... With body, you can get that. With iron body, you can quite easily get that. Lancer harasses onto gold. Dude, this could be a 5 relic game. This very much looks like a 5 relic game. More Lancers already coming to protect. Gridari spawn for Demu. Not liking the look of this for the Swede though, guys. What do you do against this? And no, they can't heal each other. The way these guys work is they're selfish. They'll fight for themselves, they'll heal for themselves. When they're out of combat, as you can see by the plus on him, heal self. Can't heal allies. Interesting that he hasn't peeled off this monk to get the 5th, though. Trying to sneak in the north. Nice block there. One Lancer to fight them all. Yeah, you just can't beat him there. Meanwhile, the rest of his Lancers actually diving into the base. Numenor does see it, though. Pulls away. That's going to be -1. Maybe 2. Greedy, but... Way he walks. Easily doable. Okay, so Monk's in base now with the relics. Does need a monastery to bank all of them. Lancer going again?
And more coming. This is looking bad. All right, guys. That's a quick mountain clearing game. Macedonians are not an ecosystem. They suck when they fall behind. And he is behind by quite a lot. 10 minutes down, what, 5 workers? No joke. Garrison's a relic, so should be able to move for the final one. He does, yeah, there's no way you don't. Because remember, the Golden Horn Tower shoots pretty strong at 30 damage a shot, but if you hit Q and then walk in, you're fine. Yeah, he just done it. So look at the damage. It barely registers. He lost less than 50 HP diving that landmark. Macedonia spends 0 res on upgrades, though. That's eco bonus on the free units. Yeah, but the silver doesn't come in fast, right? Like, I think that the idea has always been cool, but the problem quite often we've seen more recently is the burst potential isn't there on silver. And Grand Winery is just kind of a meme. I remember when this Civ first came out, Beasty went on record saying he thought like it was broken, the Grand Winery. And he tried it first, and then some other people tried it, and then people quickly realized that actually Hippodrome's much, much better. I think if they got silver off of gathering berries like the Byzantines, then yeah, it would be a sick landmark, but otherwise it's a meme. Siege Workshop coming in. He's got plenty of gold now. 5 relic gaming for Sushi. We have got the Grenadier Crossbows army coming in. So this is pretty interesting, right? Like, you're going to mirror the crossbow count your opponent for free as well. And remember, Siege also affects this number. Like, this is actually a very smart way of vomiting armies. Because you spend about 2,000 resources to get about 700 resources and units back. If he's adding in Trebs, each one of them is over 1,500 resources. Watch that bar move. That is so efficient. This is like one of the cleanest Sushi Jiangnan games I've seen. It's not about zerging army. It's just like every choice he's made is a good deal. He needed the monks. 200 contribution there each. Needed the knights, 240. Needed the Treb, 500, almost 600 resources, 550, right? It's just good all around. Second Treb coming. And siege begins. Numidan can ill afford to sit here and repair as well. Looks like Lancers went in again, got another 2 workers. I don't think you need 3 Trebs, right? 2's probably good enough. He's just going to start adding in spears. He did get Dali horses as well, so his knights can test a bit better. But this is all about those crossbows, man. Oh, that's... Okay, that's a bit of a slip up then. What? Is he hiding crossbows? There's no way it's not seen, right? Yeah, seen. So what was the thought process behind Archgreen's back here, I wonder? Maybe a timing thing when he was originally switching, but... Okay. Because if he had the crossbows produced in the range of this, he'd have another bulk of troops already. Nah, it doesn't matter. He's done it again. Another 2 worker kills. Ridari, they're going to charge into the choke point. Spring replacement's already in effect. Shalom Monks with the body block here. Ridari to dive to the backside, but this is a futile effort out of the Macedonians. So one of the best picks in competitive right now. Completely demolished by one of the cleanest Sushi games I've seen. Guys, I think maybe, just maybe, we're going to be getting a 3-0 at this rate. Yeah, his most regular scrim partner, and it just seems like he has his number every time. Let's see. What could he turn this around with, I wonder? Beasty, Mongols, Knights Templar. Mongols get sniped. Numidan, Jean, Rus. Rus get sniped. 4 Lakes? Sounds a lot like 4 Lakes to me. Can John win this? Has anyone seen this matchup recently with water? Or rather with fishing economy? I mean, you could spam a lot of knights. But doesn't Knights Templar just fast castle, which John
historically hates. Jin to win to have China triple A's. Yeah, but he didn't pick Jin, right? You're huffing on the hopium, but like the problem is for the hopium to be huffed, it has to exist. Sorry, I just got loads of ping messages in the background. I'll respond to those later. Haven't seen Jin this tournament. Has someone played it yet? No, we've seen it in 2v2s though. We actually had some 2v2s in the VODs that are really cool for it. I actually think Jin's a pretty good 2v2 civ. Because you open spears and then you just play Mohawk Tribesman. And then when your opponent doesn't build spears anymore and your knight teammate is enabled, you build heavy cav. And also just like, it makes sense why Jin does well in team games because Mohawk Tribesman is a horse archer. And horse archers thrive when they can just hit multiple ecos, right? Like when they get a bad fight, if you're just able to switch targets, jackpot. Swordsman pretty good. Yeah, but you have to get late game. I think the biggest problem with Jin, early game's just very predictable, especially in 1v1s. The mid game's kind of okay. The late game is in theory pretty good. But like the early game problems, yeah. Early game just kind of screws them. AI researcher at Microsoft has recently written an awesome paper. Oh, I got a glance at that, like a screenshot of that. I didn't read into it though. Mountainvilles feel like a bit of a dilemma. They are really good, actually. And yes, this is the Avatar music. Damn right, baby. All right, let's get ready to go. Oh, I forgot to run ads. Let me do predictions anyway. Sorry, ads might creep up on. Do you want me to run a minute of ads now because it's early game? I can run a minute of ads now because it's early game. So like, what's gonna happen, right? All right, 1 minute now. John on 4 Lakes? What is Numenor thinking? That's what's on my mind for game number 3 here in the Beasty Numenor set. One and all, welcome back to Daily Age of Empires 4 action. Numenor on John in the red. Beasty takes to 4 Lakes with a powerful pick. Knights Templar in the yellow, feeling at home on this map, and it is gonna be Dark Age shenanigans out of Beasty. Great choice here. Knights Templar are really good for this type of play. And what? Did I just run out of space? How did I run out of space? Oh wow, I did. What the hell? One sec, guys. I need to delete some space. I see the problem. I forgot to empty the other thing. Did I forget to empty the recycling bin? I did. Actually, no. There wasn't all the space. Okay, there we go. All right, let's try this again. It's Dark Age aggro time. One and all, welcome back to the channel for Beasty versus Numenor. Jeanne d'Arc coming in on 4 Lakes, but she ain't going to be having a fun time. Beasty back in the yellow on Knights Templar. 2-0 up and getting frisky in the Dark Age. Not something to be expecting against Jeanne. And I think the funny part is maybe not something that Numenor would be expecting for that reason. Scout did just get a glimpse of it. Jeanne's got a long way to go until she's ready for level 2, though. So let's see what he tries to do about this. We have got walls coming up. Crafty choice there. He's actually going to have to rush them at half HP. How deep does Beasty want to go with this strat? Because he hasn't set up fishing at all. So realistically, you have to get something out of this, right? Like if your opponent now just gets away with fishing and you have to walk home, you're miles behind. Wait, what year is this? Oh my god, he didn't wall either side. Neither side of the gold has been connected. Please tell me it completes there like that. Guys, it's still not complete! Okay, he gets it up, he gets it up. Beasty didn't block it. Beasty's inside with Jean in the Thunderdome. Alright, Jean versus a spear. She's got to win, right? He sets up the other... You've got a level 1 Jean that can't get XP now. Unless she kills you. No, dude, he's going to lose. He's actually going to lose to a spear. Because of that build, he's lost way too much HP on her. JD, no, JD won't wreck him. She does less damage, and she hasn't been fighting for most of this. And on top of that, it takes her twice as long to attack. She can tank, but she can't kill. That's dead JD at 3.5 minutes. Get me out. Get me out. When do you see that? He also didn't build the... Alright, this is freaking disastrous. Well, the good news is, you know, Doc's a tank. Beasty has got 9 spearmen. Luckily, there you go. There's the advantage for Demu. Because Beasty broke the wall, these spearmen weren't moving. I think it matters. JD was equal to Gilded Villagers? No, she's better. She got 150 HP. But the Shiv isn't that strong. What's their price? 100 gold. Dude, Numidan can't afford the... Like, look, he had to pull off a gold. He can't buy her back. So she's not going to be able to defend against the spears. Damage-wise? Nah, damage-wise, she's the same as a standard. It's just what makes her good is like when you're close to base, you frontline with Jean, and then the villagers assist. So Jean is like, it's like when you watch Golden Horde, and they do Tortugud and Keshiks, and the Tortugud tank and the Keshiks kill. Same logic there. Beasty, gotta be loving life, man. This is looking like a pretty easy game now. Miles ahead. He's going to be forcing archers out of Demu straight away with this. Spearman just patrolling. Goes for a burn down the mining camp. Shifted around to check for food sources. And yeah, 5 on archery. Interesting he's adding in horsemen. But, you know, you're against Knights Templar, so there's a good probability they want to go archers. Beasty should be quite fast in his tech up. He also is simultaneously setting up the docks. And... What, Chevalier? Actually, Kingdom of France is kind of disgusting here. Yeah, because you're blocking gold right now. Hospitalaire it is. Fair enough. Most people go Hospitalaire. But I actually think this is the one map where French Commandery is pretty sexy. Especially when you get this type of lead, because you spam out so many knights. It sounds weird because you're against better French knights, but Numidan doesn't have those knights at all. The cool thing you get out of Hospitalaire, though, is you'll get healing from your meta-arms, which means that Jean probably going to get less XP. And also, you just make all your villagers more tanky, so once again, Jean gets less XP. You got coming up. Spear switches over onto the villager. Guys, get out of here. Get out of here. Bad. It's bad. No, he doesn't have wheelbarrow.
That's a dead worker.
But I don't understand. I thought archers beat spears. Yeah, slowly. That should be a villager kill. Switches over now. Leaves a few aggroing onto the archers to poke them down. Actually, might keep the worker alive. Loses another archer in the process, though. These aren't hardened spears. These are still Dark Age ones, so their damage is kind of underwhelming. Kind of impressed he got that many kills. Beasty, where are we going now? Horsemen or... No, straight up Pilgrims. Chooses the greedy route. Set up his second dog. Like, this has still been really effective for Beasty. Numidan has been stuck at just 2 fishing boats and no value out of them. He will at least get a drop-off now because they're pretty much full. They've been waiting. But Beasty's already inflated up to 5 fishing and he's going double pond. Wow. Okay, That kind of tells a full tale, right? That he's confident enough to go out and spend a huge lump of resources, 250 wood here as well. And then guard the others. Like, it's free. It's 750 wood on harbors alone in the last, like, 2 minutes. Switching to gold now. So Numidan's finally going to be able to start getting his knights. He's got racks as well. What an ugly start. You just don't see that, guys. Like, Jean dying in Dark Age is hen's teeth rare. Never happens. Someone's like, KP, you haven't watched my bronze level gameplay. Wait until you see what I've done. Like, at conch level, it's insanely rare. 20 now on wood. Beasty approaching 1,000 wood income. Yeah, just a pretty cushy position. Because he'll get all his food off of the fishing anyway. And with the harbor here, like, there's very limited risk of a counter dock play. So you just got double harbor setting up fishing. He's even already going for extended lines. Wolves coming up. I think we got an FC build. I mean, it would make a lot of sense with his current position. He's adding in a few horsemen, so understands that there could be a push. And he has got Ford Gold, so there aren't good options. Like, that's the bad thing about Beasty's spawn, is he's got triple gold Ford. Ironically, Numidan got double gold back. Unfortunately, on the same position. I wonder if that fed into Beasty's idea at all. I mean, the Rax rush came early, so I can't imagine it was. But like, the idea is pretty crafty. Like, when you see that type of spawn, you're like, okay, I can get more value out of spamming this. Like, probably what could have been a bit better for Numidan is if he'd gone for the dock drop over here originally. Because then he's diversifying his risk. Instead, he put everything into one area. Dock, gold, gold. How do Axe guys trade against Knights? I wouldn't back them to win that. They dish melee damage from range. Not that it matters, because Knights have the same armor type of melee and ranged. But you're just going to get stuck in a brawl in the end. Very well, but you got a micro. How much have you tested that? If you're straight up building Axe throws, I'm straight up building Knights. How don't Knights win that? I'm curious. Like, you have range, I'll give you that. You get 2 axe throws for every knight. I guess if we're talking about no micro versus micro, sure, but I feel like a good French player will just kite you, then pick you. Honk 2-3 games almost daily against French knights and archers. And it's working against knights archers. You got to send me those games. I mean, if it happened, it happened. But, like, I'm quite surprised. Because, like, archers counterplay axe throws anyway, right? Sergeants win 7 out of 10. That's very interesting. Alright, I'm happy for the axe throwers. That was, when the expansion first came out, that was one of the civs I tested that strat with. Because I was excited for it. I remember I was playing Warman's Lancaster when they were Giga Broken, and I kept trying to break her strat with like Ram Rush axe throws. Sadly, didn't work because Lancaster was completely broken. Angevin Empire now coming in, so BC's gonna have the perfect answer to these names. Not that there's many. Already torching across towards the docks. Docks that haven't been protected. Army is reacting, but this is perfect. BC's just buying so much time and... Him? No, okay, we're building. Seriously, he could have went fast in. I don't know if it would have been ever worth it. Like, what would you have really got? But with the amount of food. He's up with 30 fishing boats already. I also think, if I'm not mistaken... Yeah, Numidan didn't get extended lines, right? So he hasn't got the increased gathering. Monastery drop now coming in straight away. Guildhall reaction out of Numidan. So he says, I'm not dead yet. Honestly, at this point, it feels like you're not playing Jean. It feels like you're just playing French, right? Like, we haven't seen any value out of Jean whatsoever in this game. That's why I found the pick of it on 4 Lakes a bit weird, is that Fast Castle is so much easier to do on most 4 Lakes matchups. So Jean has limited to no value. And what makes it an even bigger surprise is what Numidan done. He chose melee Jean over range Jean. Most people prefer range Jean when you're scaling to like tier 4 and late game. Because melee Jean tends to just get sniped quite easily. Trade production begins, but a lot of Angerman spears already on the way. You can have a deer and drop off a dock, you can indeed. Heavy spears already arriving. Like, oh, screw this, go straight for the back line. My spear is longer than your pointy little arrow. Lead damage decent. Bit of a weird pathing issue there from Beasty instead of just A-clicking. And John, actually a perfect brawler for this. Beasty running a bit too fast? I mean, no, the space is good. Denies a dock. He's picking up relics as well from the map. The Knights also in a bit of a weird position. Get body blocked on the retreat. And we have got the heavy duty Knights now arriving. Templar bros are in. Only one. Beasty, like, he just, please get more gold. He's got 2,000 food. Oh my god. No wonder Marinelord got ill in Serbia. Beasty was keeping all the good food in the fridge. 2,000 food again. Demu trying to play for relics now. Jean is getting decent XP. I mean, don't you just queue up 20 horsemen now? He just saw Arbitrary. Would Fast Imp do anything here? Kingdom Poland? You just get the Schlachter, right? Venetian's not so good because of the Condottiero having heavy tag, if I'm not mistaken, right? They did have the heavy tag. It's been a while since I've seen it. Let me double check. Actually, do they have the heavy? If they don't have heavy, actually, Venetians is pretty sick here. No, I was right. They are heavy. Yeah, so crossbows would counterplay that. But, like, seriously, we're going to Imperial here, guys. It's just so weird. +2 melee armor sounds good. Yeah, but you can't use the Teutons, right? They're heavy against arbitrary mass. So that'd be kind of weird. But yeah, 2 million armor, kind of okay for the Angerman spears. The alternative is you just get some Schlachter cavalry. Yes, I know, heavy crossbows, but like you at least brawl decently into ranged units.
Another bun?
Oh, this just feels untenable, man. The problem with Numidan counterplaying Angerman spears is exactly what you're seeing here, is that he can protect one side of the map, but then he'll lose the other side of the map. The weirder part is he's so far upfield. Oh, wait, do they not have the heavy tag? I thought they added it recently. I guess not. Okay. I would have thought they would have fixed that, because I think it got flagged. Because we, like, I remember originally people had similar reservations about things like Freeborn not having a tag. Yeah, I mean, Venetians could be very good here then. You know what's even better? 40 Spearmen. Oh, wait, he cancelled. Did he cancel something? It might just be his gathering that quick, actually. Imperial's coming. It just feels undeniable at this point. And I prefer it. You're kind of feeding up a storm to Jean here currently. Go on, just press the button. You know you want to. Big army coming, though. Backstab as well. Makes it harder to retreat away from this arbitrary. Slowing him down as well. A lot of XP. He just doesn't care about the XP anymore. And John, she's gone! No! Level 3 and then insta-dead. Vet Archer is super effective against level 2 Jeans. Alright, so no Jean for the brawl. He tries to break away because there's no XP trade here for him. And Tech Up has been queued. It's going to be Kingdom of Poland. So Schlachter cavalry on the menu.
Don't blame him this amount of food and gold.
Numedan looking pretty dead on arrival. Jean gets brought back in. Arbitrary have been shut down, though, right? Like, they're not going to get away from this easily. Now, the Archer surrounds. No Pavis drop. And a good connect. Heavy spears wipe them out. Archer ship's just kind of irrelevant after you get these kills. In fact, they're dead. That's game. Like, this is genuinely the most depressing Jean game I think I've seen since she ever got released. I cannot, in my memory bank of Age of Empires 4 games, of which there's a lot, recall many where Dark Age Jean dies. That is brutal. I think that's what that one gets called as well, the most depressing Jean game ever. Poor guy. Why did the wall not connect? Yeah, I think it's just like, it's one of those things where you have to look really carefully. It does happen sometimes, but I feel like it's quite like rare these days. It's more awkward when you're like on slopes because it's easier to not notice. Well, 3-0 for Beasty. Well played, the lad. That means he's going to be top of group uncontestable, as that will be a 4-0 victory. The only person who might be able to nudge him off is Puppy Paw, who Beasty will play next weekend. Well, I mean, technically, like, I think there's someone else that can. Like, B might be able to, but Beasty's looking pretty safe at the point, guys. Alongside Marinelord, who also has an impeccable record, 4-0. Only dropping in total 2 games? Yeah, one against Gully Deckle and one against Demu. Do I do one more series? I mean, we've been going for 6 hours. We could do one more. Double check what we've got. So we were talking before about B versus Lucifron. There's B versus Lucifron and Puppy Paw versus Corpus. I think B Lucifron's draft just completed, so we can do that one. Just get it open. Sengoku versus Byzantines on Dry Arabia to kick off. Let me just find it. Oh, we're literally right at the beginning, guys. Yeah, I don't think they're even in the lobby yet. Lul. Are they on the game? I'm not seeing them on game either. Okay. One sec. Let me pay out predictions. Beasty with 100% of the votes. Top 8 after group stage? Yes. Only 4 survive from each group. Ah, there we go. Now, we'll probably put a stream up tomorrow. I don't know if we'll do a variety day or not. I need to hear from Carlos, but I think the idea is that all the remaining games, the 2v2 tournament, will be played on Tuesday. Is my understanding. But, like, I'll try and confirm that. But, you know, we might slap up a short stream and play something a bit different. Gymnastics? That's a you problem. Also, I could always stream after gymnastics. You didn't realize there's 24 hours in a day? Maybe smash out some Ordinary. I just haven't been able to find the time to PvP that much. Ordinary, Deadlock, something like that. 0 for you? Yeah, that's because you spend all that time watching reruns of Mentalist and listening to political videos on Facebook. Gotta. Whoa. Sengoku ever win a single match this tournament? I think 1 or 2. I'm going to take this rubbish inside, by the way. Be right back in a sec, guys. Also going to put the hummus back in the big fridge. Right, 1 sec. I'm going to run a minute and a half ad so you guys don't get them in gum. Okay, okay. And yeah, new DLC looking pretty hype. Whoop, whoop. Now we've just got to see if Age of Empires 4 can survive Zero Space's launch and Dawn of War 4's launch. I mean, kind of like looking like the biggest threats. Because like Stormgate was, you know, remember a long time ago, Stormgate was seen as the biggest threat, but like obviously that wasn't very well handled. I've heard good things about how Zero Space and Dawn of War are being handled. Whoa. Oh, I'll put predickies up as well. Predictions starting momentarily. Yeah, the trailer's not like insane. I'll say that much. It's just a teaser trailer, right? When is Zero Space? Was it 20th of June, I think? So pretty soon. Oh, sorry, July. 20th of July. 20th of July. Dawn of War 4 is early September. Yeah, or mid-September. Sorry, 17th of September. And then things like Total War, Warhammer, 40k won't be probably for like 2 more years at least, I reckon. So, hasn't got to deal with that bullet, at least. Are you guys ready? Let's boss it. Sengoku cannot catch anything but L's. That's the storyline people are running to here in this S-tier tournament, but maybe in the hands of a true artiste. A glorious man who does not know meta, only how to break it. B, in the green on Sengoku, your reigning champion in S-tier tournaments, takes on Lucifron in the yellow as the Byzantines. Can he do it? Can he defy the odds? Because Sengoku right now are struggling. Or is it simply going to be too easy for the Byzantines, more so than the B? Well, no, welcome back to the channel. Time for more AoE 4 games. Going to be a fun one, actually. Lucifron versus B. On skill level, performance-wise, in this group stage, pretty close, I'd say. Yeah, both of them sitting at 2-1 overall in group stage in terms of one-loss series. And the point differential is literally a game difference. So 1 extra win for B, and therefore... Actually, no, 2 extra losses for Lucifron. But this series would flip them in terms of positioning. This would give Lucifron a very good position and almost I want to feel like close to a guarantee with what remains of making it to playoffs. Interesting. Limitane opening from Lucifron. Not your usual expectation out of Byzantines, but clearly shows you how much he feels threatened by the economy. Because remember, B is going to be adding in Yatai, aka the hot dog stands. All about that food gen early on. So he's just going to look to intercept and ruin that experience as quickly as possible. Very surprising, actually. Wonder if B... Does he maybe think about an outpost on the goal plus woods? Like, there's a lot exposed here, right? No, he's going to mirror act. Yeah, because like you could outpost and it would defend your base, but it won't defend your ties. So if you want to keep your goodies alive, you need to make sure you've got moving units. Oh, have we got any more big announcements for Xbox? Is the show complete now? Hold on a sec. All the way down. Call of Duty Modern Warfare 4 DMZ. Okay. Clockwork Revolution. Steampunk game. And then, okay, the last big thing was the Spyro thing. Dude, I'm hyped for a new Spyro. I don't know who's making this new Spyro. I really hope they manage to get Insomniac devs on, or I'm kind of like, why? Developed by Studio Toys for Bob and California. Okay, I don't know. So, spear count looking pretty good for Lucifron. B is trying to catch up here. It is cheap for him to catch up. He has got defender's advantage, yes. But the thing with Lucifron is he set up the system for the extra buff gathering rate, and he's just plunging his way through his... I was going to say plowing. His way through his sheep. So B will have more food long term, but right now Lucifron has the burst on his side. And he will steer north. He goes straight for the attack. Crucible will be co-op with DLC. I hope Crucible is a non-DLC attached update. It would be pretty criminal if they didn't give the other Crucible levels. But... actually, I guess, I don't know. I don't know if they're designed right for it, but it would kind of suck. Body blocks. Spear's doing pretty well. Well, I said we want more micro in Age of Empires 4. Ladies and gentlemen, more micro. Be more meaningful micro. This is like very annoying micro. I wish we had like more of that WoW feeling that other artists have. You know, where it's like, oh, he's quick walled in, he's cracked 3 villages, stuff like that. Instead, we've got clownfully tanky Yatai that takes 1,000,000 years to die. But dead it is, and it looks like we've got a counter-offensive. He sent his spearmen straight over. That's curious. Okay. So what does Lucifron do in response? It looks like he's going to keep attacking. Yeah, he says, okay, that's fine. You know, TC protects the first berry, so I can get my longbow. Like, actually, like, funnily enough, it's easier to get longbows under this pressure plate now. Because you spawn 4 instead of 5 longbows. So you need less overall olive oil to start getting units out. And longbows will destroy these spears. Yo, he goes for the Matsuri. Yeah, he can repair that. But he needs more than 1, right? It's on fire now. Yeah, this slowly dies. Down to 140. Doesn't get back up to 190. He's losing about 10, 15 HP every flurry, but weirdly enough, Lucifron just steers south. He goes for the Yatai. Says, actually, screw it. Like, the idle time is annoying. Fighting the Matsuri would be nice, but just getting rid of the things that give it value, much better. Yeah, and with this many spears, it's a trap. No movement away from that. So, 2 out of 3 Yatai is going to have died in the Dark Age. They're going to be moving the spears home. Smart choice there, considering the likelihood that mercs are going to be turning up in about, a minute and a half, and there's nothing left to burn. Probably worth getting hardened. He needs to get the gold for it. He's moving back out now. Harden's 35 gold, so he has shifted 4 out. And it comes in very fast, actually. So he should be able to get upgrade before B. B's still not even second age. Force drop off. Veterancy queued, or rather hardened status. 12 seconds out. And also you're outnumbered. Hard fight. Flash comes in. Does -1 straight away. Good micro. B pulls their heavily injured instantly. And he's walking over to the Ryokan. Oh, that's actually so smart. Ryokan gives you healing when out of combat. So he just exhausts the health bars as much as possible to maximize them later and soften the spin in the meantime. Cheeky little min-maxer. It's not going to be a fast heal, mind you. Remember, you get 4 health every 6 seconds. God, it sounds so bad, by the way. Meantime, Spear's going to keep burning. Lucifron. Time to make a Merc choice. Probably longbows. Jabs could be pretty nice against Yumi too, but I think if you just get longbow scaling, it counterplays most of the things Sengoku's likely to do. And he agrees. Western contract on the way. Alright, how did you guys gamble? 54% on B. It's pretty tight between the two. Only a slight edge. And system rushing now? Not a rush. Only 2 right now. Third one should be moving out. It's a bit gradual scaling. Like the goal in most Byzantine games, the win condition seems to be the same, which is gonna be going for Castle Age. Not rushing, because you don't get value out of rushing Castle if you don't have systems up. But once you have 5 systems up, the problem in the game right now is the Byzantine Castle landmark, the Golden Horn Tower, is too good. The value prop is really high. It's just a way of vomiting free army. And longbows become threatening when you do that. Like longbows in small quantities, it's manageable. You can counterplay it. Then when you talk about 30 longbows with veterancy, you have a heart attack. Yari just chilling now. So, Lucifron will hunker fully down. Even a few groves coming in quite early, actually. I don't feel like you see that too often at the moment. Most people play for the second berries, but because he's being very greedy with his approach, like he's optimizing for a very fast castle time. He probably feels like it's not safe to come out. How much oil per longbow set now with the change? It's 420, I think. Yeah, dude, I know my numbers. Yeah, so 420. It used to be 500. So the sorry, not 500. It used to be 510 or 520, whatever the math is. Basically, the cost didn't change per longbow. The cost changed per grouping because they decreased the amount you got per serving. Mainly because like 5 longbows coming out could, weirdly enough, counterplay a counter unit in a lot of situations. Like if you ever noticed how when people try to defend against dives, if they're trickling out 1 unit at a time, it really is weak. But then you talk about being able to get 5 units straight away, it's crazy. So like it does and doesn't slow down the rate. Realistically, it actually speeds up the rate in which they come out. It just decreases the switch in power for every load. Like, think about what we're seeing right now with Jiangnan and the pump of units. Like, they just dump out 7 new units, which is insane. You know, quantity matters. It's why we didn't see Age of Empires 4 carry forward what Age of Empires 3 done, where you could queue units up and have them come out in bulks. Outpost up just in the nick of time there. Horseman, not going to be a value there. This is from posturing quite aggressively here. It's surprising because the Yumi count is actually high. 14 already. Yeah, I think he probably thinks twice about this. Unless he wants to start adding more. Yari, oof. 1 down. Not great there from B. Lombos would be a great find though. Moves in to try and snatch it, but doesn't do shit. Okay, so he'll heal off the damage at least. Over here, Lombos. Trading, but that's bad, guys. Yumi are faster. Yumi can actually beat Lombos when played like this. Yeah, this is getting terrible. What happened? Lucifron gets baited for Limitane. Yumi count good enough to insta-kill. And Yari just patiently waiting now. I think B's position is pretty damn good here. This is from, like, what was the thought process? Why did he step up instead of just camping? Maybe he was worried about Matt at Samurai Rush? But, correct me if I'm wrong, don't Byzantine handle Fast Castle Sengoku better than Fast Castle Japan? Because, like, Fast Castle Japan is things like Onimusha to maybe worry about, but they don't get horseback crossbows. They also don't feel as threatening, like the deflective armor detail with Mount Samurai with Sengoku. I mean, the attack speed is quite nice, sure. It's very interesting that he felt threatened enough to have to push up like that. Okay, so B just going to be resetting. He's moving towards the back foods now. Gold as well. Like, this is a good camp spot right here. Blocks food, blocks gold, blocks attack. Lucifron is switching horsemen now, which is what I had a feeling we'd have to be seeing. Yeah, kind of surprised he didn't do it sooner. This is overall a weird comp. Most games you will not see Lombo plus Limitane. If you see Limitane, you see Javelins. If you see Horsemen, you see Lombos. They go hand in hand because they counterplay very well. Dive. That was ugly. -4? Horsemen charge in. There's no Yari to protect this. I can say no, there's 5, but that doesn't feel great. No, it's a good pushback. Damn. I think B maybe jumping the gun a bit there, not respecting the tower and ultimately getting punished for it. Got to get away. Lucifron has got some big macro problems. I hope he was planning to build olive groves because we can't eat that wood. 1,200 wood. That's bonkers, guys. You know what we need in Age of Empires 4? How about a Civ that can buy tech ups with wood? No, don't do that. But seriously, I don't know what you're meant to do with this other than just build a crap load of farms. I mean, he switched down to 1 villager on wood, but that doesn't change the fact you've got 1,100 wood. So we'll put some up to work, get some outposts up. Castle play not too far off of B now. Horseman will better raid in. Gonna find another Yatai. Good pin. Let me out, let me out, let me out! I think we should take it out. Lucifron trying to be cheeky there. Didn't actually drag the aggro though. Well, feels like farms aren't the worst. I mean, what else are you going to do with 1,100 wood? It's weird because Lucifron's got 5 on wood again and he's still not doing anything with it. I'm a bit confused right now. What would Byzantines need this much wood for other than an olive grove transition? Golden Horn Tower begins. I mean, he's going to keep gold working. You have to, because you're going to need upgrades. I think the tricky part is he's put so many... Yeah, so he's just going to sell it. I was about to say, he's got so many people out here. He's not going to walk them back. That takes way too long. So I guess we're just selling wood. One of the most efficient of plays, really. Yeah, there you go. Keeps on selling through. Sakai Brewery coming in. We also have got Higuyumi for the increased damage on all this backline force from B. He does outnumber Lucifron. Great complete first for him. Mounted Samurai do get queued. I believe that's double stables at home. Is indeed. And he did go Odo Estates, so obviously not going to be able to get the movement speed, but doesn't really care for it. Does already have the Daimyo on the front side. Pulls back his cavalry. Sends the Yumi in, which works out nicely. Gets himself a double kill straight up. We are getting Cataphract. And remember what I said? Like, the Civ he's playing, it doesn't have Onimusha. It doesn't have that obvious counterplay. Range down with 2 as well. So just trying to minimize Lombo's impact. Horsemen do get mirrored. Well, Lucifron doesn't have 1,000 wood anymore. Give him credit for that. It just feels quite wasteful the way he had to burn it into gold. The trade rate wasn't that good, right? Yeah, look, he got down to 56 gold for 100 wood. Ow. How are we going to get chased home? Does B look to go for Monks? You have really good map control. Monks is a pretty solid choice here. hasn't opted for it, so Lucifron gets to go for it. Okay. Dangerous to be giving over the relics here, especially considering how big Lucifron's Archibald's already getting. He's got 3 more longbow groups queued up. So that's going to be a hefty amount coming out, right? Like getting him up to a solid almost 30 bows. Yeah, the reason why I'm shocked by B not going for monks, when you play this matchup like this, the Byzantine player is defensive. He has to be. Longbows are slow. But you're playing Yuumi, mounted samurai. You're fast. So you'd assume he'd use that to exploit the map fully, not just kind of let this drift. Ikoki now coming. Okay, but probably 2 relics now. Yeah, because Lucifron, he snatched the center one. 3 relics, very probable for Byzantines. Really nice here for the mercenary usage as well, because you can drop them inside the winery to generate oil instead of gold. Okay, make that 4. I think Lucifron's getting 4 relics, guys. Army's looking to intercept him, but it's just the cavalry. He's got his own cats to mirror. While there, he's trying to scare B back a bit. He baits him in. Does realize what's happening, though. Okay, just the cats left over. Practically all horsemen gone. Well, it's going to be walked away. Yuumi try to snipe him. New wave of Lombo coming through here, though. Those cats, dude, they just feel eternal. They're so fat, man. Hate to shame them. And the trample through. Sick reposition there to maximize the output on killing Yuumi. The attack speed working. He's still got 3 Mad Samurai left. Down to 3 Cataphracts. B. Trading phenomenally well into these heavy cab of Biz. Damn, that attack speed goes so hard. Remember, at this point in the game, it's a 15% increase. And on melee, that's full effect, unlike on Yuumi. Does have to retreat towards the tail end because bows will start to pick you off. But honestly, pretty solid outcome. Rough for Lucifron considering just how expensive these cats are. We did have a few Tanagashi Ashigaru coming through. Don't feel like you want to scale them too much, though, against bows. Yeah, Lombos will just snipe them out pretty easily. Mount Samurai are looking to deal with that bow threat. I'll have to reset. Outcome because of this. Relics now up for grabs, right? 2 relics for B, 2 for Lucifron. This one undecided, but does still feel like it's going to be the yellows. Other thing, farms. Oh, we don't have that from B at all. He hasn't been switching. He has a big problem coming down the line. Farm switch is not going to be cheap. You're not Japan. You don't get that helping foot of a landmark that does it for you. So if B can't find some eco damage soon, I'm kind of worried for him. Because this is level 5 system. Probably about, I want to say 22 groves. Like, you're just going to run out of steam if you don't trade really well. And the sucky part is, like, you can't heal between fights with Sengoku. Because you need to fight to heal. That's how the Ikuiki works. So Mount Samurai for the time being. Good progress here. Yuumi's still being built because he's a little bit paranoid about Limitane switch down the line. And these cats are sucking, though. I didn't think Mad Samurai would make it look this easy, but the attack speed really is the difference maker. That extra sliver of health, attack speed alongside it. Even without deflective armor, it just doesn't matter. So Lucy gets pinned in the base. He now with an overwhelming military lead. Especially when you look at the quality of the army. Mount Samurai count soon to be up to 16. Lucifron going to be stuck at 7 cats. Daimyo does get sniped, needs to be replaced, but a lot of stone too, so how about deflective? You could actually rush towards tier 3 at this rate. In 1 minute, he'll be able to afford to decay to tier 2 and tier 3, which will give you deflective armor on your mounted samurai. It also gives you the ability to levy troops. Over time, you'll just stockpile charges to spawn. For now, though, no hard commitment, just level 1 estate. I think sometimes, I can't tell if this plays forgetting about the estates or just not sure where they want to commit. Because you can only choose 2 estate types in a game, and then you can only level one of them to level 4. So you want to make damn well sure it's the right choice. Nice strike point here. Finds the gold workers, idles them out, dive deeper onto the farms. This is only the Mountain Samurai. The Yumi fully pulled back. Still, heavy hit. Every worker kills, looking for more too. The cats too. Try for the body block. Sick micro there by Luciferon. Samurai are going to get ultimately punished for it. Still behind this. Still competitive, heavy cav count. Luciferon is getting idled up pretty hard. He can't afford more cats currently. The gold sucks. He didn't know. He didn't know. There's a farm cluster with a bunch of idle workers, actually, that he could just clap on. Damn. Squeaky bum time moment. B now up by 11 workers. Kind of struggling to see the picture anymore for Lucy. There was a cool idea here, but I think this game has felt a bit slippery for him ever since he stepped up in the feudal age, if you guys remember, without any horsemen. That felt like the crit hit to any progress. I think he's got one good fight left in him, and he understands it, right? He's up to 12 cataphracts now. We have got the horse training coming soon.
Guys, this is big.
He rushed tier 3 on the estates. Yeah, it's full Takeda. Goes in for a clash. Decent health, 253. Trample to the backside. Just switches spots. Yumi chases away the Lombos, and now cats get chased by ponies. Horse training coming through soon. Gonna make him faster. This is just the worst possible trade now. Yumi will be able to press the Lombos. Cats just constantly feel outnumbered. He did at least get rid of the Daimyo. V is now love and life. Fresh spawn gives deflective. Yeah, remember, it's only new ones, so old ones don't have it, but every new Mounted Samurai now has that extra layer of protection. Jeez, not that the old ones need it. Clips the cats on the retreat. B off to a good start in this series. Yeah, I think Sengoku Byzantines, like, there's an argument Biz might be a little bit better than Sengoku in the current form. I think they feel a bit more reliable, so taking them off the chessboard, pretty damn good for B. Okay. Let's see what the boys have got in mind for G2. So, we already had Dry Arabia. Other maps are Borderland, Lakeside, Hill and Dale, and Lipany. Hill and Dale very rarely coming through, by the way. So, a pleasant surprise, I guess, considering how rare it is. Luciferon drafts China, Delhi. B drafts Macedonians, Iabids. Sounds a lot like Lipany to me. I mean, you could Borderland too. Lipany, Borderland, maybe even Hill and Dale, but I mean, Iabids has been seen a decent amount there. Let's find out. Lipany it is. Yep. I think the Delhi is like the giveaway detail of like, yeah, this seems right. Oh, 1 sec. I've just had one of my creators ping me on something. Did I mistype that? Oh, I did. Oops. One moment while I sort this. Yeah, just setting up new emails for a creator signing today. But I accidentally put the wrong... I think I didn't type a second I in their name. Oops. I. Wunderbar. I need to. What I need to do for them. You know when your brain's like, there's a task I was going to do for them. Ah, that's right. I'm going to set them up a channel. Whoop whoop. K Big Pogs in chat. More creators signing with our awesome agency. Love to see it. I'll have to get them to type up a bio and everything later. Did I give them tag? I didn't. We love to see that sweet, sweet green. Okay, fantastico. Agency, yarp. We represent a bunch of crews. My motto is always, I like to think I'm one of the good guys. Sadly, other people walking around wearing a villain mustache and monocle has made it very easy. Yeah, got some awesome creators we look after. Should have multiple signing up soon, so should be closing with wonderful creator called Ari this week. And then also, my boy Viper should be coming on board, which is awesome to see. Stronger and stronger, baby. All right, so predictions. Let me get them up. So from B, game number 1 goes to B. There we go. Predictions begin. I bet China on Lipany though. I think that this isn't this pretty good for China. We'll talk about it in a minute. Oh crap! I've got to run ads. I'm gonna run a minute of ads now because these civs definitely don't Dark Age. I say that B probably would, but we'll see. Ten longbows also one-shot spears, but 8 of them don't. Is that correct? I think that's wrong, no? Spears of 8 HP, longbows do 6 base, 12. I want to recheck those numbers. 80 HP spearman's going to die to like 7 longbows, no? I think you're thinking of Castle Age spears. In we go. Is China number 1? Are they the unbeatable or can B be the chosen? Green Ibids B in Lipany going up against Lucifron on the Chinese in the yellow. Good start for him as well. Just beat Byzantines using Sengoku. Would be quite the booster for him to be able to come out ahead 2-0 already in this series against 2 potent civs, considering group stage is not looking all too clear for him. He's 2 wins, 1 loss overall. That doesn't feel 100% safe. For a guy who just won an S-tier tournament, anything less than top 2 in groups feels like a fail. Lucifron with a very aggressive civ. I think there's moves you can make as China here, no? I think the trick is to not overcommit and feudal as Ayu. Yeah, but I think the trick with China is to overcommit and feudal. Isn't that an interesting thought? Because if you go Desert Raiders and I go Archers, what do? You could switch Horsemen, but I could add in Spears. China's got very good economy. Like, this is the weird thing, is like healing is very, very strong for Iabids in certain matchups. But I do believe that like when you look at the Chinese playstyle, because their economy is so strong, they're able to scale into something that inherently counters counters healing rather, which is ranged. And it's not just that their economy is good, it's that their production speed on it is good as well. It's just like a double kick to the nuts, you know? Okay, Imperial Academy coming through now. So Lucifron just going up the standard. Looking to spawn... Interesting. So stone's the only safe thing, really. Not great. You don't typically see 2 TC much these days. His berries are fort spawn. His deer is fort spawn. Obviously, the boar's going to be fort spawn. For B, honestly, a pretty nice spawn. Berries back. Doesn't matter if the initial ones. What matters is the secondary. It's not an 8 stack, but it's quite a wallable area. And it also gives him a backup tree line. The deer is also fort spawn. But, you know, I'd say, although no one got a broken spawn, I'd say B got a slightly better one. I wonder, is it going to be Cambulance? I've seen a few people going Desert Raider instead recently, weirdly enough. But yeah, of course, B is going to exploit the healing. I mean, he's a lover of it, right? Like, this is the guy that really pushed hard to bring Altmans back in the early days with the Imam strats. And Cambulance is just a better version of that. Trying to think what they can do next. Because, like, Ibids to me is due for a rework a bit. I just don't think some of these landmarks make sense. Like, Adabegs is an example of someone that feels not there. I'm a bit sad about Master Smiths because it feels like it's on the border of being good enough, but it doesn't come out still. Growthwing, I don't mind being what Growthwing is. I think Growthwing should be rare because I find Growthwing to be the most boring landmark choice imaginable. And obviously, they're never going to buff Military Wing because it's still decent and used to be broken, if you guys remember. They had to nerf it in Feudal Age. It never gets seen in Feudal Age anymore because there's a delay on the initial guy coming out. So I was really excited when we actually got to see, I think, 2 Military Wing Feudal games the other day. 2 on gold. Is this Pro Scouts? If you see 2 to 3 on gold early on in China, Feudal, it's usually a sure sign of Pro Scouts. We've got 8 on wood, so we're definitely getting a production building momentarily. Yeah, because if you were fast casting, you wouldn't bother with wood like this early, right? Just drop off. Taxman count already up to 3. He's still not pulling back. That looks like Pro Scouts to me. Okay, cool thing here. You could be really annoying with Ibids against Pro Scouts because you can just go and poke, harass them out with your own scout because you will have healing. And B is doing a super fast castle. Look at the resources. Does he even drop stables? Kind of a fan of just not here. And he's got no wood gathering. He's just 100% committing. So probably looking at Industry Wing. Industry Wing is pretty popular with this ultra fast castle. Desert Raiders is kind of nice, like getting 3 of them to harass, but like by the time they come out, Lucifron would have achieved his key objective of getting the deer and be looking to prep for castle himself. Whereas if you go for Industry, the difference between Desert Raider and Industry is although Industry delays you a bit more, when you're diving with camel lancers that can go underneath the town center. Desert Raiders will just die to the floor. Stable supervised. Scouts coming out. Pretty monotonous matchup, right? Just, wow, one's going castle, the other one's going Pro Scouts. Yeah, there's no sort of all-in. I'm a little bit gutted. I thought maybe, just maybe, we'd see it tried by China. No spicy meatball today. Eco-wing industry now coming through. So yeah. The cool thing with this is it gives you the resources to set up for like triple, sometimes quadruple stable drops, depending on your food gold income. Sheep distribution, by the way, 16 to 14, quite even. But obviously, B, you know, he wouldn't have touched the sheep yet. He's eating onto the berries. So plenty of food to safely gather underneath his TC. Meanwhile, Lucifron, 111. Is this going to be quick enough? I'm a little bit skeptical about how much damage you can actually do with this, right? Because it feels like this should be too slow. Relic Rush with Industry Wing? Yeah, he's always going to do that, right? Because he's got the dervishes. The Jue Army Com? Yeah, just get everything, right? Don't forget the Rams. The Rams are very important, guys. In 2026, if there's anything we've learned, you always stockpile the Rams. Actually, prices are down at the moment. I'm shocked. Outpost coming up. B. I mean, he's already got 500, 600 gold. He doesn't necessarily need to camp here. But healing, Loue. Oh, man. It's still good. It's been nerfed. Like, if you hard commit into it, it's not going to save everything, but it's still obnoxious. Villager able to walk away. Good coverage there. B, not going to be losing a soul. Lucifron has to reset. But the amount of gold being gathered, I don't think that outpost going up changes the state of things. Like, how are you going to hold there when your opponent's got 600 gold, right? Like, technically, B could go a few camel lancers and a bunch of archers with veterancy. And it looks like we're getting golems. Okay, this is going to be a fun one. Golem spam coming in. I think if Lucifron hadn't done this, B's probably going camel lancers. But because you see your opponent adding in so much army, you know he can't possibly be going costly. So Men at Arms gets a lot more value because of that detail. Smart play by B. Double racks up already. And the Golem queue begins. Relic's being yoinked away as well. Looks like he's already picked up 2. Some spear chasing. Might force him to drop this, actually. Maybe. He's not going to force him to drop it, guys. Like, come on. It's just... It's a dervish. If this was a monk... Like, there's a possibility you have to drop it, but by the time you're so close to base is the stupid part, right? Already got spears coming around the back. Wall's try and cover here. Cheeky B. He gets both dervishes home safely. Dive now coming in, but remember the debuff, you don't do much damage. This is a bit weird. And the garrison, wait, the village is chill. Gulam's coming out though. Okay, turns out you don't have to run around the mid-map getting kited. Your opponent can just come to you. What? He's still scaling more Gulam, which is a bit interesting. I thought he'd be switching off by now because Lucifron is starting to save up some resources. When was the last time we saw a Gulam rush win? I hate to sound like a cynic, but like it has been a long time, right, guys? We never see this anymore. Has he got a switch? He has. That's much better. So 8 Gulam into Lancer play now. The reason this is really effective is your opponent is going to want to build spears against camel lancers, but when he sees Gulam, it feels pretty bad to do so. So it's kind of like a bait and switch, right? It's like, look, I have Men at Arms. Don't build spears. Okay, I'll just start attacking instead. Crossbows can counter both, but like obviously, if there's no spearmen left, camel lancers win. Gulams are clapping pretty nicely here. If you don't kill these guys, nicely played there by Lucifron getting 1. If they don't die, they get healed. Your pass now coming. Line of 5 Gulam's pretty hard to deal with. So he does make the right choice. Just backs away. Horseman going to go hunting. Gulams. The annoying part is they will always get some damage in because the charge. Oh, weird choice there. B backed off. Maybe, yeah, I think he panicked about the Horseman. But he's got Spring Order placements now, so not going to be able to hang there. -3 ponies. I actually quite like B strat here. No, someone chat like, I don't like this from B. Really? Elaborate. Because he just baited Lucifron into not building any more spears. And now he's building Lancer into Camel Lancer. So the debuff's really annoying. Would probably be better if it was Desert Raider, but we don't often see people scale Desert Raider from Naked in Castle. Not unless they get Desert Raider wings. Another freebie. Yeah, Control Group's just kind of sacking Lucifron a bit here. Pulls one away, forgets the other. How many stables did he go? 2. He stops at 2. 4 racks is kind of insane though, right? Yeah, I guess he needed it for the Gulam timing. And he can switch back to spears. Lucy could make crossbows to counter everything, but he doesn't know, right? What you don't know can hurt you. And unless you're absolutely sure crossbows is the best unit, you're unlikely to build it as your first unit. For multiple reasons. For a start, you need a front line. For another thing, you want to control the map. Crossbows don't control map. Crossbows sit at home and wait. Gullum's going to get thrown away. Lucifron just trading very well. The Cam Lancers are being hidden, by the way. I get the idea from B, but I do wonder if this is worth it. Like, it looks like he was trying to get across the map, but sending the Gullum in that quickly feels pretty wasteful. Lucifron now marching out with big ass arms. I'm going to have to say it, right? The Gullum sucked. I wanted to like it. I wanted to believe it. I could see what he was going for. But I think when you send Gullum in like that on their own, and the Cam Lancers aren't just behind them, the probability of success is non-existent. Because like, think how long the Gullums last even against Lancers with the debuff to support them, and Camel Lancers backing them up. Which Lancers, they do go into the base. This isn't looking so great. A lot of idle, actually. Lucifron, he needs to get some food going. We had this last game, I noticed. He had it with the Byzantine back farms. Just wasn't moving. Wasn't gathering. So does at least get the Cam Lance kill. He's still not moving his workers. What is going on here? Guys, this is kind of ridiculous. Then again, B's got a lot of idle time too, weirdly enough, which shocks me more. What is going on? Guys, it's like one Camel Lancer. Oh, thank God he sees. That was getting worrisome. Look at his food. If you want to know how long he's been idle, well over a minute. He's at 0 food income. B gets the breathing room. He went on the stone now. Is he thinking 2 TC maybe? Relic situation, he got 5. I can't believe this. Lucifron's army looks so good, but his macro was not there. I mean, it's a weird feeling, right? We normally talk about Vortex's history of missing worker production, but in this series with Lucifron, this is the second time I've just watched him with a lot of villagers not moving. Is there a bug or something? The game recently where a bunch of food bills went idle, but I didn't get the idle build notification. Didn't we have that there where like they didn't have Z's above their head? Can someone check the replay? Because I swear they didn't have Z's for ages, and then they eventually got it at the end and he moved them. That's a pretty egregious bug, if so. If I lose this game as Lucifron, I'm 100% tilted. Well, he might not know it. He might just assume they only just went idle, and that makes it worse. Because like what that does is if he now doesn't review the game and see that, that now feeds a false narrative into your instinctual play. You know what I mean by that? Where like, oh, I've played this matchup 15 times and it plays out this way. That type of thing. Wow. That's ridiculous. There's an army marching over. Double 4-foot tower. And he's got double spring coming in. Come on, B. Goes to the garrison. Lances. Maybe they get both. Yes. Okay, Lancer shots coming in. Army's on the way, though. Focus fire with the burn. Double springald is pretty powerful here, guys. Meanwhile, oh, the Lancers, they went in. They do get cleared. Few worker kills in the process, though. The backstab's coming through soon. One villager down. 2 more going to try for the repair to buy a bit of time. Lancers go for the dive in. They have to bail, though. Can't get that funnel worker. He stays alive. And he shuffled the garrison to the other one, weirdly enough. His outpost will survive. Scrappy affair. Crossbows now being dove onto. Lancers need a good fight, but that double springald, you see why he's keeping it repaired. The double spring is the difference maker. Crossbows will win the trade because of that detail. Lucifron just sacking all of his cavalry now. Dervish coming at the end. Keeps a few of the crossbowmen alive. And GG gets called. Ladies and gents, B, despite what looked like a shaky position, gets a second one. Just like that. Wow. Wow. I can't believe how good that game... Like, look at the chart. Look at that chart. He spikes up, gets castle, maintains, and then plummet. Springald defense, very strong. Unbelievable. Can we check food gathering? this was the plateau. This was it, guys, right here. This is where he started to lose the game. Because, like, think about this chart. If it keeps going up, which it would have done. That gap is huge. The food difference was already, like, what? Probably 1.5, 2K? Would have been probably 3K. I don't know, man. That's kind of crazy. All right, guys. Might be a quick day. I say quick day when we're already at 7 hours. Quick-ish day. She'll just stand there without idle notification. That's what I wonder. I was like, maybe the Z's don't show in Capture Age correctly, but I'm like, no, I'm pretty sure they do. I mean, it showed on the top bar. That was the weird part. It showed on the top bar Capture Age, but didn't show it in game. That's wild. I'm going to ask Lucifron about it, but after he's finished with his games for the day. I don't want to distract him mid-series. That would be a really shitty thing to do. But I'll check in with him after the series. Because that was weird. Really weird. Okay, HRE Mongols. We're heading to Lakeside. Snipes were... Order the Dragon denied from B. Knights Templar denied from Lucifron. Isn't this a bad matchup for Mongols? Even with Order? Because, like, oh, dude, this is a horrible matchup, no? Because, like, you can't Dark Age rush the fishing. Because it's all the way around the back. It's so far. If this was a different map, there's maybe some, like, mind game plays that Mongols can use. But even then, like, on maps like Frisian, we've seen HREs pretty decent against Mongols. All right, let me pay out on game 2. B with another win. I feel bad for him because, like, I think if that idol isn't there, that's probably a... Is it too much of a stretch to say that's a Lucifron win? I'm not convinced it is. Like, minute worth of gathering missing with 15 villagers averaging 40 income each. Actually, it's more like 50 because of the officials. So, what did I say? 15 villagers? So he's missing 750 food. Right? He's potentially missing out on 750 food. Someone's going to be like, well, there was no food there, KP. Yeah, but think about the fact he's standing there idle with no food for over a minute. If he walks for extra food over a minute earlier, he's still going to end up with 750 more food than he currently had at that point, right? All right. Running a minute of ads now. I would ping the devs, but I don't really have any comms with them anymore, so I'll just probably check in with Lucifron and he can tell them. Oh my god. Can't believe I got rid of my glasses. I can't fake it anymore and secretly have them on when I go in game. Not that I done that. I'm a very honest and honorable streamer who honors the redeems. Frio on the way, maybe? I don't know, guys. HRE versus Mongols. Don't Holy Roman Empire boys love this one. Green for B, and he goes for a Dark Age rush. We're on Lakeside, aka Pants map. Lucifron playing Mongols. Mongols against HRE is actually pretty tricky for Mongols. If the Dark Age goes on for a very long time, in theory, you benefit from the stone double production. But I'm more worried about the early, mid Dark Age. HRE spears are quicker, HRE economy is better. That's your problems to address. What's interesting, actually, is the fact that B is the one going for a Dark Age rush on a map that I think he would have been quite safe to dot drop on. For those that have not seen Lakeside before, Lakeside has got a little bit of fishing, but it's hidden behind your base, and it makes land rushes really hard to pull off, which is where Mongol's biggest advantage is. In fact, Mongols on water maps, the biggest advantage they have is the fact that they could Dark Age rush you. Because they could Dark Age rush you, lots of people tend to not go for the fishing. We see it a lot on, for example, Frisian. But the funny part is, even on Frisian, HRE is one of the good civs at dealing with this. In fact, we've had plenty of games on Frisian Marshes where HRE is the one Dark Age rushing, just like they are here. It's quite funny, actually. How did he do on the sheep? It's kind of important for him, right? So 14 sheep for Lucifron, 12 for B. I say important for him is, yeah, it is going to be just him because Lucifron has gone for the dot drop. What is the idea for B here? Did he just bait him? I feel like he baited himself, guys. Yeah, he switched 7 onto wood. So unless this is some weird outpost rush, it's just now him playing for a dock. He's adding in more spears.
Wait, no, actually, if he keeps doing this,
The Uvu is out of range of town center because Lucifron has moved to the forward tree line to get the gold. So this isn't safe. But I think, like, the bigger idea, like, do you want to know what happened here? I think if Lucifron... What B was gambling on is that Lucifron would choose the big tree line and the gold. If he'd done that, look at what would have happened. He would have been able to walk past here and go towards the dock. So Lucifron, with the Giga Brain, by choosing the smaller tree line, stops the Dark Age rush on his dock. That's genius. That is really well identified. B now going for his dock play. It's a transport ship. He's not done yet. I love the initial back off, like, maybe not. And then he adds in a fort spear, and you know something's cooking. Oh, man. This is such a cool game. This might be the coolest lakeside game we've seen this tournament. Just because of the early game mind games we're seeing. So gets the garrison, and he's on his merry way. Lucifron knows about this. Lucifron has not added in a Rax at all. And the villager is going to walk home. And then what? Fishing boats behind this, I guess? Yeah, he hasn't switched on the gold yet, so he's going to get more economy. Quad Spear can kill this in time, by the way. Like, unless you pull villagers, you can't protect this. Because he hasn't even started tech up yet. One garrison comes in. The fun can begin. Now the play makes sense. D-Stone queued up. 9 on it. If he can get the kill on the Spearman, maybe. The key here from B, don't get baited. Yeah, he just weakened himself because he's now 3 spears. The other weird part is the scout. What's the scout doing? Because he didn't garrison scout with him. So he missed out on an extra 25% burn damage. Guys, I'm having slight doubts. Do I doubt B? He's 2-0 up. You never doubt the buzzard, right? Should be able to get this on fire. The problem is, once fuel hits, the DPS in the Khan does go up, and he can move and shoot, which makes him 10 times more annoying. B, not crazy about the position of this guy. Like, you kind of want him over here, so he's not a liability. Chapel's on the way, so B's not too far behind his own age up. Still, this paid off. Yeah, just go for the commit now. This Khan just got a 50% increase in damage. Spear looking pretty crippled. Archer ship is on the way. Oh, he's transporting them back. What? Well, other funny fact, couldn't he just cheese him with transports? He could just garrison, ungarrison to burn this down, right? Archer ship coming in now. So he's going to have to move inland. Almost gets the Khan kill. But I guess the good news is he got it pretty low. He can still kill this now. Because Archer ship's already on the move. And also, like, if a Springle ship just gets close, sets on fire, that's a big deal. Second dock is up, however, for Lucifron. This is such a weird game, and I love it. Villages? Wait, what? Oh, that makes more sense. He's going for the back dock. I was worried. I was like, no way are you trying to rush him now. So he's going to be dock dropping on the good food. Archer ship did see him going, though, which is a problem. I don't like this game anymore for B. He's got a spring ship coming, but -2 villages over here, right? Archer ship whiffed it out straight away. You just can't dot drop. So it's just idle villages for now. Unless Lucifer... Wait, he comes back? Wait, he doesn't know that it's empty, right? No. No way didn't he notice that. Yeah, he's moving back over now. Oh, did he do this to bait him into thinking he's safe? Because now he can get really close for the shot. Here we go. RNG on his side, maybe? Oh, no! Doesn't get the second. For 1 hit from death, only 2 HP. Luciferon didn't get a glimpse of him coming back in. Spiral ship trade out in the meantime. B, sending the demo forward. Villager goes back to work on the dock. Okay, so B is on C now. Not over. Not great. Could look worse. Okay, it's a bit better. He gets away. His own demo. Oh, micro from B. Wait, what is going on here? Yeah, he's going to have to detonate. Final shot. Gets it, and he sinks the Okay, this is why you don't take on the Spaniards at sea. Losing both the trades. Everything sunk for him. Archer ship's going to move over now, discover the dock, but it's not building fishing yet. But Luciferon is adding in Keshiks now. And B doesn't have spearmen to defend. He has 1 spearman. In fact, B looks like he's going FC. I mean, it could work. Pretty ballsy. If you're fast about it, like, I don't know if you go Burgrave here, because Burgrave usually demands a lot of food. And B can't have much, right? Because he never set up his fishing properly. So he's only got 6 sheep left over. I feel like Spiral ship was going to try to creep in. Problem is, numbers just don't favor him on the water side. Double Devil now coming from Luciferon. Is this the weirdest game we've had on this map? It ranks up there for sure. But, like, props to Luciferon for something that seems so simple, but is actually so game-changing. A TC here versus here, I think, would have flipped everything. Keshik's now with the dive in the base. Out the workers, gets himself a solo kill. B definitely going castle now. Keshik's can't really dive a town center. The wood line is open for business, no? Keshik's get another. Right now, B's distracted. No, the demo pump. He's not looking. Double demo now. B gets the connectors, but the price is high. More workers down. I think that ended up being 3, possibly 4 worker kills. B about to pull the trigger on castle. His income doesn't look great for it, though. Keshiks again. Okay, he's going to turn the spears instead. Free Keshiks is pretty good here, guys. If you just keep split microing, you'll always heal off the fights. Now post that. Oh, God. Luciferon ain't dead. I'm going to say that much. In case it isn't apparent, this is like close to a GG point. Because look at what's happening as well, idle time wise. It's allowing him to catch up. He's reinvesting instead. No. He went for the back gold. Okay, Khan dead is good. Luciferon does not. No. He knows. No, no, don't walk back now. Oh, God, they're fighting on C as well. He might not notice. The villagers. Lucy is going to get the dub with this, surely. Micro away on the injured Keshik. Turns away and then re-engages with the full HP. B is down to 26 workers against 41. That's it. GG. Well played by Luciferon. That impressed me. 11 minutes and clean. What a cool strap. Will the Scots be a variant in English? If you say that to a Scottish person, they'll punch you in the face. So I don't think Microsoft wants to be punched in the face, right? I swear, it better not be a variant, man. I will be... I mean, they're releasing a new Civ, but I feel like that... Just get the win, don't get the half win. Okay, Lucifron gets the win in that one. Big one for him. And next up, let's see what the snipes were. So Hillendale, Shushi gets sniped away from B. Golden Horde sniped away from Lucifron. Lancaster versus Macedonians. We saw this matchup from Poppypaw the other day, and he dismantled the Macedonians, if you guys remember. It was pretty good. He went 2TC, hunkered down on Hillendale. Great map for it. His opponent went for fast imp, and then he just kind of grinded him down over time. Yeah, he just eco-inflated. Okay, I'm going to run 1.5 minutes of ads now, by the way. Boop. Get those out of the way. Let me open the window too. Such a bad habit of biting my lips. Yeah, like, I hope Scots is a unique Civ and not just has a few unique units. They need to have their own buildings for sure. But it does strike me as weird that we haven't seen any of their buildings. Right? But, like, I'm hoping that's just because they aren't ready to reveal them yet. Like, I'm taking the lack of it being shown as... I'm putting good faith in Microsoft, God knows why. That, like, it's gonna be for a good reason. I hope. I really hope. Think they just have another trailer? Maybe. Scared now it can be English buildings. I mean, it'd be silly. They shoot English buildings in the trailer, but it's very clear it's because England, like Vikings will kill the English and then they'll go north and fight the Scots, sort of thing. So, you know, I'm still hopeful on it. I just think it would be an unnecessary L to put a variant in there. Like, no, could it still be a win with just Vikings? Sure. Could it be a slam dunk hoorah with two completely built from the ground up civs? Absolutely. Haven't shown a particularly stronger version of being silly. Nah, they've never stuck their shoe in their own mouth on it, right? Nah. What's the Jin Dynasty? I mean, dude, the weirdest thing is they slotted, like, I don't know. They didn't need to do that to themselves with Jin at all, in my opinion. I don't know why they, with this DLC, put Jin as a variant in-game underneath China. I think they were so worried about being called out on it being a variant, they just, like, okay. But, like, they could have got away with that one, I think. Which is what makes it feel so silly. Jin being a variant is a politically correct choice. Is it? Dude, it's got unique buildings and everything, right? Just call it its own thing. Who wants to see Macedonians lose? I just want a game 5. Lucifron in the yellows, House of Lancaster. B with the Macedonian dynasty in the green. And the map could be the difference. Hill and Dale, a good 2TC boomer. And if anyone hates 2TC, it has to be Macedonians. Let's see what these two have in mind, because the last time we watched this matchup on this map, Lancaster got a big fat win against fast imp Macedonians. I know, shocked as well. But if it's 2TC from Lucifron, I can see how it works out. Let's get predictions up for you guys. I know you want to get underway with sacrificing your points to the great RNG gods. It's game number 4, 5 minutes. YouTube. I think Devs read the room on variants. So I still have this really big beef around Macedonians. I 100% am praying that like the new Viking Civ does not have Varangian Guard listed on the roster. Because I think the moment you do that is when it starts to show the clowniness of like the Macedonian design. Because like I said, I've said this, I'll stand by this, and I'll die on this hill. Macedonians are basically Vikings. I don't think anyone needs to argue against that. Like if you think about all the things that make them unique, all the things that they build, the good thing, it's all Viking arsenal. Bogmafur, Agimafur. You know, you get the Vrodari, you get the Varangian. It is Vikings. So I'm kind of also hoping there is some weird spruce up of Macedonians at the same time, just to maybe make them feel a bit more Greek than basically mercenary Vikings. We'll see though. Abbey of Kings is coming in. Lucifron, he has shoved the deer in already. Did slightly lose the sheep game. 17-15 means that Lucifron lost the sheep game slightly because you always have 4 more sheep as Lancaster. Stone gathering already underway. So, Freon Stone could actually just mean a mana. If he walks a Fort Vault, I'm expecting 2TC. Other side is going to be Hippodrome. So everything's standard so far. Temu Vikings, pretty much. They don't like. It's kind of sad for
It's such a weird variant in a way because it's like they're not even Temu Byzantines, right?
I mean, they use the same landmarks in some cases. Actually, in every case. But I mean, in fairness, they both have Varangian, right? Let's say less about variants. Let's deep breaths, woosah. We move beyond the era of variants, maybe, possibly. Best unit being Cav is bizarre for a Viking Civ. Yeah, but I think that's also what the devs have understood. So, like, everything they've said about the new Viking Civ in that description is screaming this is an infantry Civ. Build infantry. In fact, both of the Civs are screaming that. And I think that's a good thing because we need more infantry Civs. There's been way too much heavy Cav Civ recently. There's been way too much cavalry Civ recently. Like, if you think about Jin Dynasty's identity is cavalry. And then go to Dynasties of the East. Let's list them off, shall we? You've got Golden Horde, which has been all about Torgud. Macedonians has been all about Ridari. Sengoku, that is just like Japan, all about Mounted Samurai. And then there's Tuklak that are all about elephants. So it's just all been cavalry. That's the last 5 civs I've listed. It's only when you then go back to, you know, Knights of Cross and Rose that you get civs that aren't just all about heavy cav and light cav. So yeah, it's refreshing. Nice shirt. Thank you. I like it. Bops. Yeah, this is 2TC. 6 on stone. There's no other reason. Probably drops it where? On the gold, I imagine? Like here? Yeah, you're not going to place it here because the placement on the Abbey of Kings would make it kind of weird. Like, if you wanted it here, you drop the Abbey of Kings a bit closer to the town center. Because, like, if you place a town center here, your gold workers can't garrison quickly at all. They're going to be running towards where maybe attacks come from. And also, you already have, like, this tree line secure. I don't think it's worth it for just a tiny tree line. If you drop it here, you at least flex between gold workers and tree workers. Which is especially important considering he still doesn't have a wheelbarrow yet. I watch games. A lot of them. Maybe too many. Okay, so third horseman coming in. I actually don't mind B's idea here. Against Lancaster 2TC, they hate horsemen. Same as English, because the villagers have short bows. So if he rushes towards the ranged armor or melee armor, there's a very clear dive goal in mind here with mass horsemen. Not going to be a Fimper this time. I mean, in fairness, I was a bit skeptical when we had that fast imp game. Even though the Cadders looked insane, it just didn't matter. By the time you get there, your opponent's eco is just too big. So yeah, Bogmaffer too. No fast castle, just a good old-fashioned feudal bum rush. I am a fan. It's also really ballsy to do this against Lancaster, because Lancaster has a healing landmark. So when you dive, if you don't kill something, you're going to regret it. Then there's the health increase from the Lords. Then there's the fact that I actually think if you just drop double, triple outposts as Lancaster, it's very hard to do any damage with dives. Yeah, especially considering if you have 3 or 4 outposts with TCs, those archers from Macedonians will just die. And then your spearmen get to protect you from the rest. We've already got Rams coming. Damn, this is such an aggressive time. Has B got somewhere to be? Well, I mean, it's like very late for him. And I don't know if his daughter wakes up early in the mornings, but if she does, he probably wants to get to bed soon, you know? It's just a smart parental thing to do. Like, my daughter's going to wake up very early, so it would be nice to get off earlier as well. So I vibe with him with that. 100% get it. Here we go, Rams coming. Kira Siphon on... Okay, does anyone else feel like... Should they have... I never talk about this, but should they have had Kira Siphons, or should they have had a Ram as a Civ? I guess at the end of the day, they are still the Byzantine Empire, so you will let them have the Kira Siphons. This is pretty potent. One of these Rams is as effective as double Ram. And it makes sense, like, you're paying a premium, but the premium's nowhere near the price of double Ram. The reason is the way that they're able to engage. Rams are really finicky and slow, but Kira Siphons have range, so they don't get, like, body blocked out or messed around with as much. Here we go, moving in now. Lucifron about to get the bad news. Armor health increase just completed for the Horseman. Radari, Horseman combo is going to be coming soon, right? Yeah, Hippodrome, Radari is just 130 away. 2 minutes off. Nice initial hit there with the Lords. And the White Tower on the way. This is a very fast castle out of Lucifron. Dive in, though. Oh, he's going to be relentless. There's no spearman. He goes in. Horseman, they bypass onto the workers. Textiles is there, though. He's going to try to sack as many as possible. The Curious Siphon hitting into the town center. Workers need to complete this. There's only 12 working on it right now, though. The Lords are being ignored. He shifts fresh villagers in. Interesting choice there. Lucifron just trying to microwave the injured. Down to 8 now working on this. The Curious Siphon, it has got the TC down to half HP. Horsemen are going to try to protect now onto the Ram. This is crazy. A normal Ram would have been griefed by this wall, but not a Kira Siphon. White Tower does go up. Lucifron with no worker lead. In fact, he's behind. The Kira Siphon does get cleared. Town center will get repaired. Another worker going down to the flames there. Was this good enough? It's tricky to say, right? Like, Lucifron still has now big problems. Like, he doesn't have that many food sources underneath the town center. The Lords are upgraded, though, and the Lords are assisted by Earl's Guard. So you have to make sure you kill these guys. Or you need to tech. He's not done. I feel like there's players that would have just teched after this, right? Like, oh, yeah, you know, I killed most of his worker lead, if not all of it. He also had a lot of idle time because he had to try and build a White Tower up with 20+ workers and idled another 20+ workers. Not B. No, B instead preps his increased range damage and goes again. It's like, by goddamn, I'ma break this. Only half repaired on the town center, actually. What? He has got Knights queued. That's pretty damn good. B would benefit from thinking about spears. Headroom does continue. In torch damage, not actually going after the workers, weirdly enough. I mean, the white tower is protecting them, right? The archers can get the kills. Instead, looks like he's honing in on trying to clear out the Earl's Guard. And Spear's now queued, so B is switching. This is so unhinged, man. On Hillendale of all maps, too. He knew what would happen if you let him get away with this. It would turn into a macro game, and Macedonians hate that. Village is now being pulled. Short bow's out for the scout. Everything's being sent in. I don't think this is going to work for B. Town center's on fire again. Villager pull comes out. Torch successful. And he can go back to repairing. Only one additional worker kill through that all. He's not repairing, though. Loose run. 160. No, there's no way. There's absolutely no way he wouldn't repair, right? He's gathering wood for the repair. There. He was out of wood, right? Like, look at the amount of people. Okay, how much food does Lucifer? He's down to 4 sheep. Dare I say, this is not GG. Because B has got food access. Lucifron doesn't. He doesn't have that many units. I'm not huffing the hopium. I'm just being real about the game state. You may be Castle Age. You may have access to all these beefy, better armed knight units. But they all demand a lot of food. So yeah, he's going to begin the farm transition. B's thinking about it again, isn't he? And come on, 2 hero siphon plans failed now. A third would just win the game for Lucifron, right? Yeah, I think he's steering a different way now. He's scaling Spearman, but starting to look like he's holding on to the food, maybe? Yeah, no more production. Okay, he's going Castle. Anyone feel like this just didn't really pay off? I mean, he's forced his opponent to build farms, but his opponent now has a 10-worker lead again. If I'm Lucifron, I'm happy. I'm probably doing cartwheels. I'm like, whew, considering how badly this could have went, I'm happy. I'm over the moon. Coming up the flank. You can just hit the Golden Horn Tower up to be safe. Problem is, you can't go for like a 4th Golden Horn Tower into an 8k gold now, because your opponent's got mass knights. And try to save up the castle while also building spears. It's expensive. Poke at it. Push coming in. And the rebuttal is there. Spearman count looking decent, but the problem is they're wasting time on the lords instead of the knights. That's not the trade you're looking for. One lord gets sniped out. Bogmaffer, they are using the unwavering focus to penetrate. They'll find another lord. Good micro so far from B. These knights are still the predicament. The ships come. Oh, wait, what? It's like he knew he was going to run away and heal. He's like, I need to do something that makes him stay. What would make Lucifron consider committing the night? Villagers. Villagers running around, scrambling, and building a marketplace in front. That'll do it. Yeah, he's trying to clear space for a golden tower, guys. At this point, I feel like a golden tower. It's 20 worker plus lead for Lucy. His food income woes are being resolved. He's got farms coming in, right? And also, by the way, like, something we didn't talk about throughout this. 1 mana is crazy. When he was teching, the whole time he was teching, he was generating food and wood off of all these workers. This 1 mana is bringing in 250 resources a minute. It's insane how many people he's got underneath this thing. Golden Horn Tower's now coming through. Night Wave on the way. He can slip by. Does he try? No, weirdly enough. He backs off. I guess he's just trying to bait him forward. But, like, it's kind of interesting because I think he could have stopped the Golden Horn Tower. That's kind of pushing now. Spears holding the choke point. B. What do we get out of this? I mean, we get a lot of gold. The only thing I can think B could now try is fast imp. He's gonna have a lot of gold, but not much else. Knights are already cycling around the back looking for kills. They're gonna find their way over to the berries. Gate being made to escape through. The Lucifron, he's already prepping Siege Workshop. It's so nice when your opponent brings his landmarks to you, you know? I hate having to walk for him. 1 mana Abba is better than entire Abba rework. Yeah. But it's always been that way since the change. Like, the change was comical. They nerfed it again, if you remember. Because it used to be that you got, I think it was 4 food and 2 wood. They nerfed it down to 3 food and 2 wood. Because 1 mana opening was way too good with the Lords of Lancaster strat. So they nerfed it again. You know, in theory, if B can get a lot of spearmen, the attack speed buff is pretty crazy. Problem is, you're now behind 5 buckets. And relics are being played for by both players, actually, right now. But... Oh, come on! Go next. When you build a monastery literally right next to a relic, and your teammate, like your enemy rather, is the one that gets the relic, that's where you just pick up a pillow and scream. First trip out. Veterancy for Adgirmafa is coming through, and it looks like he's posturing on the gold. Jeez. Okay, I think someone really wants gold. Could have dropped a mana, actually. Or Abba rework? I think Abba's okay now. They're not broken, but I think they have competent matchups. Actually, Abba... What was the matchup we saw? Sengoku. They're really good against Sengoku still. Grabbed against the siege. Actually goes off the monastery. Just really to rub salt in the wound. Spears. They're not vetted yet. Knights. Try for a bit of a trade. Villagers on the front line. I mean, we've been here before. We can afford a few worker losses. He has got textiles as well. Crossbow away from those front. Already at 14. Guys, B has been in Castle for a few minutes now, right? And would you like to point to the Radari? Because I have never seen Radari in this game. When do you ever say that of a Macedonian that's winning? All right, 2-2. Squeaky bum time, tight series, guys. Oh, crap. He got his golden horde. It's against Jean. That's in... Jean hates heavy cap, though. All the snipes. So, Lucifron doesn't get his deli. B didn't get his sushi. I mean... That was always going to be the case, though, right? Because sushi versus golden horde can be pretty nasty, I think. Deli versus sushi... I think Sushi might be good enough to take that now with the buffs. It's just like Sushi is an S tier civ right now, basically. Alright, guys. I can run ads now so you don't get them afterwards. Okay, maybe not. Maybe I'll be able to slide them in before the next one. We'll see. Update on results so far today, by the way. Vortex 3-0'd Gully Deckle. Marinelord 3-0'd Kilyadi. Loue MT, of course, we saw 3-1 to MSN. Poppy Paw with the 3-1 over Numidon. And then you've got Lucifron with the 3-1 over MSN. Anatan Kilyadi is in the game 5, just like this one's in the game 5. Poppy Paw leading against Corvus when I last checked. With Poppy Paw's current performance, I wouldn't be surprised at a 3-0 there. And I don't know what the outcome of Anatan Gully is right now. I imagine, like, the expectation is Anatan leading, but Gully, he was cheeky, remember. On day one, he was able to slip a game away from Marinelord, which is no easy task. Dude, I've got to stop biting this lip. It's such a bad habit. It is getting bloody hot in here, though. Sheesh. Sorry, just check up reading something. Guild Wars 3 news. Any Guild Wars 3 fans? Taking place 1200 years before Guild Wars 1. Just before the first Guild War broke out, and just after one of the gods has been deposed. No subscription or battle pass. The main two core pillars for Guild Wars 3 are freedom of movement and combat. One of the concept arts was shown in concept. It showcases what they want to do with their combat. On the art piece, you can see someone cutting off hand of the boss with a jump attack. Okay, that's kind of interesting. So variable attack points and bosses. And combat is being built from the ground up for both mouse, keyboard, and controller. In design is the next major step in MMORPG genre. They don't want to make just another MMO. That sounds like it's not going to be Guild Wars 2 or Guild Wars 1. I don't know how to feel. Guys, do I just need to start playing Guild Wars 1 again? I think I do. I don't know. I always go back. I'm like, now I will return. And then it's just like, I remember that I got, like, keylogger hacked and lost all of my gear. And then I just don't want to. Yeah. I think either way, this is probably going to be a quick game. Oh, it's a spicy meatball. Game number 5, one and all. Welcome back to the channel for the final game of 3D Clans B in the green is Jean up against Lucifron in the yellow's Golden Horde. GH against Jean is a wacky matchup. Not that often seen. I feel like French Golden Horde more common. Pink French can be pretty good here. Jean, on the other hand, is kind of like a double-edged dagger. You know, he cuts you deep or you cut them deep because Jean hates heavy cav civs and Golden Horde are a heavy cav civ. Can't build an infinite number of them, but the Tortugude are always part of the plan. Map is going to be Borderland. Very exposed map. But the good news is, when does Jean ever Dark Age rush? He's not going to have to worry about being pressed there. And simultaneously, I don't remember the last time I saw a Golden Horde player willingly engage in Dark Age attacks. Devs of Splitgate are making a Titanfall-esque game. What happened with Splitgate 2? They pulled it off the market, right, to relaunch later. And I don't think they've said anything since. Because they got a lot of flack for their very weird cosmetic pricing, if I remember correctly, was the problem. Because it was egregious. It was like, you know, hundreds of bucks on some skins. Their pricing just made no sense, yeah. This is the only Titanfall 3 we will get, so it better be good. Dude, if we just believed in High Guard, they could have made a campaign which was Titanfall, maybe. I still, to this day, think High Guard got a bit of a big bad rap. The game wasn't perfect. But it had, I still feel like it had potential. I think that announcement of them at the end of the game show just set them up to basically be the giant trash heap of 2026. I feel bad for the devs. Okay, so are we going to be getting Khan and Tortugude or building carts? I imagine Khan and Tortugude because that's like... bread and butter still. I've seen a few people try and building carts, but Kanan Tortagood just still feels so good. The stone saved, the extra health, just goes the distance. But B, is it time for Chamber of Commerce? No, it should just be the standard School of Cavalry. What I'm curious about is whether B will try to play pocket economy, i.e. move his villagers forward to here and here, or if he will go for Pro Scouts. I think Pro Scouts is really tricky to pull off against Golden Horde. Because, like, if you think about why do you Pro Scouts, I think Golden Horde is probably the worst civ in the game to Pro Scouts against. And here's why. The reason why you Pro Scouts is so that you have safe economy. Right? The notion is that I will go Pro Scouts because you can't dive me. So I'm underneath my town center, and I'm safe there. Remind me what Golden Horde does every game when someone goes Castle Age. With a feudal army. They dive you where you're meant to be safe. So it just kind of sets up the disaster, right? It's the prelude. So I'd personally like to see him just like spamming knights, maybe adding in spears, and marching forward. Kind of feel like spears is a little bit underrated in this matchup. Because, you know, knights can burst a lot. I mean, he could technically just raw knight. Because Golden Horde should be the one be going spears, archers, Tortagood. And with the design of Borderland is a very open map. A lot of forward food. You typically have to spread out quite a bit. And that's where French Jean has been a very high tier pick on this map. First knight gets queued. Jean just a little bit off on the XP still. Needs 90 more. Khan and Tortagood up in 10 seconds. Archery beginning? Otherwise, why is he holding the resources? So queues up the Batu Khan and the Tortagood. Goes wheelbarrow first. I think he wants to see what's happening. Because, like, if he goes for archers / spears and there's no archers yet. I mean, you can get away with spearmen, but, like, sometimes you go archers to mirror the enemy archers, right? To keep them in check. Because the interesting thing about Golden Horde, while other civs are like, oh, man, he's got archers, I need to horseman. I think Golden Horde's much better at saying, oh, man, he's got archers, I need to archer. Because you eventually get the Karash, which gives +1 armor, and makes you the better trader. Mass Knights does seem to be the bread and butter. Got enough wood for his second production building. He's going to put it to work to secure the ball. Is that a ball move? Wow, that's really early. Like, insanely early, actually. John, no. John gets seen. Don't challenge it. B. Oh my god. That was lucky, because otherwise he'd have to walk back, because it's now dead obvious. Currently, it isn't. That's not a scout, remember. The Khan of Golden Horde doesn't have good vision. He had the right idea, just the wrong location. He checked north side for the move. He knew something was going to be happening. So B, able to secure south side. He's going to pull the ball towards the deer. And that sets him up really nicely for outpost placements like here and here. Becomes an undivable area. What are knights doing? Why are they not helping? Like, bro. Moves in for the finished touch. Okay, ball secure. Meanwhile, base a little bit vulnerable as B left everything unguarded. Will be idled off the gold. Has got survival techniques coming in. Other side of this, it's gonna be Rax Stables. Yeah, nice idea. Spears plus Keshiks. Because the whole idea is like, yes, you could just build spears to beat knights. But there's gonna be a lot of raid opportunities because of the way the food is spread out. So Keshiks is better because of the mobility. Just fishing. He's also just kind of now prepping for a bait and switch, right? It's like, if you start blobbing spears, your opponent's going to go archers. Once he goes archers, you go Keshiks. How did you guys predict, by the way? 78% for B. You guys think that John 100% shuts down Golden Horde, huh? Interesting. It's a weird one to me because I feel like one thing we mentioned is that Jean hates heavy capsules, right? But one very annoying thing for Jean is that she doesn't get that much XP for killing Tortugud. Tortugud are worth 14 XP, which is kind of insane considering they have more health than Knights, which are 240, aka 24 XP units. Be a scare away. B looks like it's an FC. Royal Institute? You could Royal Institute this, right? Guildhall would definitely be the safer. But everything I've seen out of B tonight suggests a man who's got no time to waste and wants to end the day with a win quicker. Sometimes to his benefit, sometimes to his fault. So I'm gonna just say Royal Institute and potentially look like a genius. But now it looks stupid because he hasn't straight up gone for it. No, he's adding in more knights. Outpost going up. One knight to protect, not so great. Ooh, workers get harassed off. None of them dying, mind you. However, now a counter raid. And B knows he can do more damage. Knights charge in. They have better DPS. Strikes down 3 workers, already showing Lucifron how it's done. And just circumvents the spears entirely? What? Where were they walking? One worker did go down in the meantime. He's fishing for a second. Tortugud with a dive. Ooh, he got him. He got 2. So Lucifron makes it worthwhile in the end. Knight's going to keep marching. Needs to look at Chivalry next. Yeah, hasn't prepped it yet. And we have got Consecrations coming for the discount. Interesting that he prioritized the TC over the Knights, actually. Well, because the discount is higher on Knights, right? If you non-stop produce Knights, then this discount, like you're saving about 70 resources a minute. But the discount in the town center, if you non-stop produce villagers, which you should always be doing, you're saving 39 food. Quite a bit better, actually, for stables. I don't know, maybe he thought he was going to have to build something else. I'm starting to feel like he needs to build something else now, though. John's like, nah, bro, it's fine. I can take on all the speeds. You know that person that just doesn't want to tell anyone no at work? So every time they get asked to, if they, hey, Johnny, you know, the Jenkins statements are due on Tuesday. Can you pick them up? Oh yeah, sure, Bob, no problem. Oh yeah. We need someone to restock all the stuff in the office. Can you do? Yeah. List just goes on. They never say no. Kind of what's happening to poor little Jean here, but finally she will get reinforcements. Archery range will drop. Did I see the announcement? I did. It's a step in the right direction. Need to just say no to variants. No Age of Empires 5, though. Vortex predicted it. He was wrong. Okay, so Did Gathering's pretty chill down here with the boar. A little bit surprised Lucifron hasn't tried to direct all his cavalry there. I guess the concern now is that B only has knights. If you go there, knights will come to you. You really need AoE 5 already. If you announce Age of Empires 5, you're not releasing it straight away, right? Like, guys, you gotta get with the program on this. Total War Warhammer 40k got announced last year, right? It's probably gonna be at least 2 more years until I think we see it. Just because you announce it doesn't mean it's coming out. I'll tell you what, I think actually one of my big you get 'em, lad moments actually out of this whole announcement, slew of games, was the one announced by the former Assassin's Creed creator. I'm really happy for him. 10 years. You guys knew he spent 10 years? So he originally told Ubisoft he wanted to slow down the production rate of Assassin's Creed games so it wasn't annually. Pause that thought. He's got a big fight coming. But then, yeah, he eventually got laid off. And then the rights to the studio that he was under, that he was making his new game with, got bought up by, I think, Ubisoft, who was like getting the South Park IP as well. Then he had to basically fight for years to get the ownership rights to that game that he just announced back. And then he spent 10 years developing that game. That's freaking exhausting to just say out loud. Over a decade in the works making that game. Like, what was it called again? It was Patrice, and he's made Panache Digital Games, and he announced 1666 in Amsterdam. That was the game. It actually looked pretty cool as well. Kind of reminded me of like, is it Life of Pi? Life of P? No, that's the movie. It's called. The one's a bit like Dark Souls. It might have been Life of Pi. No, that is the movie. Lies of P. My brain. No, I don't know how I got Life of Pi out of that. I still haven't watched that movie. Lies. It reminds me a bit of Lies of P in a good way. Mixed with Assassin's Creed. Okay, so B is just going for mainly download moreknights.com. I mean, he's got a small group of archers behind this. He's prepping for castle, guys. Remember what I said about Royal Institute? It's pretty broken right now, doesn't it? Yeah, almost entirely knights. Gives you an immediate power spike to overwhelm. You know that Golden Horde can't mirror that, by the way. They have to start their tech up and wait a very solid amount of time. And this is also worrisome. Remember what we said earlier about this rotation and why Lucifron didn't do it? Kind of looks desperate, doesn't it? Because this now has been mirrored by the knights. The burn speed needs to be imminent. Village is already cheekily repairing, buying a bit of time. Gets Garrison back inside. Knights, they get the early charge. It's going to get ugly. Has to leave. Gets nothing out of it. Tiny bit of auto time, sure. It's grand, in the grand scheme of things, kind of eh. If he'd at least start a tech up, it's a good thing, right? Because then he's going to be a bit quicker to castle. He has at least slowed down B. The B says to hell with it. Adds in more military. The reason why time isn't on Lucifron's side isn't just the possibility of Royal Institute, it's Jean herself. This is what I think makes French Jean pretty cool against Golden Horde. With French, time is not on your side as Golden Horde because French gets more workers. And with Jean, even rougher. Like, you're building for a brawl? Good, so is she. And we're soon to see the outcome of that brawl. Mass Spearman when you know there's going to be those champions summoning soon. Archer's just getting trade out. Too much XP here. He's backing away. Not low. Still enough to one-hit kill. Nice. Need a big fat charge. Gets it. Eliminates one of the Cordogoon. 17 XP gained. And there it is. Level 3. He's got it. Divine Restoration. Upgrade straight away. Frontlining Jean. Summons the champions. Backs away. And now you've got these power spike arrows. 100 damage per shot to melt mode through with. Damage buff does come through for Lucifron. Spears, though. The body blocks. Like this. He's not getting it. The Gold Vein griefed Lucifron so hard. He's about numbers. He couldn't use them. Quality beats quantity. And B will beat Lucifron. 3-2 finish. GG's. Really well played. Cool game. Very cool game. Okay, so that means in terms of final series, Poppy Pool Corvinus final outcome still hasn't been reported. Vortex Wham, I don't think has even started yet. B versus Lucifer. Outside of that, we've got the 2v2 tournament this week. So Monday/Tuesday was the goal. I think Carlos said it should be on Tuesday. I think Wham was in here saying Tuesday. So likely Tuesday is when we'll have the 2v2 tournament. But I'll ping it out on the Discord and everything anyway. So you guys will know when we're a go. But yeah, I assume Tuesday. We might put a stream up on Monday. Just maybe a variety stream, something different. We'll see. I'll figure that out. But what we'll do for now, YouTube, thank you very much for watching. I'm going to end the stream. Twitch, feel free to hang around, though, because we are going to find someone to